It's almost. Oh wait. Oh wait, I had it wrong. Why did I think it was almost 2 in the morning? God, I have amazing time management. Clearly, I was like, you guys, it's almost 2 a.m. and we're barely starting. It's usually when I'm wrapping up. It's fine. What's the why? It's not. You know what? It should be normalized to have a completely nocturnal schedule despite being a human being. I really think this is totally okay. How are we doing though? I did lie because I said, "Oh, I'm going to sleep so late," but I was like, "I'm gonna be live in a few hours today still," but I didn't stream before midnight. So, is the music AI generated? No, it's not actually. It's from Rhythm Heaven, and I keep saying I'm gonna go through my VODs and add the playlist that I use, but it is, what is the name? David Mismol. Hold on. David Mismol. He has like all these instrumentals from this game called Rhythm Heaven, which is really fun, and I would play on my DS a lot when I was a kid. And I use mostly this music, but the ending song that just played is like an instrumental version of a K-pop song that I've been listening to a lot. So, but we have stuff to get into. But before we get into it, if you're watching on Twitch and you aren't following me already, you should be following me so you can know when I go live, even if it's at like practically after 1 in the morning. If you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream already so it pushes it out to other people, and subscribe if you aren't already. If you want to donate or support the stream, you can follow the donation link pins in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. I'm at __ on everything. And today we got a stacked cast here, you guys. Honestly, half the reason why I was like, I don't even know, like, I didn't know what to do. I feel like nothing happened today. Is that just me? Like, it's just not for me to, like, cover the big, beautiful bill stuff, like, day to day. When the shit actually hits the fan, then I will cover it. But from then, the, like, moment-to-moment shit is just, like, I like to cover, kind of evergreen content. Not stuff like that. So let's get into it. Let's start with this this Fetterman shit really quick, because it's not that long. Dude, he's like, I just want to go home, basically. So this was posted earlier today. I just want to go home. I've missed our entire trip to the beach. I'm going to vote no. There's no drama. I don't think it's really helpful to put people here till some ungodly hour.
Did you get any clues on the floor about what time this might wrap?
Oh my God! I just want to go home. I've missed our entire trip to the beach. My family's going to be back before we that. So, and again, I'm going to vote no. There's no drama. The votes are going to go. In fact, the only interesting votes are going to be on the margin, whether that's Collins or Johnson and those. But all the Democrats, we all know how that's going to go. And I don't think it's really helpful to put people here till when some ungodly hour. And again,
Thank you, sir.
They have one job. They have one fucking job, and they don't want to do it. Yeah, these poor lawmakers. Will someone please think about it? It's past their bedtime. I realize that see, if this were coming from some elderly motherfucker, it would not only be an indictment still just because they shouldn't be that old and in the Senate, but the fact that him, who's not exactly young and chipper, is like, it's late, I want to go home. Dude, you're a public fucking servant. This is what you signed up for. What? I've already missed our entire trip to the beach. Like, get the fuck over yourself, dude. The senator for Israel, exactly. While most Senate Democrats are looking for pieces to chip away from the GOP mega bill and the ongoing vote-a-rama, Senator John Fetterman just wants the process over with already. Oh my God, I just want to go home, the Pennsylvania Democrat told reporters on Monday. I've already missed our entire trip to the beach. I'm going to vote no. There's no drama. GOP leaders expect rapid-fire amendments to roll in until at least late Monday evening, with a swath of unresolved issues from potential cuts to the Medicaid provider tax to the phasing out of clean energy credits. The process could easily extend into the night. But Fetterman doesn't think there will be surprises out of tonight's vote. The only interesting votes are going to be on the margin, whether that's Susan Collins or Ron Johnson and those, he said. All the Democrats, we all know how that's going to go. I don't think it's really helpful to put people here until some godly hour. He posted on X that he's, quote, here to vote on these amendments and keep the ball rolling, and reiterated his stance against cutting Medicare and SNAP. Fetterman has increasingly been a thorn in the Democrat side as they ramp up opposition to the Trump admin and its policies. Fetterman had been adamant, for example, about not supporting a war powers resolution introduced by Senator Tim Kaine that would limit the president's ability to take military action on Iran without congressional approval. I mean, of course, obviously, again, like somebody said, the senator from Israel, he was never going to be in support of that. Trump on Friday called Fetterman the most sensible Democratic senator and suggested he should support the mega bill. Isn't that awesome? He's doing so great that even Trump, the fascist in chief, can't help but call him out and like praise him. Fetterman's impatience with the vote-a-rama is just his latest break with his own party. This bill is the biggest transfer of wealth from the working class to the 1%, and Fetterman's message to voters that he just wants to go home. Joe Caveo, Fetterman's former communications director, posted on X. Damn. Got the whole squad laughing. Pass homies. The Democrats compelled Republicans to read the entire 900-page bill, taking turns throughout the weekend. That was fun. I mean, these motherfuckers should have to, like, read what the fuck is in it. You have idiots like Marjorie Taylor Greene, like, I didn't know what it, like, it prohibited there being regulation on AI. I wouldn't have voted for it, which I honestly think is a lie. Majority report, they pointed out that Fetterman's family probably had a much nicer day at the beach without him. Isn't he getting divorced? Is that not happening? Is the divorce off? I thought he was getting divorced. Whatever, man. All right, let's get into I gotta see this Rudy Giuliani versus Cenk. No, he wants to destroy America. Rudy Giuliani versus Cenk Uygur on Zohran Mamdani. So this will probably be, even though Cenk made a fool out of himself, debating Kyle Kalinske, and Crystal Ball was totally unwilling to engage in the points that they were making, straw manning left and right. But on this, I have a hard time even. Usually, when it comes, if he's on Piers Morgan, it's usually because he's talking shit about Israel, which I'm here for, or he's disagreeing with the ghoulish Republican. In this case, there is nobody better than Rudy Giuliani to face off against Cenk Uygur to make him look better in comparison. So I have a hard time seeing like that. I'm not going to be siding with Cenk here, but let's see. He has disappointed me a lot lately. So
you are a self-described democratic socialist. Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
I don't think that we should have billionaires.
Do I see him as an enemy?
What the fuck is this question? This whole right to exist. First, it's obviously the most mainstream iteration of this is, does Israel have a right to exist or whatever, which is not actually a right that's enshrined anywhere in international law. So there's no need for anyone to acknowledge the abstract right for any nation or state to exist. That does not just exclusively apply to Israel. No, Palestine doesn't have a right to exist. The United States doesn't have a right to exist. Fucking France doesn't have a right to exist. Australia, Zimbabwe, none of them have a right to exist. They exist. Countries establish their rights by force. That's it. They don't establish their rights through like legal contracts for the most part. If your ability to exist is contingent upon your ability to enforce that right. So now we're moving on to the next virtue signal pivot is, do billionaires have a right to exist? What? Like, even like I can understand how like this have a right to exist or whatever has permeated into the mainstream for so long. Unfortunately, even though it's a stupid question, the billionaires thing, like him laughing at that fucking question is the correct thing to be doing. It's a stupid question. No, they don't fucking have a right to. You have a right to exist as a person, not as a billionaire. No one does. If I have a right to exist as a billionaire, can I sue the United States government for not giving me $1 billion? Like, what is the like logic if you actually try to stretch this out, besides your virtue signal question over it?
Yeah. What he's saying? You're damn right I do. I think he's going to destroy New York City. This guy becomes mayor, the city is gone.
Deeply bigoted.
And the real questions, do league players have a right to exist? Absolutely. The answer is absolutely not.
It was bigoted nonsense. Total trash. You ignore every lie he just said.
Oh, Lindy Lee. Oh, wait, there was somebody in chat who, Anna goes off on Lindy Lee really, really quick. This is important, you guys. This is important. I need to see this.
If you want to get your name.
TYT an hour ago, apparently, Zohran Mamdani gets attacked by his own party. I'm guessing they cover this Piers Morgan panel. Let's see. You said 8:05. She goes off. I'm here for the Anna on Lindy violence.
Name's Lindy Lee. So I want to go to that call out someone that I have the displeasure of hosting a show with. Her name's Lindy Lee. So I want to go to that video next because on her take last Friday, here's what she had to say about
Damn, holy shit. Why would you just say that?
Mamdani. Let's take a look.
I am absolutely stunned that the city that is famous for being terrorized by Islamic terrorists is on the cusp of electing Islamic extremists who is chanting globalized intifada as its mayor. That for
Globalized empanada, universalized enchilada. These things are hard to get straight, okay? There's a lot of talking points for Lindy to remember. You can't blame a sister for not being able to keep track of all of them. Imagine if you were her. Could you imagine having to remember 600 different platitudes? It's not easy.
Me is just jaw-dropping. This is 24 years after 9/11.
I'm just curious, is there a day you wake up where you don't see terrorism everywhere? Because you literally just implied that this guy's a terrorist, and I found that bigoted, Islamophobic, and absolutely disgusting. If you don't like his policies, I can understand that, and we can have a discussion about those policies. But it seems like you just have a problem.
Damn, I didn't get to this point in her take last night with Pisco.
With the fact that he's Muslim. You have a problem with the fact that he looks a little different from other previous leaders. Don't interrupt me. I'm still speaking. I didn't interrupt you. Listen, the problem with that mayoral race is that the Democratic candidates who ran against him in the primary offered nothing. They offered nothing but the status quo. By the way, the progressive who ran in the primary has decided to endorse Mamdani and happens to be a Jewish American. So these allegations that Mamdani—
Well, Lindy would just say he's like a pick-me Jew, right? Or he's a self-hating Jew. Isn't that what they say? And Lindy Lee is obviously Pope of the Jews, so she gets to be the arbiter of who is a true Jew and who is not.
Is like some Muslim extremist who hates Jews is utterly ridiculous. And by the way, Cenk, I noticed that Lindy Lee changed her tone a little bit when it comes to Mamdani when you were debating her on Piers Morgan's show today. Let's take a quick look at that.
Cenk, I just want to say
It's a little teaser for what's to come.
my opposition to him has nothing at all to do with Israel or his faith. It's nothing. It's to do with his Marxist ideology. And I had to say, I feel sick to myself.
Okay, so when I pointed out that he was like a scary, scary Muslim, that was actually unrelated to the Israel shilling. And this has everything to do with Marxism now, apparently.
Stomach because of it. I was born in an authoritarian communist regime
I would stake my life. If I were a betting person, I would absolutely 100% stake my life, my family's life, that Miss Nationalized Frittata over here would not be able to define Marxism if I asked her to right now.
and that murdered my great-grandfather in cold blood. So anything that reeks of communism just sends shivers down my spine.
I have yet to host any show with Lindy Lee where she doesn't bring up her personal experiences and what happened to her grandparents.
I need the clip of her being like, "You were born in China." When she was talking shit about immigrants, she just cut her off to tell her that.
At the hands of the Chinese Communist Party. But nonetheless, she's ignorant, she's Islamophobic, and I find her embarrassing. Cenk, back to you.
Okay.
I mean, is this why she doesn't promote the show? Because again, I still think she hasn't promoted the show on her Twitter or anything like that. But at least I know that she's hosting it on talking about it on TYT. Is anyone gonna like? Nobody mentions like why are you doing that show? Interesting. Okay.
I'd like to say Rudy Giuliani has been listening.
Thank you, aging millennial. That was just chef's kiss. Beautiful.
And actually didn't really want to leave us, so we've got Rudy back. Rudy, welcome back. Almost 8 months on from
I feel like Anna's embarrassed about being there with those morons. Yeah, well, she made the bed. Now she has to lie in it because that's the group that she wanted. This is who Miss Unaligned wants to have inroads with. Okay, the man who the type of creators that throw tampons at you on your own fucking show and alongside grifters like Lindy Lee. So I can only feel so bad.
It's still unclear who is leading the Democrats and whether they'll campaign from the center, the left, or the very, very left. Well, Zohran Mamdani may offer a clue. He's a charismatic Muslim socialist who doesn't believe billionaires should exist, and he just won a stunning victory in the
charismatic Muslim socialist
Democratic primary for mayor of New York.
I mean, he is. It's correct, but
New York City.
It's funny.
The biggest in the United States. Some of his policies are already raising eyebrows.
We went on your website and realized there's a policy proposal that says your plan, and I'm going to quote it for folks, is to shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer and whiter neighborhoods. Explain.
Was it Rudy in prison? No, these people never go to fucking prison. I don't even know that he went to jail. Maybe he went to jail very briefly, but I don't think he went to prison.
Why you are bringing race into your tax proposal?
That is just a description of what we see right now. It's not driven by race. It's more of an assessment of what neighborhoods are being undertaxed versus overtaxed.
Well, the backlash has been swift and in some cases, let's face it, racist. Congressman Andy Ogles called him Little Muhammad, while Nancy Mace accused voters of, quotes, forgetting 9/11, close quotes.
What the fuck?
Green posted a picture of
How did I miss that?
in a burqa before later praising him in an interview with Tucker Carlson.
That guy was the only person in the New York City mayor's debate to say he wanted to focus on New York City. All the candidates were asked, if you could visit a foreign country, what would it be? And they, of course, all had an answer. I think most said Israel. Great. And he said, I wouldn't go anywhere. I'd stay in New York. And like, if I want to meet Jewish constituents, I go to their synagogues, their homes or whatever, but I'd be here in New York because that's what I'm doing. I'm running New York. That's my job.
Well, he gave the right answer.
He gave the right answer.
Yeah.
Well, Mayor Eric Adams, who was elected as a Democrat but is running as an independent, accuses Mamdani of, quotes,
I mean, it was like not... It's not mutually exclusive that you could like praise them on the specific thing, but then also mischaracterize them and take a jab at them like that.
Embracing Hamas, close quotes. What's most revealing, though, is the icy reception from serving senior Democrats, including the current House leader and the New York governor.
Let's start with the big news, Leader Jeffries, out of your hometown. Mamdani won a big victory. Have you...
Damn, how did I not see this? This is like fucking shameless. After 9/11, we said never forget. I think we sadly have forgotten. It's just a photo of him existing as like a Muslim guy. I shouldn't be surprised. He just does it for attention. Yes, 9/11 apparently means never elected a Muslim.
Endorsed him yet?
I have not. And frankly, stylistically, and I'm not a socialist, and I don't associate myself with what he has said
But he's
about
an anti-Semite.
Jewish people.
Will you support his candidacy and will you back him?
You know, the election just completed. I had a chance to call and congratulate him on the Tuesday's primary and look forward to having conversation. Obviously, there's areas of difference.
Well, 10 years ago, the UK's Labour Party...
Suddenly, the vote blue no matter who crowd is not so enthusiastic about voting blue no matter who.
A very left-wing campaign which saw them walloped in the general election. They responded by appointing Jeremy Corbyn as a leader, a radical elder socialist who, funnily enough, was ousted in an anti-Semitism scandal. The bottom line is that the Democratic identity crisis is no closer to a resolution now than it was on November the 5th. Meanwhile, President Trump is racking up win after win after win, and the left has nobody to burst his balloon. So the biggest winner in the current DNC civil war is probably MAGA. In a moment, we'll debate all this with my panel. Founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk, News Nation correspondent Geraldo Rivera, and the former DNC fundraiser...
Discoverer of Al Capone's... What was his thing? I remember watching some video where he like broke into Al Capone's safe and he thought that there was going to be this like massive treasure and there was like nothing. And he awkwardly like sang a song and then left because he was so disappointed. This is like years ago.
Lindy Lee. But first, to give us plenty to debate, I'm sure I'm joined by the former mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani. Rudy, great to have you back on Uncensored.
Good to see you, Pierce.
Your reaction to this character who's come out of nowhere, and now the whole of America's talking about him. What's your response to Mamdani mayhem?
A total shock.
Let's see if how long it takes for him to bring up 9/11.
Something I never thought I would see in New York. New York has always been a little bit more inclined to be reasonable when necessary.
See, like, I agree with him. I never would have thought that, like, a guy who, as a Muslim candidate who self-identifies as a democratic socialist would be able to win a New York City Democratic primary race for mayor. But I'm saying that for much different reasons than he is.
I mean, we're the only one.
He's like, never thought that the country that, or the city that had to suffer through 9/11 would elect a Muslim.
Crooked democratic cities that at any time in the last 60 or 70 years has elected a Republican. Chicago, 70 years of Democrats. Detroit, I mean, you've had me, LaGuardia, Bloomberg. They don't have anything like that. No reform, nothing. So plus we're the biggest Jewish city. For a while, we were the biggest Jewish city in the world. I think Tel Aviv has now passed us. So this is a shock to me that somebody like this would come along. And it isn't even just the anti-Semitism and the anti-Jewish hate. We've almost gotten used to it in the streets.
See, they'll say anti-Semitism and anti-Jewish hate has increased because of Zohran's campaign or whatever, but they will never actually quote him. They won't be able to point to a policy. They won't be able to point to a single fucking thing that he's done that apparently has unleashed the scourge of unprecedented anti-Semitism since his campaign. It's complete nonsense. It's a total fabrication.
To New York now over the last 2 to 3 years.
And let's see if Piers Morgan just like lets him get away with that, or is like, you want to give me a citation for that, bro? Something.
This guy is a major supporter of Hamas. This is a terrorist group that wants to destroy not just.
Yeah, and you're a major supporter of Donald Trump. So what? Also, this motherfucker literally took on terrorists as a client when he was still practicing as a lawyer. I know I didn't make this up. Hold on. Rudy Giuliani. Like, defends terrorist group? Hold on. Yeah, I knew I didn't make this up. Giuliani's work for Iranian group with bloody past could lead to more legal woes. Giuliani ally Michael Mukasey's move to register as a lobbyist for an Iranian dissident group may spur the DOJ to investigate. In the spring of 2017, former U.S. Attorney General Michael Mukasey met with representatives of the Iranian dissident group, the Mujahideen, or the MEK, a State Department-designated foreign terrorist organization until 2012. He wasn't alone. Joining him at the meeting was another high-profile American political figure, Rudy Giuliani. For nearly a decade, the former law partners have pushed the agenda of the MEK, giving paid speeches and writing newspaper op-eds supporting the group linked to the death of 6 Americans in the 1970s. But it wasn't until late last month that Mukasey registered as a foreign agent lobbying pro bono for MEK's political arm. Giuliani still hasn't, raising the possibility that the Justice Department could target him in an illegal lobbying probe, experts say. So this motherfucker is gonna is like coming onto this program to say he fucking supports terrorist groups or whatever, and it's like, dude, you're just crossing your fingers and hoping that nobody Googles the fucking shit that you've been up to, right? That's the only way, and the fact that Piers Morgan probably doesn't know about that. That's the only reason you're allowed to get away with this claim.
Israel. They want to destroy America.
Mukasey? Yeah, I guess that. What was I saying? Mukasey? Probably a common mistake. Yeah, Giuliani took money from a group that killed Americans. Does Trump care? No, because I guess there's like a statute of limitations on it for this shit. Even though the genocide in Gaza could go on for 20 more years, and people like Rudy Giuliani would say, but October 7th though. But he expects you to be completely fine with him being buddy-buddy with the Mujahideen and taking money from them because, oh, well, it was in the 70s, so...
Their children are taught from about 2 years old, death to Israel, death to America.
Rudy, where has he expressed any support for Hamas? Because I haven't seen that.
Oh my goodness! I mean, he was by and large he wouldn't condemn what they did when they wiped out the Israeli people. He was careful not to say he wouldn't condemn October 7th, because I know if Zohran Mamdani is saying that the Israeli embassy shooting is an anti-Semitic hate crime, that there's absolutely no fucking way he didn't condemn October 7th in the strongest terms. Hold on. I put October 7th in his thing. My statement on the 1-year anniversary of the October 7th attacks, this was 2024. A year ago, Hamas killed more than 1,100 Israelis and kidnapped hundreds. Close to 100 remain in captivity. I pray for their safe return. Many New Yorkers, especially our Jewish neighbors, have had their lives torn apart by this deplorable violence. I mourn with them. In the aftermath of that terrible day, Israeli leaders launched a genocidal war, killing more than 42,000 Palestinians and 2,000 Lebanese, with no end in sight. These atrocities, funded by our government, have shattered many New Yorkers' lives, especially those of our Muslim and Arab neighbors. I mourn with them too. The only path to a just and peaceful future is a negotiation, not war crimes. International law and universal human rights, not occupation and apartheid. Solidarity, not division and hate. The people of Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, and beyond deserve nothing less. Sorry, not deserve less. But apparently this is, look at these replies. You're a fucked in the head Nazi freak for trying to center the Palestinians and portray them as victims on the anniversary of the worst atrocities committed against Jews since the Holocaust, which Palestinians committed and continue to elaborate. You sick fuck. And then they, I guess, put some, there's a whole documentary that you're supposed to watch in response to being called a Nazi by some rando on Twitter for daring to draw attention to Palestinian suffering in the same breath as talking about October 7th. refused to condemn them. He refused to acknowledge they're a terrorist group. Every time he's asked, he just kind of punts on the question.
Let's check this claim out. Zohran Mamdani, Hamas terrorist group, like refuses to call. Let's see. I see lots of articles about him being called this. But is there like even a video maybe of him like...
Don't settle for less. Here's what others are...
Refuses to condemn calls for intifada. This is when he was like, yeah, like globalized intifada is fine or whatever.
Has very, very, very strong statements that sound a lot like Hamas, intifada forever, intifada all over the world. And then he tries to claim that he has his own definition.
Isn't the MEK the dissident group that's supposedly massively infiltrated by the Mossad? Nobody on his side is going to care about his links to a group like that. I know, but it's completely arbitrary, the idea that like you're going to be selective. Like the label of terrorist is obviously far more politically charged than it is some sort of like rigorous academic definition that's applied. If a state's calling something a terrorist group or whatever, it has more to do with geopolitical interest than it does an evaluation of that group's actions. But the idea that like a group that was considered a terrorist group since 2012 and he starts working with them only a few years after doesn't garner far more attention is from the party that just like yaps on and on and on about the scourge of like radical jihadist terrorism is like glaringly hypocritical. But yes, you're right that they have ties to the Mossad.
Definition of intifada. You know, sorry, Zohran, you're not entitled to your own definition of intifada. They've killed about 8,000 people. That kind of sets a definition for it. We know what you're talking about. So I think you could put together a case that he supports an internationally acknowledged terrorist group that is a close ally of Iran. I mean, remember, although one is Sunni and the other is Shia, and they hate...
See, like, this is the other thing. Him being like, it's a close ally of Iran. It's like, again, the group that you worked with is affiliated with Iran.
Iran and Hamas. They join on two things. Destroy Israel, destroy America. Death to America, death to Israel. That's what brings Iran and Hamas together.
But Rudy, why if you believe he's so, you know, the way you've just categorized, why are so many New Yorkers in a city, as you said, which has more Jews outside of Israel than any city in the world? Why would they have rallied behind this guy if he's such an enemy of Jewish people?
Well, you know, Piers, that's a very good question. It leads me to what's wrong with the people of my city. You know, what's wrong with the people of Chicago? I mean, they had a mayoral primary a couple of years ago, and they picked the most outrageous, the most radical, and the dumbest candidate for mayor, who's now a complete disaster. And they've been doing it for 65 years, even though they're a shooting gallery every Saturday night. There's a brainwashing that has taken place in these old Democrat cities. It's the same reason why you'll go into some districts in New York and Biden got 95% of the vote. How could that have happened if the people are thinking clearly? How do we elect de Blasio? De Blasio went to Cuba on his honeymoon. He was in favor of the Sandinistas, and his mother was a member of the Communist Party at Harvard. And then after his first term, he was a complete failure. We had a 22% turnout, and we reelected him. And he's the one who really destroyed the city. I mean, he literally took everything Bloomberg and I did and trashed it. I get people that come up to me on the street crying and saying to me, "You must feel awful. Everything you did was ruined."
But Rudy, when you have a Muslim candidate in a city like New York,
okay, so I guess here's the issue. Okay, so in the statement, I don't blink an eye, right? I don't blink an eye. Like what he said, 'cause what he said is fine. But apparently, the issue to these people is that, what is it? So in 2023, Mamdani introduced a bill called Not on Our Dime, ending New York's funding of Israeli Settler Violence Act, which would prohibit registered charities from donating to organizations involved in illegal West Bank settlements. So I'm sure this was unpopular. A later iteration of the bill added organizations lending support to alleged war crimes in Gaza. The day after the Hamas-led October 7th attacks on Israel, Mamdani issued a statement to, quote, mourn the hundreds of people killed across Israel and Palestine, criticize Israel's war in Gaza, stoppage of Gaza's electricity, politicians' rhetoric, occupation, and apartheid, and made no mention of Hamas. So, let's see. If I put just like Hamas, he issued a statement on October 8th. So this is his statement. last 36 hours. I mourn the hundreds of people killed across Israel and Palestine in the last 36 hours. Netanyahu's declaration of war, the Israeli government's decision to cut electricity to Gaza, and Knesset members calling for another Nakba will undoubtedly lead to more violence and suffering in the days and weeks to come. The path forward is a just and lasting peace that can only begin by ending the occupation and dismantling apartheid. So these people are ferocious over that. Stop anti-Semitism in the replies. Doxing.org, very cool. This is still not enough, apparently. The fact that, again, you're going to mention that, like, yes, Palestinians suffered as a result of the October 7th attacks as well. Hamas. His first public statement since the attack that condemned Israel and its government. Like, all of the people pointing this out have, like, literally never or barely softly criticized the genocide in Gaza. They won't call it a genocide. They still think it's a war. That's just against Hamas. They won't call it any war crime or whatever, but they're going to get mad that he only condemns Hamas's war crimes and not labeling them a terrorist organization or whatever. But by those same standards, you could argue that the IDF is a terrorist org very easily. Days later, he told Politico, my support for Palestinian liberation should never be confused for a celebration of the loss of civilian life. I condemned the killing of civilians in rhetoric at a rally on Sunday, seeking to make light of such deaths. And he's called the October 7th attack a horrific war crime. Again, I guess you're supposed to take issues with this. All this is like fine.
People start evoking 9/11, start putting burqas on the Statue of Liberty and all the stuff I played earlier. Does that not make you feel uncomfortable? New York is one of the most inclusive cities.
Republicans no longer have the moral, legal, or ethical ground. Why does anyone take them seriously? A felonious rapist is your party leader and you dare preach to anyone. Do you mean me as like an American, or are you talking about these Republicans?
In the world. Right, a place normally that's very tolerant to many different religions, many different colors and creeds, right? Surely you would feel uncomfortable as the mayor of New York when that appalling terror attack happened. Are you comfortable that people use 9/11 as a stick to beat him with?
Yes.
Nobody's doing that, Piers.
Well, they are.
I was the people who protected the Muslim people after 9/11. People expected a tremendous amount of reaction against them. And Bernie Kerik and I put together a task force for 4 weeks, and there was no attack in New York, not a single one, even though you might have expected one, given the kind of emotion involved. And one of the first things I said, as I was telling my people to please be careful and watch out, it might be another attack, is do not touch anybody. We're not going to be like them. We don't hate Muslim people. We hate the people who did this. And we have to make it clear to them that we can stand up to them. But then again, I'm not.
He has a real hate boner for like black people. The Muslim shit is like part and parcel for somebody that defends Israel or whatever, but his particular grievance and like a racial or ethnic bone to pick is with like black New Yorkers.
A fool. I know there are a substantial number of Muslims, and there's a substantial amount of the Quran that talks about slaughtering Christians and Jews. And there's a whole group of Muslims who believe that. And unfortunately, an undetermined number of them got into this country in the last 4 years, unlike any other time in our history, because of our pathetic President Biden.
Dude, it's like only with Islam do people think to crack open the holy books and assume that every single Muslim endorses everything in the fucking Quran. This standard is like never applied to Christians. It's never applied to the Torah or anything like that. Not nearly on the scale that it is exclusively applied to Muslim. This literalist reading of a holy book that most of them don't really even closely observe. It's the hadiths, that are more closely observed when you're a Muslim. But of course, it's just like it's a simple way to fucking stereotype and dehumanize a whole group of people. Just act like they're a monolith. All of them bow down to this. Like 2 seconds earlier, he was like, I love Muslims. 3 seconds later, he's saying they're all radicalized because they fucking read the Quran.
Also gave Iran hundreds of millions of dollars, and Obama did it in cash. So
would you have a problem, Rudy? Would you have a problem with a Muslim mayor of New York? Tax day has passed, but for millions of...
Oh my God.
Portion of not if he told me he would write out the portion of the Quran where Muhammad is exhorting the people to kill Christians and Jews, and telling him if he doesn't kill them, they should get tribute from them. If he's like some of the imams that I'm close to who can write that out.
So for Rudy Giuliani to feel safe around this scary Muslim man Zohran Mamdani must first open the Quran, go to the pages that personally displease and offend Rudy Giuliani, and performatively disavow the contents. And this is all assuming that Zohran Mamdani gives a fuck about any of that in the first place.
Out and can say that. I'd be very comfortable with him. If he's dominated by that sick pathological philosophy, which dominates
Miseducation and bad material conditions equals big possibility for extremism via religious reasoning. But that we're talking about a Muslim being elected in the United States of America, though. We're not talking about Muslim leaders being elected, like where that you see that issue prevalent within that country. You know,
it's not
so
all
like that might be true, but it has no bearing on this conversation whatsoever.
Muslims, but more than a comfortable amount, given all the killing they've done. Then I have a real problem with it.
Like, yes, there are a lot of very conservative Muslims in the United States, but there's far more that are much more progressive than you would expect. They're very well integrated into the United States.
Sound like a moderate Muslim. He sounds like a Muslim extremist.
You said, Rudy, that you think there may need to be an investigation to see if Mamdani is
like if he weren't a Muslim, this would not even be a conversation.
Enemy of America. Is that the kind of language?
Like a brown Muslim, I mean.
That is sensible, you said, Mr. Benny Johnson.
I didn't mean an investigation criminal. I meant for the purpose of voting. You and I should do the investigation as voters.
Do you really see him as an enemy of America?
Do I see him as an enemy of America?
Yes.
What he's saying? My personal.
Yes.
You're damn right I do. I think he's going to destroy New York City. I think this is a disaster time for New York City. This guy becomes mayor, the city is gone. People are leaving the city already. You can't say things like the things he's saying and not frighten the hell out of people. I mean, it has nothing to do with even 9/11. Had 9/11 not happened, he'd be an enemy of the city. He's espousing a philosophy.
I would be racist against Muslims even if 9/11 hadn't happened on my watch.
That wants to destroy America, wants to destroy the Jewish people, wants to destroy the Christian people. I really would like to destroy all the Muslims who disagree with him. And he is a very strong supporter of that, and he doesn't make a distinction. And he becomes very cute and stupid and silly. Plus, he's totally unqualified. He's a 30.
Like, again, if he were, like, as somebody said, to be fair, white Muslims are actually pretty suspicious. To be clear, like, but what I meant is that if he were the exact same platform, but he were a Christian, we would not even be talking about speculating about the extent to which his religion influences his politics or anything like that. It wouldn't even come up.
3-year-old do nothing from a rich family who's never accomplished a damn thing in his life. Whenever we've gotten a mayor like that, he's been a terrible failure, like de Blasio. This guy's not an accomplished man. He's a rich kid who has learned excessive, crazy philosophy so that he can sound smart, I think. That's the best explanation I can give him. It might be worse.
Rudy Giuliani, always good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thanks, Piers.
Wow, that was always a pleasure, Rudy.
Thank you. So do you. Let's debate this now with Cenk.
Oh, always fun talking to a guy who has soup for brains.
And Lindy. Well, Cenk, you were putting a lot of faces there. What did you make of what Rudy Giuliani said?
Yeah, your audience should ignore everything Rudy Giuliani just said. Everything was a lie. Mamdani's never supported Hamas, never said the word intifada, doesn't hate Jews or Christians. Muslims don't have to write out parts of the Quran. It would be absurd to say, hey, if you're a Jew running for mayor, you've now got to write out parts of the Torah or the Talmud. Otherwise, we don't accept Jews.
Cenk's stealing my talking points.
If you said you're a Christian running, but you've got to cancel out parts of the Bible, otherwise we won't let Christians run. It would be deeply...
Although, like someone pointed out, maybe there's an argument to be made that we should be doing this with evangelicals already.
Bigoted, and that's what Rudy Giuliani was. Bigoted nonsense, total trash. Ignore every lie he just said. Now, let's talk about, look, there's 3 different types of people going against Mamdani. There's the economic criticism, which is interesting, legitimate, and debate-worthy. Then there's the people who are opposed to him because he won't bow his head to Israel. And that's Rudy. And that's almost everyone in Democratic establishment and the Republican establishment. So those folks say, no, that's it. This guy won't bow. If he won't bow to Israel, if he's New York first, unacceptable. He has to be Israel first. And that's absurd. And they're deeply racist and they're bigots. And I can't stand it. So there's other critiques of Mamdani we can get into, but in terms of this whole attack against him being Muslim and him not kissing Israel's ass is totally not relevant to New York and is only an art.
See, like Cenk is like spitting right now. But then when he's talking to Crystal and Kyle about using the same strategy about just saying what the fuck you think, being outspoken about it, being unapologetic when it comes to the like a domestic agenda that doesn't pertain whatsoever to Israel. He's not cool with it. He thinks that you need to like coddle the feelings of MAGA and try to pander to the like 13% that are critical of the war, even though that's never going to be a priority for them when voting.
Argument made by bigots. So I hope I've been clear enough.
I think you've made your position very clear. Geraldo, welcome back.
Well, I think...
Yeah, that's true. When JFK was nominated for president, there were Americans that said, since he was like going to be the first Catholic president, they said he's going to be like, just take the orders of the Pope. He can't be trusted because of this. And then he like penned an op-ed preempting Nixon, I think trying to use it as an attack. He like penned an op-ed saying that it would be like if he made that like a central issue, it would be like bigotry against Catholics or something like that. And then Nixon didn't touch it. I think, right? I'm such a bad Catholic for not being able to remember to know this history. I should know this. Kennedy, if I put like Kennedy Catholic op-ed to oppose Nixon criticism, I don't even know what I would like put to get this result. Maybe this. Okay. Anti-Catholic prejudice was still very much in the mainstream of American life when JFK decided to seek the presidency in 1960. Only one Catholic, Governor Alfred E. Smith of New York, had ever been the presidential nominee of one of the major parties. Smith's 1928 campaign was dogged by claims that he would build a tunnel connecting the White House and the Vatican and would amend the Constitution to make Catholicism the nation's established religion. He was overwhelmingly defeated, even losing much of the then Democratic Solid South. JFK established an informal network of advisors on the religious issue, including speechwriter Ted Sorensen, Dean Francis Bose Sayer Jr. of the National Cathedral, and several journalists. It was clear from the outset that Kennedy had to enter the state primaries to prove to skeptical party leaders that he was a viable national candidate. In the Wisconsin primary, he defeated Senator Hubert Humphrey with 56% of the vote, but failed to win a majority of the Protestant vote, an ominous sign. In the West Virginia primary, as a result, Kennedy decided to enter the West Virginia primary, a state in which Catholics constituted less than 4% of the electorate. When the polls in West Virginia showed JFK behind by 20 points, he decided to address the issue head-on in a speech before the American Society of Newspaper Editors. That's what it was. He didn't pen an op-ed. He was speaking to newspaper editors. Are we going to admit to the world that a Jew can be elected mayor of Dublin, a Protestant can be chosen foreign minister of France, a Muslim can be elected to the Israeli parliament, but a Catholic cannot be president of the United States? Are we going to admit to the world, worse still, are we going to admit to ourselves that 1/3 of American people is forever barred from the White House? In the end, after a vigorous campaign, which included extensive use of his family's personal wealth, Kennedy won by 93,000 to 61,000 and declared, quote, "I think we have buried the religion issue once and for all. He was wrong." But yeah. So it wasn't to preempt criticism of Nixon. It was because it was just to preempt the fact that he was going up against, he was trying to win a race in a state that was majority Protestant.
Several things. Nice to see you, Pierce and panel. I think, first of all, he has used the expression intifada. He wants to globalize the intifada.
I wish I could clone you, inject you naturally into my life, and then Mary said clone. See, this is what happens when I stream after midnight, you guys. This is the first time chatters that I get.
And he speaks about it quite often. Let me finish. Secondly, I agree with you. I agree with you. Please, it's not... It's on the record.
Am I Catholic or atheist agnostic? I'm an atheist, but I was raised Catholic.
Just look it up. The second thing is that the whole notion,
He's never said
the whole notion of moving the tax burden in New York from the richer, whiter neighborhoods to the richer, whiter neighborhoods, as if the richer, whiter neighborhoods don't pay enough in tax. We've had enormous flight of the people who do pay tax to the suburbs and to other states. And all we have to do is increase the tax, the real estate tax, even more under his proposal. And you'll have no
Gerardo.
You'll have no rich white people to pay the tax. The third thing, and curiously, I agree.
The other thing, though, is that so Biden is like the second Catholic president that we've ever had. And I felt like this didn't get much attention, but there were actually Catholic priests going out of their way saying that he should not be taking communion because he was pro-choice, which is like, it's like pop Catholicism if I've ever heard or seen it. But the idea that they felt comfortable stating that is just so antithetical. It's like insane to me. How they're not like stripped of their priesthood for comments like that is crazy to me.
in a twisted way about the situation with the Palestinians. I believe that what you saw,
the situation with the
and
Palestinians.
This is the underreported headline, I believe, is that you saw a cataclysmic shift in the Jewish vote. It was a generational shift. Older Jews in the neighborhoods that were 100% Jews, like the Hasidic neighborhoods and others, they went with Governor Cuomo in the Democratic primary just passed. The people who voted against Cuomo and for Mamdani were the young Jewish voters who are activists, who are in the hundreds of thousands in New York.
They keep trying to add in all of these things that really just aren't the main factor. They want to add in religion and stuff like that, when in reality, the biggest divide that exists between the voters that elected Mamdani as the primary candidate versus the ones that tried to vote for other candidates is going to be age. It's going to be age and wealth. That's going to be the most influential thing. Then it's or like race and the intersection of those things. Religion is not going to be it.
Or half of that generation in the city of New York. They are part of the lifeblood of the city. They rejected their parents' Israel always and forever, no matter what kind of view, and they are sick to death of what's happening in Gaza. They can't stand to see Israel continue to wait.
I haven't looked it up in a long time, but I think I remember reading that if someone is atheist, their chances of getting elected are slim to none versus someone who's religious. Oh yeah. I mean, we've already had we have an atheist president right now. I'm convinced that Donald Trump is an atheist. I'm also convinced that Obama is an atheist. He just doesn't say it because he knew it was going to be a political non-starter. But there was a point where polling in America showed that atheists were less trusted than pedophiles. I'm not kidding.
Wage this very, very unfair, violent campaign against civilians in Gaza. Now you're not talking about Iran, you're not talking about Syria or Hezbollah or the big picture, but you're talking specifically about what's going on in Gaza. It has sickened. I know I have kids in New York. Two of my children live in New York. Two now, I just hesitate because one just moved, but two live in New York. They vote in New York. I voted for Giuliani. I voted for Bloomberg. But to see these kids are rejecting their parents, Israel always and forever, no matter what, and saying, wait a second, Israel has to be held to the same standard as any other nation. We're not going to let you push us. And we are voting, and they rejected the Democratic establishment candidate and the old school ways, and they embrace something much more energetic and humane and compassionate, I believe.
Yeah, and I think also I would add to that, Cuomo is hardly a clean whistle when it comes to...
That's the other thing, is that Zohran was going up against people that were still difficult, despite all of their being marred with all of these scandals, obviously with Cuomo, the sexual harassment scandal, as well as his mishandling of COVID, and intentionally misleading the public about how many deaths he was responsible for with respect to moving, I think elderly people in nursing homes around or whatever. Like, he tried to fudge the numbers on that. But for Zohran to come out on top still like that, the mind of the median voter is like a goldfish. Like, they're not you can bring up those things, but if they're already biased towards that candidate and they care about experience or leadership or the fact that he's older, they will look at it as we were watching a video a couple of weeks ago, right on I think on the night that Zohran was elected, so it would have been less than 2 weeks ago, where Democrats who knew that they were talking to who knew about Cuomo's scandals were like, oh, I didn't like it, but it can be put behind him, or they said COVID was a crazy time, everybody did their best. They don't realize that he went above and beyond to actually cover up his errors, not just that he made them, or they don't care.
There's a lot of baggage there, which people have probably not forgotten, and memories live long. Lindy, you were listening to that quite intently. I mean, it's a really interesting political story, isn't it? That this guy Mamdani's come out of nowhere, and he's basically taking down.
Dude, I need to. If this bitch can get on these shows, I should be able to get on these shows. I need to reach out to the booker. I have their email.
One of the most experienced politicians in the country, in Andrew Cuomo. It's not over yet, but it's looking pretty perilous for Cuomo. You were part of the Democratic machine. What do you put this down to?
It is pretty much over because Cuomo won't quit. So Cuomo and Eric Adams are both running. So what do you think is going to happen? They're going to split the opposition vote to Mamdani. So chances are he's going to be the next mayor. And Cenk, I just want.
Do I care about being Catholic? No, but it's if you ask other Catholics, I'm sure they would say yeah. there's no shaking that because you're not really ever considered not a Catholic. You're just like a lapsed Catholic.
I'm going to say split the opposition vote to Mamdani. So chances are he's going to be the next mayor. And Cenk, I just want to say my opposition to him has nothing at all to do with Israel or his faith. That it's nothing. It's to do with his Marxist ideology. And I have to say, I feel sick to my stomach because of it. I was born in an authoritarian communist regime that murdered my great grandfather in cold blood. So anything that reeks of communism just sends shivers down my spine. And every one of his proposals, from taxing wider neighborhoods to government.
I mean, she has to bring up, like Anna said when she was dunking on her, she has to bring up her like family experiences because she never fled any fucking communism. She never fled totalitarianism. She was born in China, and at the age of 3, she moved to England. She lived in England for a few years, and then at the age of like 10, she moved to the United States, and she's been here ever since. Her father is like a Harvard researcher, and her mom is like a doctor. She was privileged and well-to-do the entire time. She doesn't fucking know anything about suffering under communism or whatever.
Run groceries to free buses, all of these policies will end up hurting the very people he purports to want to help. And Pierce, he brought up a really good question when you were speaking with Rudy. You asked him why so many New Yorkers voted for this guy.
Yeah.
But let me put it into perspective for everybody. Only 5% of New Yorkers did. Most people didn't even bother showing up. So 5% of one of the biggest cities in the world is actually not a significant amount at all. It's kind of it's just really unrepresentative of where the city is.
Many of us
one of the biggest cities in the world is actually not a significant amount at all. It's kind of it's just really unrepresentative of where the city is.
Okay, but like that's correct, but she'll say that, but she doesn't actually want to push for there to be more voter participation, especially if she's on the MAGA train. Like if you were saying that, like more voter participation would probably mean less MAGA outcomes, less conservative outcomes.
Big question. My D is mud and ridge, and you tell them that is a democratic shit. Well, I mean,
hold on, wait. I think I finally found it. Is it a 2? Hold on. Yeah, this is what it was. Okay. I was like, did I make this up? 2006 study at the University of Minnesota showed atheists to be the most distrusted minority among Americans. In the study, sociologists Penny Edgell, Joseph Gerdes, and Douglas Hartman conducted a survey of American public opinion on attitudes towards different groups. 40% of respondents characterized atheists as a group that, quote, does not at all agree with my vision of American society, putting atheists well ahead of every other group, with the next highest being Muslims at 26% and homosexuals at 23%. When participants were asked whether they agreed with the statement, I would disapprove if my child wanted to marry a member of this group, atheists again led minorities with 48% disapproval, followed by Muslims and African Americans. Joe Foley, co-chairman of Campus Atheists and Secular Humanists, commented on the results. I know atheists aren't studied that much as a sociological group, but I guess atheists are one of the last groups remaining that's still socially acceptable to hate. A University of British Columbia study conducted in the U.S. found that the believers distrust atheists as much as they distrust rapists. The study also showed that atheists have lower employment prospects. Crazy. And I mean, growing up in an area that was like pretty much like 99% Catholic or whatever, me being like openly an atheist or whatever was definitely like a point of friction between myself and my classmates. I remember telling a guy that I was, and he compared me to the character in Albert Camus' The Stranger, who goes to his mother's funeral and does not cry. And he asked me if he said that if that happened to if my mom died, that he bet since I was an atheist, I would have the same reaction, that I would have no feelings towards it. I also would have like classmates asking me like what was stopping me from murdering people.
To a point, but at the same time, that is what the vote was, and it has come as a real political earthquake, not least everything to the Democrats themselves, who must be thinking, what the hell is happening here?
Yeah. And the Democratic Party is completely broken. We've tread this ground so many times. They're a vestige of a past. But I want to say that this isn't so much a vindication or endorsement of Mamdani as a flat-out rejection of Andrew Cuomo and everything he represents.
Dude, they have to spin it this way. There's a grain of truth to it, but trying to overemphasize the idea, overemphasize that is to try to ignore that, yes, he has organic excitement and a base of volunteers and people that were donating their time to help get him elected, and there was genuine enthusiasm. It wasn't just a referendum on Cuomo.
Okay.
Everyone from left to right sees him as a deeply corrupt individual who should never be anywhere near public office again.
Okay, well, listening to all this, I can delight to say Rudy Giuliani's been listening and actually didn't really want to leave us, so we've got Rudy back. Rudy, welcome back. So just to clarify...
This is like elder abuse.
By the way...
I don't know that my socials commands works, but I'm at straighteraider _ and everything, like my Twitter.
You and I have exchanged a lot of mean tweets. I want to apologize. I don't know. You blocked me. I think you were very angry. I just want to take this opportunity to extend an olive branch.
Wow. Okay, Rudy.
Well, I'm not aware of them. I wonder if they were as excessive as the original attack on me by I thought my friend there. Highly personal and really nasty.
Also, there's no way he runs his own Twitter, so it was some staffer that got annoyed.
It wasn't as bad as Cenk's,
but,
yeah.
But in any event, I mean, he's actually quoted. I have it here at 2 different events using the word "globalized" for the Intifada. Your candidate, Zohran, and then he weasels out of it by. Well, I mean, just go look at it as he was just told. I mean, try something like
Rudy,
reading.
you're missing the
So read
distinction.
it.
He doesn't say it, but he also doesn't condemn it.
He defends it. Is that a lot better? Just yesterday on Meet the Press, when he was speaking with Kristen Walker, he defended the phrase again. Come on, it looks really bad. It's not something you should say.
He doesn't use it. There's a difference.
He defends the
There's a
The key point is he doesn't condemn.
But if he did use it, who gives a fuck?
It is the point, right? So he doesn't
He tries to
condemn it, which
redefine
actually, in the modern
May I
climate,
just make the
for a New
point?
York
Can I
City potential mayor not to condemn
an
a
intelligent
phrase like
point. Can I
globalized
just make
intifada
it,
is a pretty
please?
big deal.
It's terrible. It's
Well,
damning.
the reality is he tries to redefine the Intifada as his own definition of the Intifada. It's not violent. Well, go tell that to the thousands of people that have been killed.
My boy Rudy, thumbs up. DK Steva in YouTube chat, you are lost if you think anybody here likes Rudy Giuliani.
Used to go to Israel in the late 90s and the early 2000s when Olmert was mayor. I've been in hospitals seeing girls whose faces were ripped apart by Hamas. There was an Intifada. There were 2 of them. It killed thousands of people.
He's been in hospitals whose faces, with women whose faces were ripped apart by Hamas. What?
And it has no other definition. And the guy's playing a sick communist game of double speak.
Not true either.
And Cenk, let me bring
communist games.
Hang on.
Zoran plays.
He's a total empty suit.
Let me bring Cenk back in, because another problem Mamdani may have as this goes on is he's on record as saying that he wants to defund the police. He's tried to distance himself from that, but he said it. He insisted that queer
It's true. Every time that Cuomo tried to bait him into talking about it at the debates, he wouldn't do it.
liberation means defund the police. I mean, again, the idea that somebody, maybe the mayor of New York, would actually have that as a quote on their record is pretty extraordinary. Is he going to be able to shake off these quotes like that, which to many New Yorkers would be complete anathema? And Rudy, when he was mayor of New York, famously the broken windows strategy of fixing the small stuff and police everywhere and empowering them and resourcing them and so on. And now you've got a guy who wants to defund the police.
You also accuse them.
I mean, you just acknowledge that he distanced himself from the phrase, and not just the phrase. If he makes no mention of it, if there's nothing on his campaign materials or his policy platform, on any of his website, if he doesn't campaign on it, can you really say that he still is in favor of that policy? All he said was he's not talked about defunding the police. What he did say was that he doesn't believe that the police budget needs to be increased. That's about it.
Being racist.
So just
he also accuses them of being racist when they are a non-majority police department. There's nothing racist about the New York City Police Department. The last time de Blasio did that, he got 2 cops killed, and that's what led to their turning their back on him. There was a riot in Baltimore, and de Blasio, like this other crazy communist, went out and said, "Oh, New York is racist too." And a guy came up from Baltimore and he shot 2 detectives, assassinated them 4 days later. And that's why the cops turned their back.
He lies so frequently, and he's just like Grandpa's going off on and back in my day, Sonny, totally lost.
Was to me
on that guy.
All right, check.
These people are dangerous, and they get people killed. And you know who gets killed? The black people get killed as a result. Yes, no. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Unlike during my tenure as mayor, where I did not. I didn't kill black people. I just helped encourage mass incarceration and stop and frisk and broken windows policing.
Let's not talk at once. Cenk, you go.
Okay, so a bunch of misnomers there. First of all, it was the highest voter turnout in a Democratic primary in a long time. I was part of the AOC campaign. We were counting on low voter turnout. Not in this case. The tide has changed. Younger people, like Geraldo said, are voting for change, and middle class is voting for change. So you guys play word games. But now to the main question that Piers was asking. Look, there's some of his policies that I don't agree with. I don't agree with defund the police. I wouldn't have had government-run grocery stores at the top of my list. I just wouldn't have, right? And I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I just wouldn't have prioritized it.
He like physically cringed over having to hear of a policy that he's not comfortable with.
So free buses, that's super interesting. I want to see how it works. These are not my policies, but the Democrats in New York elected him, and so let's let him give it a shot, right? So in terms of, defunding the police.
Normalize Mamdani's policies. Yeah, forget globalize the intifada. People should just be, every time that's brought up, people should just pivot to saying normalize Mamdani's policies.
Again, let's be careful, and he is careful. He at least says it the right way. I don't like the phrase at all, but what he's talking about is moving some portion of the money towards social services. So
I agree with Cenk. I don't like the phrase, but I obviously agree with the underlying policy. But if the phrase is not effective, then you should drop the phrase.
You could say, I don't want to try that. That's fine. You've got a general election coming up. But a lot of his economic policies are for change. That's the third issue that I mentioned, Piers, in the beginning. And so overall, I'm for change. I'm against the establishment. So if this brother wants to try the grocery stores, he wants to try free buses, etc., let him take a shot at it. We've already seen what the establishment has to offer, and it's nothing but pulp. It's driven this country into the ground. I don't want another Cuomo. I don't want another Adams. I want change.
I want to ask Geraldo actually first, then come to you, Lindy, because it's interesting actually that what Cenk just said, because the conservative writer Rod Dreher likened Mamdani's win to Trump.
Why are we quoting Rod Dreher? Rod Dreher's a fucking lolcow.
He said New York
Mr. Benedict option.
Left-wing voters, quotes, lashed out against what they regard as a failed liberal establishment, electing a charismatic populist who promised a clear break with the past. We on the right can shake our heads and laugh at how dumb New York liberals and progressives were to choose a candidate as politically inexperienced and radical as Mamdani, but don't miss that this was also a referendum on the Democratic Party itself. And, I do remember, Geraldo, when in 2015...
If we use his logic, 3,000 people died in one day when Rudy Giuliani was mayor. Fuck, I wish Cenk had, seized on that. It's true.
Donald Trump came down the famous...
You can, personally blame any tragedy on the mayor at that time or whatever, or like whoever was in charge. Sure.
Elevator saying, I'm going to run for president. Everyone mocking and laughing and saying he's got no experience. This is a ridiculous candidate, quoting all sorts of incendiary things he'd said before, blah, 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 blah. And he won. And he's now won again. So is it mad?
That should be the new thing. Instead of Bush did 9/11, just Giuliani did 9/11.
Democrats to actually go for a young, kind of their version of Trump?
I think will, in New York at least, mostly be affected by people's wallets, by people's pocketbooks. There is no way that the middle class, the upper middle class, the strivers, the hard workers, the college-educated business creators, there's no way that they're going to tolerate more...
The business creators, the job creators.
Tax, more income tax. And to think that you're going to have free transit, and free food and free housing, free everything. There's no such thing as a free lunch.
Who the fuck do you think you are thinking that your taxpayer money was going to go to something that personally benefited you? That's not what it's for. It's for the Pentagon and defense budgets and spending and all of that crap. You entitled fucking millennial with your matcha latte and iPhone, right? Right, Grandpa? Is that the spiel you're going to give?
Goodness, haven't we learned? There's no way to have socialism in a city that needs that needs the vibrancy of Wall Street to create the jobs. It's not just the brokers it's the grocery guy on the corner of Wall Street.
Sorry, since we are talking about a mayoral race instead of a national race, let me amend it then. What he thinks, it's unrealistic for you to expect that you could get public transit or a rent freeze or something that a politician could promise something directly to you. Okay, because that money is going to be reserved for what? Again, in his perfect world, it would be further militarizing the police. It wouldn't be the defense budget. In the local case, it would be militarizing the police. It would be giving giveaways to contractors and to venture capitalists to attract them to come to New York City, even though you don't need to give any sort of tax incentives or giveaways to multimillionaire venture capitalists that are going to come to do business in one of the largest economies in the world. That's what he thinks is realistic.
Uber driver, et cetera, et cetera. If you take the tax base of New York and attack it anymore, it will be a failed city like so many others. And it's the last thing. We have to embrace the police. We have to embrace the job creators. We have to try to lower taxes in the richer, whiter neighborhoods so they don't go to Scarsdale and other communities, upscale communities that don't tax nearly as much. And in terms of the cops, my goodness, I voted for.
I mean, it's like a fucking win-win. Nobody cares. I don't think most people in New York City are like, there just aren't enough corporations here or rich people. They're fine with capital flight, but that's not even how it works. You can do business in New York City without physically being located there. Or living, or having your residence there, or your headquarters there. They're like fear-mongering about a thing of the past that like you're assuming that voters care. Like his pitch is like, I know that you thought Zohran Mamdani promising you policies that would are supposed to directly economically benefit you, but what if I told you that it would scare off real estate agents and billionaires from New York City? That's supposed to be like the drawback to it.
And Bloomberg before him, and the change in the city over those 5 terms was extraordinary. It was a functioning, workable, integrated city where the goals and the dreams of socialists were realized with the fruits of capitalism. So I think that this kid is way
the goals
way
and
off
the
mark,
dreams
but I
of
also
socialists.
believe that if all these people run on independent lines, as promised now, Eric Adams, Andrew Cuomo, Curtis Lewa, he could win.
Yeah.
You could have the first young Muslim, mayor of the biggest Jewish city in North America. It could happen, and it could happen particularly if the sore of Gaza continues to.
It could happen to you. It could happen to you, like a fucking Muslim mayor coming towards you.
To deep.
Yeah, I think you're right. Lindy.
By the way, wouldn't that be beautiful, guys?
Well, actually, it would be an amazing thing. It would be an amazing thing. And I actually thought Cenk, that the way Geraldo framed it earlier, that hundreds of young Jewish people, male and female, who actually do not share the view that you just, of their parents and grandparents, that you have to have just blind, devoted loyalty to Israel, particularly if its government is behaving in the way that it's currently behaving in Gaza.
And they voted for a Muslim mayor. And isn't that a beautiful thing about America? I mean, isn't that a beautiful thing?
What if I told you electing Mamdani would ensure Peter Thiel never moved to NYC? It's like, I'm already convinced. You don't have to keep trying to sell Zohran on me. I'm already a supporter.
About America, that we don't care about religion, that young Jewish voters and young Christian and Muslim voters vote for a Muslim candidate because they believe in his economic message and his message of justice. That's what America is supposed to be all about, that we forget about this race and religion stuff and vote on the substance.
You talk about him implementing change, but all of his promises are lies. When we can go through and debunk every single one. For example, he says he wants to offer free buses, but guess what's going to happen then? If you don't charge anything for buses, there's no funding for transportation coming in.
Did you know that nothing's actually free, and that when he says free, he means use the taxes? No way, Lindy, you're blowing my mind here.
So how are you going to maintain your infrastructure fleet? And if you control rent, the supply of housing is going to decrease and the quality will decrease as well. And most importantly, though, who's going to pay for it? When the governor of New York herself, Kathy Hochul, vowed that she would not be raising taxes. So every single thing he said was actually a lie. Either he knew it or he doesn't. I don't know which is better. Is it deception
it's not a lie.
Well, I just told you. I gave
Lindy,
you 3 examples of things that could just cannot happen because the governor is not raising taxes. He can't operate in a vacuum. Okay, not everyone is a communist. You have to partner with other people in the government and collaborate.
Communism is when you want to raise the taxes by like 2%. That's communism, baby.
It's a whole of government approach.
So,
it's not
Lindy,
a microcosm.
Zohran Mamdani said, I'd like there to be free public transit. It's going to be a 2% tax on New Yorkers to be able to afford this program, but overall it's going to be cheaper than what you're paying now for public transportation. And Lindy Lee said, what are you, a socialist? What are you, a communist?
You're saying you disagree with his approach, but to say that it's a lie doesn't make sense. No, he really does want free buses, and he has a plan for free buses. Now, you can say, hey, I don't think that plan is going to work, and I think it's going to have negative consequences. Well, good news. Let's hope we're about to find out, okay?
Well,
and maybe you're wrong. Maybe the free buses totally work out, and in fact, there are different ways to finance it.
I think he went into the campaign knowing that he was offering false promises to the New York people. Another thing that I find extremely alarming is saying that he said his ultimate goal is to seize the means of production. That is something straight out of Animal Farm right there. It has no place in the United States of America.
I like that. She's mixing it up. Usually they go just straight for this is I guess she can't say wrong think, because in this case the wrong think would be her would be what? That you said the means of production, like you're gonna get after him, so she has to reference Animal Farm? Why not just say the Soviet Union? Animal Farm is referencing like the Soviet Union. What?
He's got a lot of quotes.
But yes, he did say that. There's like an old video of him saying that.
His track record. I want to pivot just before we finish this. Rudy, I want to talk to you about Donald Trump, because you could argue the last 2 or 3 weeks have been the best, really, of his entire time as president, first and second term combined. You've got this extraordinary strike on Iran's nuclear capabilities and a ceasefire coming when people did not anticipate that happening so quickly. He's got NATO to stump up to 5%.
Okay, here's what he said. So the scary Muslim man, he's in intergalactic space.
What the purpose is about this entire project, it's not simply to raise class consciousness, but to win socialism. And obviously raising class consciousness is a critical part of that. But making sure that we have candidates that both understand that and are willing to put that forward at every which moment that they have, at every which opportunity that they're given. We have to continue to elect more socialists. And we have to ensure that we are unapologetic about our socialism. There are also other issues that we firmly believe in, whether it's BDS, right, or whether it's the end goal of ceasing the means of production, where we do not have the same level of support at this very moment. And what I want to say is that it is critical that in the way that we organize, in the way that we set up our work and our priorities, that we do not leave any one issue for the other, that we do not meet a moment and only look at what people are ready for, but that we are doing both of these things in tandem. Because it is critical for us to both meet people where they're at and to also organize for what is correct and for what is right, and to ensure that over time we can bring people to that issue. The ramifications of victory here is the difference between life and death for so many of our brothers, sisters, and family beyond the binary across this borough of Queens. It's the difference between having cash bail anymore or not. It's the difference between having sex work be decriminalized and not.
Oh, yeah.
And with every battle that we fight as socialists, we need to remember what the stakes are and ground ourselves in them and why those stakes are important and critical to us as individuals.
Extremely based. Thank you for sharing. You're supposed to be scared of this LARP that he did on a Zoom conference like a few years ago in like college or whatever with this fucking ridiculous background. Very cool. Thank you. That's adorable. I would not argue that. What was I saying? What was I arguing when you put that puppy punch up? Oh, isn't Animal Farm an allegory for the Soviet Union?
Percent of GDP on individual spending, a massive win.
But I've been out of high school for like a decade, so I could be wrong. It's when I last read it.
In court, of course. Peace deal in Africa. He brought peace between India and Pakistan when that was flaring up. He's moving hard to try and get peace in Gaza. He's moving hard to try and get peace in Ukraine. If we end up at the end of the year and there is peace in Ukraine, there is peace in Gaza, and all the other things I've mentioned here, not to mention the southern border has pretty much stopped now having anyone coming over illegally, and the economy, if that is purring away as well, given that
it's not pretty much stopped. It's just dropped significantly. Hold on. There was like Axios, Trump, border encounters, maybe. March 4th, 2025, border crossings plunged to lowest levels in decades. New data. The number of migrants illegally crossing the U.S. southern border plummeted in February to the lowest level seen in decades, according to internal data obtained by Axios. Crossings have been trending down for several months, driven by policies on either side of the U.S.-Mexico border. Experts say there's push and pull factors that impact this outside of just Trump's immigration policy. But the numbers have plunged since Trump began implementing and broadcasting his sweeping immigration crackdown. The invasion of our country is over, Trump wrote in a Saturday Truth Social post celebrating the decline. The drop represents an overlap of Trump's sweeping changes in policy and rhetoric with trends that began months before he returned to the White House, said the Migration Policy Institute's Colleen Putzel-Kavanaugh, who closely tracks border data. Border Patrol recorded around 8,300 apprehensions of migrants who crossed the border unlawfully between ports of entry in February, according to the data obtained by Axios. In January, according to CBP stats, Border Patrol recorded some 29,100 encounters, down from around 47,300 the month prior. So, and all that took was, what? No more due process, black bagging random people, masked ICE agents. Yeah, no shit. Nobody wants to fucking immigrate to this country if that's going to be the fucking standards around here, for one. Two, the other thing is that he just said
market's pretty.
They're like,
the southern border.
They've stopped entirely.
Stopped now having anyone coming over.
I'd hardly call 23,000 attempted border crossings to be like, that's zero. But okay.
And the economy, if that is purring away as well, given that the stock market is pretty much back where it was before the tariff war started, so he's obviously pleasing the markets. If you put all that together, this could be a stunning, successful year for Trump.
Well, there's a lot of ifs, but they're all ifs that he's aiming toward. And I think people, because of their insanity about him, haven't recognized that there's a different Donald Trump since Butler County. Much more serious, much more concerned about the future, much more concerned about life and death, and frankly, much more spiritual.
Yeah.
It's a different Donald Trump than the one Geraldo and you and I grew up with.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Cenk, I mean, putting aside the fact you can't stand him, do you acknowledge he's had a lot of wins?
Look, I give credit.
Rudy.
I asked, sorry, Grandpa, I was talking to Cenk, not you. Jesus.
That one's for me too. Yeah.
Well, I know
so,
there's
look, I give
noise
credit where
behind
credit
it,
is
I'm sorry.
due.
Yeah, give him credit.
On some things. So, look, I think that the budget bill's a disaster. I think that it's going to pass and it's going to create $4 trillion deficit. And they always give away
is Cenk about to post cringe
for the rich and then go, oh, golly gee, I don't know how we wound up with such a big debt. It's because of Republicans who passed these.
A week ago, it was reported there were 59,000 people being held. That's 140% capacity, the most ever held, apparently. Yeah, that's the thing, is that, like, okay, border crossings are down, but what's up? What's up is that the amount of people that have been detained has skyrocketed. Due process has been absolutely fucking eroded to be able to even seize that many people off the fucking streets to put them into these detention centers. It's incredibly expensive to do this. And they're not even getting criminals. The majority of who they're arresting is like non-violent offenders or have no violent 65% of people taken by ICE had no convictions. 93% had no violent convictions. Because in order to get it's like 3,000, I think. The White House has ordered ICE to meet an unreasonable quota of 3,000 arrests per day, a target they were nowhere near achieving as of June 14th. Agents are complaining about how the quota is undermining public safety in interviews with conservative outlets like the New York Post and Washington Examiner. And the reason why they're going for these people, or like the people that they're picking up, are not even violent criminals, is because they have quotas that they have to meet. And the people that are going to be the most readily available for you to fucking black bag off the street and detain and throw into like a fucking ICE gulag are going to be people that were complying with the law, people that were actually going to their immigration check-ins and whatnot.
These giant tax cuts. And I can go, and I don't like Marines in the streets. There's a million things that I criticize Donald Trump on that, and he deserves that criticism. But the proof's going to be in the pudding, all right? So if he walks back all the tariffs, as he's in the middle of doing now, he closes the border, and this is the critical part. If he gets a two-state solution, which just sounds so unbelievable, right? But if he gets that to happen, then there's no way that you could stop his popularity. Because at that point, he will be a peace president. He probably will win a Nobel Peace Prize. And it'll cement his legacy. And there's nothing that anybody can do about it. But that's a giant if, right?
Sure.
But if he allows Israel, which is much more likely, if he allows Israel to continue the slaughter in Gaza, he continues having them agitate for war.
The budget bill allocates a concerning amount of money to ICE and more concentration camps. Oh, yeah. I mean, the Cato Institute was saying $1 billion. Hold on, Cato. Who is not some like bleeding heart liberal. We fucking love. It was maybe 1 trillion. Hold on. How much was it? Let's not get crazy. When built like Cato Institute mass deportation program costs. No, it was $1 trillion. Yeah. Deportations add almost $1 trillion in cost to the big beautiful bill. Like when you actually factor in all of the different ways. All of the different economic impacts and ramifications of trying to mass deport huge swaths of the population that the United States economy depends on to function. Yes, that is the cost. That's not, and like even not taking that outside of it, this is how much money is like already devoted to immigration and border. This is how much spending is devoted to it and dwarfs all the other agencies. And this is not even factoring in that the big beautiful bill will add $167 billion in funds for ICE. That's with the fact that they were already bloated.
War in Iran, and he continues with the tariffs, he continues with Marines in the streets and National Guard in the streets, et cetera, then he's going to continue to be more and more unpopular. So the jury is very much out right now.
All right, Geraldo, I thought Rudy hit on something there. Rudy has slipped off into the night, I think, but thank you. Unexpected bonus to have him return. The thing he said, though, about Trump being a changed man since the assassination.
Why did that happen? Why did he come and go?
I've definitely detected that when I've talked to him. I also think he's a man who got a second lease at life.
Rudy Giuliani is so talented. If I click that, is it going to be the video of Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani in drag?
Second lease of the presidency, and he's on a mission, a real fast-track mission to get stuff done, because he knows come the midterms that things may slow down. He might get paralyzed in terms of his ability to get stuff through. So he's on a mission in these first 2 years, I think, to get as much done as he possibly can, and to do it in a pretty blunt and often quite savage way, because he knows from his first term that if you don't do that, you won't get stuff done.
Well, I think I agree and disagree. I disagree because I believe that his draconian policies toward undocumented immigrants in this country, not the border's fine, seal the border, but the people who are here, who have proven to be law-abiding and hard-working and God-fearing and family-oriented, what they are living in terror now. I'll tell you right now, Piers, I've never seen anything like it, particularly Hispanic. It hits close to home. It is you can't find workers now. Service people. The Hamptons are in panic over
Oh my God! For 2 seconds, I thought he was going to be an actual human being and talking about the humanitarian aspect, the humanitarian aspect of this crisis related to the mass deportations. But no, what about the Hamptons are panicking, you guys? That's his pitch for why you should be concerned about mass deportation. Who's going to serve the white people in the country clubs in the richer parts of this country?
Affluent holiday spa in the eastern end of Long Island now. Can't find Mexicans to come and work there. It's shocking and it's awful.
It's devastating. It's shocking and awful that the rich assholes at the local country club can't find somebody to can't find a Mexican to take the garbage out. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Very cool.
Briefly, he's been always extremely easy to underestimate. He has all kinds of enemies everywhere he turns, but he has gone through the list of achievements that you listed. There is so impressive. It's historic, and he's a slam dunk, I think, for the Nobel Prize, particularly if he get Gaza and Ukraine. If he can figure those out, then God bless him, he deserves it, absolutely.
Yeah, Lindy, I thought Geraldo made a
Nobel
good point.
Peace Prize for Donald Trump.
The deportation policy, why they didn't stick to what they originally said they were going to start with, which is just kick all the criminals out, because that seemed to have universal support. Excuse me, support. If you were here undocumented in America and you committed a crime, that's it, you're gone. Everyone would have cheered that.
As a naturalized U.S. citizen that fled communism, here's why I support mass deportations against Mexicans.
It's the fact that they've expanded it very quickly, and they've let people sort of slip through the net where it clearly looks unfair or there's a lack of due process. That's now become to dominate the narrative.
Piers, I think I'm going to say something that will probably surprise you. I don't think he's gone hard enough on immigration. I think he should do more. I think anyone who comes to this country illegally should not be here. As a naturalized American myself, I'm extremely pissed off that millions of people have just stormed across the southern border willy-nilly, completely.
She didn't load him like she usually does, but as a naturalized U.S. citizen,
desecrating our laws and our immigration system. How is that fair? And I think that's one of the reasons why Democrats lost, because they don't realize how many.
Hey, my parents did it the right way by being wealthy doctors. That's all you have to do.
Americans who came here as immigrants, they pissed off by coddling these illegal aliens.
But what about Geraldo's point that already people are struggling now because so many people are being deported and there's a terror of being deported? And there's clearly a qualitative difference between somebody who's in the country illegally, who commits a crime, and somebody who maybe came over 10 years ago, 12 years ago, has had kids in America, has got a job, is paying taxes. These are two different cases, aren't they?
So we should triage, but they also broke our laws. What is the point of having laws if they're just broken? Okay, if we just have a sensible system, if you want to come to America, you got to be able.
By triage, again, what she says is like, that's not a bug. That's a feature. That's the intentional. That you have Stephen Miller going out and saying they need to go to Home Depots. They need to get more brown people off the streets effectively.
Able to contribute to the success of this country.
Let me get one second.
All right, let's let Geraldo respond.
My family.
Like Miller's priority was not even criminals. It was like, why aren't you going for like the average Joe Schmo? That was what led to the protests in LA.
My family and I came here. I came to this amazing country.
God bless your family. Said it all
we
of
never
our
took a
families.
handout.
God
I'm
bless
still
them.
talking.
42% of our agricultural workers are undocumented. And nobody disagrees with that statistic. 42% of the people who till our fields, who reap our crops, who feed us, 42% are undocumented. They're not the tabloid 1 in a million who commits a heinous crime.
My point is that we should triage. Yes, Pierce, that we should prioritize the criminals, but anyone who comes here illegally does not have a right to be in this country.
No, of course, but the problem with that is that there are apparently up to 80 million people who are undocumented in the United States. You're going to throw them all out? I mean, that seems to me.
There is something so attractive about how evil right-wing female commenters are, not going to lie. Do I need to put you in like horny jail? You guys are insane.
We should triage. We don't have the resources to throw them all out, but my personal view is that you should be respectful to the laws and regulations.
I don't disagree with that, but I do think you can't throw out 80 million people, particularly in a country, Cenk, which is founded on immigrants. Cenk.
I hate that that's the pitch that you have to make to people to oppose the mass deportation program. Is not like these are fucking human beings, dude, and their transgression is about as serious legally as you getting a fucking speeding ticket. You realize that as far as them crossing, like, overstaying a visa or coming in through a port of entry that they weren't supposed to, but they come here, they pay taxes, they don't actually reap any fucking benefits for it. They're not protected by like labor standards or OSHA, and they're like, and yet they prop up the US economy. But you're gonna turn your nose up at that because of the wrong skin color or they have an accent. And this bitch, especially when she's fucking Chinese and she like talks all the time about, I'm a naturalized US citizen. Like, be so fucking for real. But you shouldn't have to front load it with like they're important to the economy or whatever. And like a just world, that wouldn't be relevant.
Yeah. So I'm also
like if you want to move to this country, you should be allowed to.
My citizen, and my family came here because we love this country. And if you saw America the way that I see it, I think you'd love it even more. So I get it that people are frustrated that people are coming in illegally, but they didn't come here. The great majority of them didn't come here for anything but economic opportunity for their families. So look, people want to close the border. And Trump has done a good job of closing the border. Credit where credit is due. That is what people voted for. But I think Joe Rogan is right. They did not, and I think Geraldo's right. They did not vote for ICE to go in the middle of the country.
And he's referencing that Joe Rogan was saying, like, I don't know if this is what Americans wanted. Let me see if I put Joe mass deportations, maybe. Although Joe Rogan will make this criticism and then turn around and go right back to supporting Trump. They'll be like, oh, I don't know, this is a little bit too far. And then within the same program or broadcast or the next day, it's like, oh, look at this based and epic thing that Trump said on Truth Social.
ICE raids are fucking nuts, man. Watching this protest on television, it's like...
You think the raids are nuts?
All of it's nuts.
Yeah,
I
think both sides are taking it a little too hard.
Well...
Both sides, yeah, both sides.
I don't think if the Trump administration, if they're running and they said, we're going to go to Home Depot and we're going to arrest all the people at Home Depot, we're going to go to construction sites and we're going to just like tackle people at constructions. I don't think anybody would have signed up for that. They said, we're going to get rid of the criminals and the gang members first, right? And now we're seeing like Home Depots get raided. Like that's crazy.
But there's no, that's the other thing. The reason why there's this bait and switch is because there just aren't that many violent criminals that are undocumented in the United States. Documented, like this, it's a total fiction to begin with. And it's like a false premise to assume that they're all criminals, or there's like a large contingent of like criminal immigrants when there aren't.
In the middle of our cities and uproot people that have been here 10 years, 20 years, that are doing super hard work. We should have a reasonable, sane immigration policy where we have a pathway to citizenship. We should acknowledge that we need these workers and we should get them decent wages and a decent policy, by the way, and close the border. Do it right. Instead, what's happening now is we have undocumented immigration mainly because of corporate power. They want to be able to pay these guys less. They want to be able to use their work and not give them the right credit for it, or, by the way, use their work instead of Americans and not pay them the proper wages. Okay. So the real problem is corporate rule, and that's why we can't get to it.
But I would love to see you demonstrate.
Just like, I love this, like the diversity we have going on here. advocating for like stricter immigration policies. We've got the naturalized U.S. citizen who's born in China. We have Geraldo Rivera, who's Hispanic, and then Cenk, who's Turkish.
The same sympathy.
Who all support different degrees of like immigration policies that would crack down on all of, and like even like he's saying pathway to citizenship or something like that, but that's like you're still saying that you want to discourage immigration.
The victims of the rapes and the murders committed by illegal aliens, by the millions of people that Biden let into
Can I address that real quick?
Unvetted.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, natural-born citizens are the most violent, most.
Just because a country was founded by immigrants doesn't mean you need to allow endless amounts of migration. Okay, but they have a right. What I'm saying is that they have a right to come here and ask for asylum or to try to become U.S. citizens. You have the right to choose the sovereign that you live under or the state that you want to be in. Decent wages for foreign workers, like Cenk says, will directly mean lower wages for Americans. This is a lie. This is a myth. This is not even true. It's an operative citation for that. That I hear this lie repeated constantly. It's not true that they depress wages domestically. Also, capitalists don't need that they scapegoat immigrants and say that's why they're paying you less, but they pay you less because they can get away with paying you less.
Most criminal.
But like a capitalist is responsible for lower wages for Americans, not the poorest people in the fucking country.
Group in the country compared to undocumented immigrants and naturalized citizens. So naturalized citizens like me and Lindy are 4 times safer. We commit only a quarter of the crime on average. Undocumented. Hold on, let me finish. It's almost over. An undocumented immigrant.
Bernie Sanders even said that immigration is a Koch brother plot to push down wages. So you think that I wouldn't agree with Bernie Sanders? That I'm beyond like disagreeing with Bernie Sanders. I know that he feels this way. I know he's like more of a like a protectionist when it comes to trade or whatever. Like you don't need to embrace these sorts of policies or whatever. If you're concerned about wages, the issue is that like when you look at neoliberals like Reagan and you look at the things that they were advocating for as far as like the free and flow migration of labor, what they are talking about is what he was talking about is creating like this cheap labor base for capitalists to leech off of. But then from there, the solution should be that you bring them in line with American living standards and workplace standards and incorporate them into the United States. It should not be this class of people that you exploit. And Cenk's thinking that like, oh, well, that's never going to change, so you have to close the border. You don't have to close the border.
Commit half the crime of natural-born citizens. So does that mean we should kick out the natural-born citizens or natural-born citizens?
Tell that to Lincoln Riley, by the way, who's no longer
the number
alive.
of criminals are small in each one of those categories. And demagoguing about criminality when on average undocumented immigrants commit half the crime of the people that are born here is just demagoguery.
The one thing I would like
driving towards
we got to wrap up, I'm afraid.
If you're an immigrant in this country,
Lindy, I'm going to wrap it. I'm sorry.
You should not be committing any crimes.
Well, I agree with that. But what I would say is the one thing
it's not because you're a guest that you shouldn't be committing crimes. You just shouldn't be committing crimes, period.
Would like it part of all this. I would like someone like me who's lived and worked in
also,
America.
like, how are you supposed to become a guest when the immigration system that we have now like to be a legal guest, according to Lindy, when you're not even okay with people even attempting to apply for citizenship in this country. When you're supporting the mass deportation program that is in flagrant violation of all of these residents' rights to due process in an immigration court. Do I really think that this person who supports that is also actually on board with like, oh, I just want them to come the right way? They've completely dropped that pretext. Now that's what Cenk is saying. Like, people need to like come the right way or whatever, and we need to close the border. He's the one still advocating but he looks moderate in comparison to what Lindy Lee here is pushing for.
American has a home there for 20 years now. I would like to be described as something else on my visa other than exceptional alien. I think there's something very unfriendly
You're
about the description of me as an. I mean, I like to think I'm exceptional. It's the word alien really pisses me off.
You're my favorite exceptional.
Can we all agree that you could have more friendly terminology for people like me? Thank you.
That's for sure.
I'll take that as a yes.
Unless
guys,
you're from Mars. Yes.
Thank you all very much. I really appreciate the panel, and to Rudy, who came and went like a ghost in the night, but it was great to have him. Thank you all very much.
Like the ghost of Christmas past, like a little ghoul. If you're watching me on Twitch, you should go ahead and subscribe to me if you want to get access to an ad-free experience and also cute emotes, or you can gift subs to other chatters and give them the lovely, lovely gift of what I just outlined. If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream if you haven't already, or subscribe to me. That way you can know when I go live. And if you want to support me, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or in my description box on YouTube. And I'm at __ on everything. But in the meantime, we are going to do... What's next? So I want to see this Benny Johnson video that's going viral. He like says AOC is a fraud. This shit has like almost like over 1 million views in a day. So for some background, I investigated where AOC is really from. What we found will stun you. The biggest fraud in Congress. So this is 1.3 million views practically in a day. Traveled to AOC's hometown. It's not what she says she is. I already know we're gonna have to have AOC's Wikipedia page pulled up to fucking fact check this shit. Let's get Benny Johnson. So I had no, even though he is like a large conservative commentator, didn't know about this guy until the Tenet media scandal. So this little dude was taking how much money? Let's see. Yeah, in August 2024, 2 Russian state media employees were charged with secretly funding almost $10 million to a Tennessee company for the production of political videos to benefit Russia by influencing the United States. The company's description matches that of Tenet Media, which had employed Johnson and other right-wing influencers, with him responding that, quote, myself and other influencers were victims in this alleged scheme. With the request being made for him to produce content for a quote-unquote media startup, and that he had a, quote, standard arm's-length deal, which was later terminated. This is the only reason why I know who this guy is. Apparently, what is his viewership like? But he has worked for BuzzFeed till he was fired for plagiarism, I learned today on Twitter. But contributed to Breitbart, then The Blaze, another conservative rag. BuzzFeed, National Review, right-wing rag. He was digital director for them. Then he joined the Independent Journal Review as a creative content contributor. Then he was terminated yet again. And then 2019, he was the chief creative officer at TP USA. This is Charlie Kirk's joint. And 2020, a host of Newsmax. He runs 3 channels, Benny Johnson, Benny on the Block, and Benny Brews, and hosts a podcast called The Benny Show. This dude loves his own name. In August 2017, Johnson wrote an article containing the most controversial tweets of what he thought was the Boston Antifa Twitter account, but it was actually a fake account intended to lampoon Antifa. Fucking moron. Initially, an editorial note was added, and the article was later removed. Very cool. So let's see what this man investigated.
Yo, what's up, guys? Welcome to the Bronx. This is where AOC says she's from. And this is where AOC is actually from. Welcome to Yorktown, the business hamlet of Yorktown Heights. There's mansions everywhere. It's beautiful, it's green, it's pristine, it's clean. And they even have a Christopher Columbus Society. I thought AOC got all those statues ripped down. Some structural racism right here in AOC's hometown. Today we're going to investigate the biggest lie in all of politics, the fraud of AOC. Let's go. This is the Bronx. The Bronx is a gritty, working-class, hardscrabble, historic borough of New York City. AOC is a communist who represents the Bronx in Congress.
Oh, come on. If you're going to do the AI, it has to at least kind of look like her.
Working-class, hardscrabble, historic borough of New York City. AOC is a communist who...
Dude, this doesn't even fucking look like her. Although, love the aesthetic.
Who represents the Bronx in Congress.
Our girl, she's AOC.
Not just a rising star in the Democrat Party, she is the Democrat Party. Clearly preparing for a 2028 run, AOC is breaking fundraising records and filling stadiums to hype her Bronx girl persona.
I'm a girl from the Bronx.
AOC won her seat in Congress in 2018 by attacking her establishment Democrat opponent as not being sufficiently from the Bronx.
That a Democrat who takes corporate money, doesn't live here, doesn't send his kids to our schools, doesn't drink our water, cannot possibly represent us.
AOC reflexively repeats that she's from the Bronx and a Bronx girl.
I speak like a girl from the block.
And again.
I grew up first generation in the Bronx.
And again.
Girls from the Bronx are welcome everywhere.
So often that it's almost a pathology. In fact, AOC just pulled the Bronx girl card again this week, responding to President Trump, saying she would eat a Queens boy like Donald Trump for breakfast.
I don't think he knows how to deal with a girl from the Bronx.
Something's very wrong here. What functional adult repeats where they're from this often? Someone who's lying. And here's the dirty little secret.
Why the fuck would you ever mention where you were born and where you were growing up, where you grew up? He must be a fucking liar.
AOC is not actually from the Bronx. Since AOC was an infant, her family has lived in a beautiful little hamlet called Yorktown Heights. This little town is the opposite of AOC's gritty, downtrodden, working-class persona. It's clean and beautiful and safe. The neighborhood that AOC grew up in is well off, leafy, and manicured. AOC went to elementary, middle, and high school here. She graduated from Yorktown.
Okay, so let's see. So the big expose is that she's like not... It is things that you can find readily on her Wikipedia page. Ocasio-Cortez was born in the New York City borough of the Bronx on October 13th, 1989, the daughter of Sergio Ocasio-Roman and Blanca Ocasio-Cortez. She has a younger brother named Gabriel. Her father was born in the Bronx to a Puerto Rican family and became an architect. Her mother was born in Puerto Rico. The family lived in an apartment in the Bronx neighborhood of Parkchester until Ocasio-Cortez was 5 when they moved to a house in suburban Yorktown Heights. She said her family raised enough money to buy a small home so there she could go to school, and that her mother worked as a house cleaner in the town. Living large, her mom, being a fucking house cleaner. AOC attended Yorktown High School, graduating in 2007. Anything notable happened here? Other than the fact that AOC is from it, doesn't seem like it. Whoa, look at this school. Height of privilege over here, folks. Looks like a standard U.S. public school. High school and college, she went by the name of Sandy Ocasio. She came in second in the microbiology category of like a science fair. Other stuff. Okay. Apparently, again, early career after college, she moved back to the Bronx and took a job as a bartender and waitress to help her mother, who is a house cleaner and a school bus driver. Again, living large. Her mom was a bus driver, you guys. This is the face of privilege and a liar, obviously. Fight foreclosure of their home. She later launched Brook Avenue Press, a now defunct publishing firm, for books that portrayed the Bronx in a positive light. Also worked for a nonprofit, National Hispanic Institute. I'm sure she was raking it in a fucking nonprofit, obviously.
Town High, where she went by the name Sandy Cortez. And then she graduated Boston University with an economics degree. Since AOC is about to run for president, we thought it would be important to...
AKA technically from the Bronx. I mean, like, not even technically. If she was raised or if she was born there, raised there for part of her childhood, and then returns there for college or whatever, where she's, like, helping her mom fight for foreclosure, who was, like, a housekeeper and a school bus driver.
To investigate the town that gave America its most famous communist. This is not the Bronx. As you can see here, this is the leafy, beautiful Parkway suburbs. Is that a golf course? Oh, it's gorgeous. What a pleasant and wonderful drive. I feel like I'm on my way to Pleasantville. Very much looking forward to finding out where AOC is from. After a 90-minute drive from New York City, we finally got to Yorktown Heights. Check out this beautiful entry to the city. Trees lining the road, some mansions, some beautifully manicured lawns, American flags. It's just like an awesome place to be from. You get out of the car and you find something like this. Welcome to the capitalist horrors of AOC's Yorktown Heights Patriot State Park. You can see here a Veterans Memorial Circle that's been beautifully tended and groomed with a lot of American flags and a lot of honor for
our... What a cultural appropriator. She even worked hourly jobs to pretend she's one of us. That's how committed she was to the LARP, is that she literally took a minimum wage job, you guys, to be able to say that she was a bartender and worked a minimum wage job, clearly. Biggest fraud in Congress.
Our great nation. Really just a terrifying place to grow up here. I hear that there are miles of luscious trails going through the forest here. Boy, you can understand why you'd become a communist growing up in a hood like this. Capitalist swine trying to sell me rhubarb at this beautiful Meadows Farm farmers market. That, like,
Soviet Union music for some reason.
They just want my money, my capitalist dollars. I'm not gonna let them do it, because I'm an angry Marxist, right? Now, this is what blackpills someone like AOC, right? The fresh pies, the fresh fruit and vegetables, You know?
Like, it looks like a nice area, but he's trying to portray it like she's from, like, this, like, a zip code where, like, the median income is, like, $400,000 or something like that. This looks like a standard, just, like, suburban town in the United States, no?
Could you imagine growing up
like it's not super dilapidated and run down, but it's also not incredibly upscale or whatever. And the fact that they're using, like, this highly cinematic camera to, like, zoom in on, like, a nicer part of it, again, still, it's like it's still not looking like excessively extravagant or anything like that.
This hell on earth. Have they ever tried to apologize to AOC? Look at that. No trash, no graffiti, yellow school buses. Disgusting. Okay, so safe, so clean. AOC grew up here. Now you can understand. Okay, you can understand where the radicalization comes from. It's too nice. Look at that beautiful that flagpole right there. Just makes your blood boil.
This, you know what is really pissing me off, though, is that this Russian propagandist is not even from Russia, you guys. He's not even an authentic Russian propagandist. He was getting money from a company that was based in Tennessee, and he's lived here his whole fucking life. Who's gonna do the expose?
Let's see what new horrors await us around the corner. This is where AOC got the idea for the Green New Deal. That's what we'd all be driving in if AOC got her way. Do you understand? She grew up with the horse and buggy. That's what she wants us to go back to. Get it? You gotta think like her. So depressing. With my made from scratch cinnamon rolls, my ice cream. Thank you.
The fact that he called a semi-large house a mansion tells you everything about how bad faith it is. I know that's the thing. Is like you were supposed to think that and be like, that was a mansion. It's like a 2-story house.
What a terrible life. I hate capitalism. So angry. This is hell. We must destroy America and capitalism. Oh, don't worry. There's a secret, adorable patio that we missed, a luscious green oasis hamlet back here that we happened to miss while we were rage eating our ice cream. Look how beautiful this is.
Again, like, it must be stated that, like, starting off strong, dude. Where did he say that it was mansions? It was like 2 fucking normal houses.
Beautifully managed.
This was supposed to be mansions.
Trees
Hold on.
Lining the road. Some mansions.
Mansions. He's showing you this image and saying the word mansions and hoping that you don't, like, notice, like, sir, that's not a mansion.
Oasis hamlet back here that we happened to miss while we were rage eating our ice cream. Look how beautiful this is. Yo, what's up, man? How you doing? We got subscribers in AOC's hometown. Look at this. Look at this beautiful park. Got American flags here. What a patriotic, beautiful town. We got Revolutionary War battles that were fought here. You can see up here, freaking straight out of the Patriot. They even got the axe. And the American flags are sponsored by veterans. What a beautiful place. This is like a paradise. This is an American...
Bad faith, right-wingers eat this shit. I mean, this shit hits really, really great if you're, like, fucking stupid.
Hamlet. And it's worth noting that AOC didn't just live here as, like, a little kid or whatever. She was here before she could talk or walk. She was here as an infant.
She was born there for 5 years, and then as far as I could tell, she lived, like, from whatever, I'm not reading it here, but I've read elsewhere that she lived as an adult. She lived in the Bronx for 14 years as, like, a bartender, helping out her mom, again, like, fighting a foreclosure, who was a house cleaner and school bus driver. Yeah, living large. She was definitely LARPing.
She moved here and then went to high school here. She graduated and went to Boston University, a very prestigious university. Then she decided that she was going to sign up for Communist Central Casting. Makes you wonder.
Communist Central Casting, aka she ran in a Democratic primary and won. She is a Democrat, not a communist. She's not even in the fucking DSA, dude. She's a Democrat.
Nice, look at that.
The mansions again. Wide shots.
You ever seen a Starbucks like this? This is beautiful. Amazing thing just happened. Firefighter comes up to us and says, I know AOC. I knew her from high school. And she was mean. She was like a bully. Of course she's from here. She was raised here. Everybody knew her. Everybody knows her. And he doesn't know what the hell happened to her. He said she was like hanging out in his house all the time. What happened? What happened? Who hurt you? AOC, who hurt you? Maybe he was her boyfriend. Welcome to the beautiful Yorktown stage. where AOC learned to be a theater kid. Came in handy later in life, having to sell you a life of oppression, right? They got Jekyll and Hyde coming up in September, based on AOC.
Wait, did you just say theater gets you gets you used to a life of oppression?
Life of oppression. Where AOC learned to be a theater kid. Came in handy later in life, having to sell you a life of oppression, right? They got Jekyll and Hyde.
Having to sell you a life of oppression. But you never said that she sold people a life of oppression. She didn't even say overstate I had it so hard or something like that. She just said yeah, I was born here, lived there for a little bit, and then I grew up. Thank you for the bits, Eddie. The Russian anthem was in a dub track. That was Benny playing his ringtone to the camera during the bit. Very true. And One Hand Politics, aka Mason. Thank you so much for raiding. Welcome, raiders. We are watching Benny Johnson expose things that are readily available and found on AOC's Wikipedia page. Did you know that AOC lived in the Bronx for almost 20 years? But because it was only 5 years when she was younger and then 14 years as an adult, that she's actually LARPing and not a true working class woman or something.
Coming up in September, based on AOC. Nothing says true oppression like growing up next to a massive pickleball court at scale, okay? Gotta shut this place down. Rumor has it this is where AOC really found herself, really got in touch with her roots.
This is just him touring, again, average fucking, area. A place that looks just like any other just random, town in America and trying to sell it as, upscale and luxury.
Mexican tequila bar in this beautiful, clean, happy, safe town.
After a very pleasant afternoon in Yorktown Heights, we realized we must be missing something. Time to head over to AOC's childhood home.
Very true. She dares say that she knows a working class experience just because she worked as a Chex Notes bartender, which is a working class occupation.
This is AOC's hood. You might get a untrimmed hedge here and there, a lawn gnome might jump out at you. This is AOC's street that she grew up on.
In fact, AOC's childhood home is appraised at close to $500,000 right now.
What? You're telling me that real estate in New York is appraised at $500,000 on fucking Zillow? No way, dude. Living large.
And across the street, a Trump yard sign.
Trump 2024.
Again, how old is AOC? You're telling me that the house that, again, 35 years ago, property that she grew up in, is now or 30 years ago maybe when they would have sold it. I don't even know. I guess no, it would have been 35 years ago. Yeah, because she was born here. So, or she moved here at 5. Yeah, okay. It's 2 a.m, you guys. Bear with me. 30 years ago, yeah, a house that she lived in is now valued at close to $500,000 on Zillow. But whether it'll fucking sell for that much is a different story. But, yeah, normal.
Really? It's AOC's house.
We were even able to speak with some of AOC's neighbors that remember her all the way back to when she moved into the house as a little girl. Boy, did we hear some stories. What an incredible place to be from. And while we were filming our outro for this video,
I have a couple of friends who are generally left/progressive, but they don't like AOC. They don't think she is, quote, president smart. Is this just misogyny or is it something else going on? I mean, if they don't elaborate, there are valid reasons to criticize AOC. But if it's literally just I'm not feeling her, I feel like it's a dumb guy analysis of that's the left version of could I get a beer with this person? But their metric instead of that is is she president smart? It just sounds dumb.
A man honked his horn and jumped out of his car wearing a MAGA hat. And guess what? He's a subscriber, and he knows AOC.
It's beautiful here.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful here. And AOC obviously was a resident and went to the high school that I went to as well. So
for a long time, she was here for she was here for close to 20 years.
Yes, absolutely. Everyone knows that in this town.
People around here like Trump?
Absolutely, they do. A lot of people are quiet about it because they're afraid.
I'm just here talking to this random guy I found off the street who is wearing a Make America Great Again hat. And he's going to give you the truth, TM, on what it was like knowing AOC growing up.
To lose friends, but I'm not afraid to lose friends for what's right. Absolutely.
What's your message to President Trump?
Oh, we love you. Just keep going. Finish the job. Go for the Federal Reserve, baby. Come on.
maybe you can explain. This seems, we've been here for 2 hours. We've been walking around. It's beautiful. It's patriotic. There's like American flags on every street. How could you become such a dirty communist growing up here?
If it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, maybe it's a duck.
How's it possible?
I don't know. I don't think it is. I think it's fake. I think the mainstream media.
They like show you these moments of her like just speaking and doing like just again speaking in Congress, and you're supposed to just take that as read as cringe.
Media paints a different story than what if you interview anyone who's on the street here, I don't think those values are present.
Dude, what the you really don't have to do anything to get the fucking Russian bucks because this guy is insanely uncharismatic, insanely unfunny. He's not particularly fucking attractive. 5.15 million subscribers. You guys, you too can say things this fucking stupid, this uncompelling, this contrived. This is literally like YouTube 2012 like prank invasion level staged, and can be rewarded with like huge Russian bucks and all of these fucking viewers. Again, 1.2 million viewers. Insane.
Yeah, there's not a lot of communists here.
No, absolutely not. It's fake. Yeah. Fake news. He's been saying it since 17, man.
True, not even AOC. Because AOC is not a communist. So really, yes, I would expect that there's not a lot of communists, considering that the person that you're talking about is herself not even a fucking communist. So you don't even have one to count in your favor.
That's it.
Identity politics is the foundation of left-wing coded ideology. Demanding that the world accept your identity is paramount. So why is AOC ashamed of her identity, of where she came from?
And we asked, what does it mean to be two working class women showing up to the Met?
She never talks about Yorktown Heights, and I can't figure it out. Be true to yourself. Come out of the closet and embrace your white, leafy, suburban.
She never talks about it. That's why it's in her fucking Wikipedia page.
Roots. Set an example for all these little.
Again, to the Raiders that just got here, he unironically called these two houses mansions.
Roots. Set an example for all these little kids living in safe, peaceful, low crime, clean communities like the one.
Okay, now we're just showing stock footage.
Where you come from. We see you. You matter. Your identity is respected. AOC, you could literally save lives. Or at least a couple of science projects.
But to do that, AOC would have to admit that her entire political life, she's been fighting against herself. And that would be the toughest battle of all.
AOC exposed, you guys. Show me a Democrat that isn't living a lie. Again, he puts this person puts this comment underneath a guy who probably LARPs as a fucking Christian who took Russian money as an American to push pro-Russia talking points unwittingly and then called himself a victim. The whole squad is a fraud. How did Sandy, the former bartender, become a millionaire since being elected? Yorktown resident here, we are a red-leaning town. We are not proud that AOC lived here. So the real patriots are speaking up in the Benny Johnson comment section underneath the AOC expose. Her hometown looks like what all of America should strive for, but everything she's pushing for would destroy it. Her hometown looks like a normal fucking American town. She just said, I grew up first generation in the Bronx. That is an outright lie. That is true. That is literally true. She lived there for 5 years, and then she lived there as an adult for 14. Thanks for exposing this fraud. Like, when people put this shit, it's like, dude, you're just outing, like, I have an ADIQ. I didn't know that I could just go look up this information myself on Wikipedia to learn that, like, yes, for a period of her childhood, she lived in Yorktown or whatever the fuck. Dude. That's why you can claim whatever you want. Who cares? I'm like, dude, she should have fucking exaggerated it more, honestly. Fuck it. Because, like, just, I mean, they're not going to be satisfied till, like, what? Because they would respect her more if she, like, went around in a fucking barrel with a pot on her head. Or saying that she was privileged. They would be making fun of her for being, like, she's basically ashamed that she grew up in, like, a nice area. She doesn't want you to have that. Like, there's no winning for her. It's like they would just they would grasp at straws to criticize her for anything. But that being said, if you're watching on Twitch, you should follow me if you aren't already, so you can know when I go live, or subscribe to me on YouTube if that's where you're watching. Give me a like on YouTube as well, or subscribe to me on Twitch, and you can get access to my lovely emotes as well as an ad-free experience or gift subs. That way other people can have access to the same experience as you, because I've noticed usually the people that gift already have unlocked the experience of what it's like to be a subscriber to Straighterade. And I'm at Straighterade underscore on Straighterade or Straighterade underscore on everything. But if you want to just donate to me, my donation link is pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. But the next thing that we're going to do is... What is it? Okay, I haven't looked into any of this, like, Glastonbury stuff. Let's see. But I wake up this morning and see on Twitter the State Department has banned him for reasons unknown. I guess we're going to find out. State Department bans visas for English punk duo Bob Vylan after Glastonbury performance. Bob Vylan led crowds and chants of Free Free Palestine and Death Death to the IDF at the English Music Festival Saturday. Oh no. So the State Department has banned an English rap punk duo from performing in the United States after they appeared to lead a crowd in chants supporting besieged Gaza residents and wishing death upon Israeli forces, officials said Monday. In a stunning PR move from the America First crowd, they have decided to target somebody who it does not seem like they were looking to enter into the United States preemptively because they criticized the IDF. Thank you for subscribing, Jift100. Visas for Bob Vylan and his group with the same name were revoked, quote, in light of their hateful tirade at Glastonbury, including leading the crowd in death chants. Again, asterisk, towards a military organization currently conducting a genocide, but okay. State Department Deputy Secretary Christopher Landau said in a statement, the rapper led Glastonbury Festival crowds on Saturday in chants of Free Free Palestine and Death Death to the IDF, or the Israeli Defense Forces, according to video shared on social media. From the river to the sea, Vylan could be seen saying on video shared across social media, Palestine will be, inshallah, it will be free. The phrase river to the sea refers to lands between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea and has been around for decades, but its use grew rapidly on social media and elsewhere in the wake of the October 7, 2023 attacks on Israel by Hamas and the subsequent Israeli military campaign in Gaza. It's another way of saying the subsequent genocide. Some pro-Palestinian activists say it's a call for peace in the region. Others argue that the words qualify as hate speech. I guess NBC is kind of just going to be like, tomato, tomato. I guess you have to decide that for yourself. Somerset police detective has been assigned to determine if any hate crime statutes were broken during the performance. Holy shit, officials said on Monday. We've received a large amount of contact in relation to these events from people across the world and recognize the strength of public feeling. According to a police department statement, there is absolutely no place in society for hate. What the fuck did I just read? We've received a large amount of contact in relation to these events from people across the world and recognize the strength of public feeling. So they went viral on Twitter, and now you're getting people calling from countries outside, like all across the world, as you say, and putting in probably fraudulent police reports or arguing that you should be able to perform arrests because of what they said or something. And we recognize, and what they have to say in response to that is we certainly do recognize the strength of public feeling. Instead of stop wasting our time. If you weren't in danger, stop calling because you got angry at something you saw on your fucking timeline and making it our problem. The U.S. State Department also condemned the rappers, accusing them of fomenting hate. Rappers have been officially condemned by the State Department. Oh boy. It's like stupid fucking virtue signaling. Foreigners who, again, the United States still has like considerable amounts of like poverty, hasn't raised the minimum wage in like decades. Homelessness issues, even though we're a developed country. All of that stuff, or whatever, but don't you worry. Rest well at night knowing that the U.S. State Department has made it a top priority of them to condemn Bob Vylan because of chants that they led at a festival not even in the United States. America first, baby. Foreigners who glorify violence and hatred are not welcome visitors in our country, Landau added. Bob Vylan is scheduled to kick off a U.S. tour. Ah, okay, so this is why they had to revoke it. Okay, so they were looking to come to the U.S. God forbid. God forbid they be able to perform in the places where they were clearly able to sell tickets to lots of people. On October 20, maybe we need to arrest all of the people that are holders of the Bob Vylan concert. You know, like accomplices to hate speech or something. Accessories after the fact, perhaps. Rome wasn't built in a day. Very true. Spokane, Washington, gigs in Seattle, Salt Lake City, Denver, St. Louis, Chicago, Minneapolis, Detroit, Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Nashville, Dallas, San Diego, San Antonio, and L.A. Representatives for all of those U.S. venues could not immediately be reached for comment Monday because what the fuck do you want them to say? Why are representatives being contacted from of these venues? You need their like the like a random like general manager's thoughts on a group they're clearly fine performing in their venue, who is popular and makes them money. You think they're gonna condemn that shit? Why? A message is left for the artist whose real name is Pascal Robinson Foster on Monday were not immediately returned. It's an extended message posted on social media on Sunday. The artist did not directly address Saturday's show and did not back down. Instead, he wrote about his daughter, who was reading out loud a message to her school asking for more healthy meals and, quote, dishes inspired by other parts of the world. As we grow older and our fire possibly starts to dim under the suffocation of adult life and all its responsibilities, it is incredibly important that we encourage and inspire future generations to pick up the torch that was passed to us, he wrote. Today, it is a change in school dinners. Tomorrow, it is a change in foreign policy. Said the anti-Semite, according to the U.S. State Department. There's such a schism within the right-wing community when it comes to free speech. I mean, this is unambiguously protected speech, and the idea that you would preemptively ban somebody from coming to the United States on this is insanely pathetic, and the fact that you do it in the name of the America First agenda, how that doesn't disqualify you is, again, not surprising, but nonetheless, like, again, this is like the Israel First agenda. If you're actually somebody in this country that cheers us on, and you're like a MAGA supporter, like, how do you reconcile that in your head? And then, like, the UK, there were, like, criminal charges brought against him or something. Faces UK criminal investigation, US visa revocation. BBC and the annual Glastonbury Festival of Contemporary Performing Arts have come under criticism from the British Prime Minister and broadcasting regulator after a punk rap band led chants against the IDF during a festival performance, which was broadcast live on Saturday afternoon. British punk rap duo Bob Vylan is now under a criminal investigation in the UK after its lead singer, whose stage name is Bobby Vylan, real name Pascal Robinson Foster, led chants of death to the IDF, referring to the Israeli military during a Glastonbury set. The performance was streamed live by the BBC on its iPlayer service. Within seconds, the broadcaster added an on-screen warning for viewers about very strong and discriminatory language. Jesus. Give me a fucking break. Careful, you guys. There's people that are anti-genocide performing on screen. But top politicians quickly criticized the broadcaster's decision to air the performance. Oh my fucking god. Including Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who said that it contained appalling hate speech that the BBC had questions to answer. Jesus. I didn't realize that it's an immutable characteristic to be part of the IDF. Thanks, Keir Starmer. Very cool. One opposition lawmaker, Chris Philp, called for the BBC to be prosecuted. Conservative member of parliament wrote on X, by broadcasting his Bobby Vylan's vile hatred, the BBC appears to have also broken the law. Our national broadcaster should not be transmitting hateful material designed to incite violence and conflict. So that's very cool. It's not really a schism in the right about free speech. The right free speech always meant for those we deem worthy. Yeah, it's entirely conditional. In a statement on Monday, the BBC said it regretted not pulling away from the live stream. Dude. This is so fucking pathetic. It said the anti-Semitic sentiments expressed by Bob Vylan were utterly unacceptable and added that it, quote, respects freedom of expression but stands firmly against incitement to violence. The broadcaster has already decided not to broadcast the Glastonbury performance of Irish language hip-hop band Kneecap live. The band has been critical of Israel in the past. This year, the BBC only made it, like, just, it cannot be again, stunning PR move here from the BBC, by deciding to not broadcast what is unambiguously should be protected free speech, because it does not align with, the geopolitical interests of their country. The band has been critical of Israel in the past. This year, the BBC only made available an edited version of Kneecap's performance in which band members led chants against Prime Minister Keir Starmer and reiterated support for Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Yeah, censorship will surely make this all go away. It's definitely not going to have the total opposite effect of you're definitely not Streisand affecting this shit by trying to censor it. It's like when Rage Against Machine did this 15 years ago on BBC. They freaked out. Let me see. Oh fuck, wait. Is this copyright? Can I mute? I'll have to mute it. What do they... Wait, can I mute it though? I don't know if I can show this because it's copyright. Starmer had previously said it was not appropriate for Kneecap to play Glastonbury. It's okay. Glastonbury after one of the band members, Mo Chara, was charged with a terrorism offense. For what? What did they do? Well, he had like a flat, wait. So they're well within their rights to express support and solidarity for Palestinians, he added, adding that the case is about the display of a flag apparently in support of Hezbollah. Support for one is not the same as support for the other, Mr. Bisgrove added. Kneecap had previously said they never supported Hezbollah or Hamas, another proscribed group in the UK. Why was this person arrested? Weird. Accused of holding up a flag in support of Hezbollah at a London concert. Speaking in Parliament on Monday, British Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy said there were, quote, appalling and unacceptable scenes at Glastonbury on Saturday, referring to Bob Vylan's set. UK police say a criminal investigation has now been launched over both the Bob Vylan and Kneecap performances. A statement from the police force said the investigation would look into whether comments made by either act amounted to a criminal offense, including related to hate crimes. Hate crimes. Hate crimes. They did a hate crime in front of like thousands of people who all chanted on the hate crime at the festival that was publicly recorded. Unprecedented, you guys. They just did a hate crime live. Bob Vylan was due to perform in the U.S. later this year, but the Glastonbury appearance will have repercussions for the band's tour plans. Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau wrote on X that the members of Bob Vylan would have had their visas revoked, adding, foreigners who glorify violence and hatred are not welcome visitors to our country. Glastonbury Festival organizers say they are appalled by the comments made by Bob Vylan, which they said crossed the line. Okay, this almost sounds like satire. I mean, you guys already got paid, right? So you don't give a fuck. Being against the state military is now a hate crime, correct? Bobby Vylan shared a statement on Instagram after his performance in which he said, teaching our children to speak up for change they want and need is the only way we can make the world a better place. Alongside the statement was the caption, I said what I said, King. Okay. I really thought there would be something. There's really nothing. It's just the chant. The chant is enough to have people looking into whether they can, like, by the letter of some law, technically charge them with a fucking hate crime. So then I saw this op-ed and I want to see, like, what is the argument here? It's the New York Times, so it's probably not going to be too happy with what's gone on here. At Glastonbury, left-wing politics are shocking again. June 30th, 2025. The notion that conservatism is, quote, the new punk rock has been a common trope of the Donald Trump era, repeated by alt-right college kids. Why are we alt-right? Alt-right in 2025? Who's the, like, why alt-right? It just seems like an outdated term by this point. Thirsty politicians and headline writers. Progressives, the argument went, had become the uptight enforcers of taboos, while right-wingers were impudent insurgents, pushing the bounds of permissible expression. As people on the left increasingly valorized safety and sensitivity, members of the new right reveled in transgression and cast themselves as the champions of free speech. This idea was always disingenuous. When they gain authority, American conservatives almost inevitably use the force of the state to censor ideas they don't like, but it took hold because it contained a grain of truth. Left-wing culture, especially online, could be censorious, leaving many who interacted with it afraid of saying the wrong thing and resentful of its smothering pieties. The right, by contrast, offered the license to spout off without inhibition. That is almost certainly part of what drew so many alienated men into Trump's orbit. Like unfettered racism? Being able to say the R slur without social consequences. In 2018, the rapper formerly known as Kanye West said that wearing a MAGA hat symbolized, quote, overcoming fear and doing what you felt, no matter what anyone said. The only people that think that they're doing something bold or courageous by wearing a fucking MAGA hat, these are the same type of people that think, like, pornography is novel. Like, seeing people fucking on camera or something is, like crazy and shocking. This year, his id fully liberated. He put out a track titled Heil Hitler. Pretty sure there's another. Isn't there like another? Is it just called Heil Hitler? It was also called. There's one more word. Increasingly, however, it's the left that is rediscovering the cultural power of shock, largely because of horrors over the massacres in Gaza and just putting it lightly, the genocide, right? And the minefield of taboos around discussing them. Consider the international uproar over the performance of the punk rap duo Bob Vylan at Britain's Glastonbury Music Festival this weekend. The Axe singer led a teeming crowd, some waving Palestinian flags, and chants of death, death to the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces. Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, criticized Bob Vylan for, quote, appalling hate speech, and demanded answers from the BBC for why it aired the set. How dare you air the musical set that you knew was... that had attracted thousands and thousands of people, and you had also aired every other set alongside of it. How dare you do that? The police are reviewing footage of the show to see whether any criminal laws were broken. Bob Vylan was set to tour the United States this year, but the State Department has revoked its members' visas. The band was not the only one at Glastonbury to create a scandal. Before the festival started, Starmer criticized it for featuring the Irish rap group Kneecap on that lineup. In April, Kneecap led crowds at Coachella in chants of Free Free Palestine and displayed messages accusing Israel of genocide. So again, an even more conservative political demonstration. Prompting the sponsor of their U.S. visas to drop them. Footage later emerged of one member of the band, Mochara, displaying a Hezbollah flag, leading to a terrorism charge. He said the flag was thrown on stage and he didn't know what it represented. Maybe I'm lying. I have no clue if he actually knew about the Hezbollah flag. The police are also investigating Kneecap's appearances at Glastonbury for possible public order offenses. Yeah, clearly this man must be arrested. Both these bans intended to be inflammatory, and they succeeded. What happened at Glastonbury over the weekend is part of that's the other thing, is like you're making them look fucking cool, obviously, and by doing you're only helping them by trying to censor, by adding editing in fucking trigger warnings for the shit, by saying oh, warning, there's discriminatory speech happening. This is all you're doing. What happened at Glastonbury over the weekend is part of a coordinated ideological insurgency against the Jewish people. Ayan Hirshi Ali wrote in the Free Press, this is Barry Weiss's fucking Substack. Why you're supposed to give a shit about that, I'm sure I don't know. The level of depravity displayed at #Glastonbury 2025 was astonishing, one that should prompt serious self-reflection and soul-searching among British society, wrote Jonathan Greenblatt, chief executive of the ADL, another person whose opinion I don't know why I'm supposed to care about. It's hard to remember the last time musicians managed to cause such outrage. I understand why supporters of Israel are frightened and disgusted by the spectacle at Glastonbury. Many see no reason other than anti-Semitism for growing progressive hostility to Zionism. They've witnessed Jews being attacked, demonized, and ostracized in the name of justice for the Palestinians. They find it especially bitter to see violence against Israel cheered at music festivals less than 2 years after a music festival in Israel was attacked by Hamas. Oh, dude, is this viewed as in Israel as like a double like aggression, microaggression or something? Because it also happened at like a music festival on October 7th, music festival. Can never say anything about Jewish people, even if you just say Israel is bad, you get labeled a Nazi. All right, fucking chill, dude. Chill, Male Rights USA. What is it? While anti-Semitism surely drives some animus, oh wait, no, I was still on this. This is weird. This is like a weird paragraph. Like many see no reason other than anti-Semitism for growing progressive hostility to Zionism. It's like, yeah, do you know how much of a fucking indictment that is of Israeli society? The fact that they think that the only reason people could support these statements, you could get entire crowds chanting free Palestine or death to the IDF is just because they hate Jewish people and they're anti-Semitic. You're in a bubble. I understand why you're in a bubble because, hold on. What is that, like, censorship? A recent analysis suggests that more than 35% of articles from Israeli media have been partially redacted and almost 10% almost completely censored in 2025. While Israelis are free to consume international news, many do not due to language barriers and perceived bias against Israel. As a result, what Israeli citizens read, hear, and see in national media increasingly reflects the interests of the government. Furthermore, online platforms such as Facebook and X are designed to promote posts that reinforce users' pre-existing beliefs, resulting in an echo chamber rather than exposing people to diverse viewpoints. And this is in a conversation about why Israelis have such a skewed view on the extent of Gaza's hunger plight, driven by censorship in media that downplayed the humanitarian crisis. Because 2/3 of Israelis oppose allowing humanitarian aid into Gaza. That's true even when the aid is delivered by international orgs that are not just like UNRWA or the UN. But they talked to respondents, and these people are in a different universe entirely. There were people that actually said they don't have a shortage of food, it's just presented that way. Someone else said the vast majority of Gaza residents have enough food. There are restaurants and shopping malls operating in Gaza. That is how skewed some of these people's perception is. So, like, again, this is presented or whatever, and it's legitimized as an opinion that's just like normal to hold in Israel, which it is. But why is it normal that they hold this opinion? It's normal because they have their understanding of what is going on in Gaza is divorced from reality entirely. Increasingly, again, more than half of Israelis surveyed said Hamas enjoys over 80% support in Gaza. The real number is far lower. The actual number is only 37% of Palestinians in Gaza thought the October 7th attack was correct as of early May 2025. And even when you look into these polls or whatever, 35, what is it? Is it 37%? That's high because it doesn't even factor in, or like that's factoring in that, hold on, let me find it. That, like, to the extent that Palestinians are even supportive of October 7th, when they expose them to information, like credible reports that war crimes and atrocities occurred on that day, they don't support it. This isn't from 2024. Give me a second. Where is it in this? According to your last survey, about 90% or so of Palestinians do not believe that Hamas committed atrocities, such as killing women and children or raping during the attack on Israel last October 7th. How do you explain that? When we look at who thinks that and why they think the way that they do, we basically found two groups. There are those who have seen no evidence of that. They've not seen the videos, for example, that show atrocities committed by Hamas. That's the largest majority of those who deny that Hamas did commit atrocities. again, because they literally don't have the information. But then there are those who actually saw the videos, and here we do find almost half of them believe that Hamas did commit atrocities. However, we still have the other half of those we've seen the video, who've seen the videos who don't believe Hamas committed atrocities, and that's because they think it's all fabrication. This is war, and they believe Israel is using this propaganda machine to depict Hamas in a very negative color. This is part of that. So this whole, like, again, like, we're talking about, like, many see no reason other than anti-Semitism for growing progressive hostility to Zionism. It's just, like, crazy. Can't think of any other possible reason why. W Palestinians. All right, dude, don't post cringe in my fucking chat. Not here, dude. I do not fucking support October 7th. But while anti-Semitism surely drives some animus towards Israel, it's not nearly enough to explain why so many idealistic young people have become so deeply invested in the cause of Palestine and so sickened by the pulverization of Gaza to understand why you need to grasp what Israel's war in Gaza looks like to them. Many of these people feel helpless watching a war that has created, as of January, the largest number of child amputees per capita in the world. On social media, they're seeing desperate Palestinians address them directly from the rubble. Some followed the teenage TikTok star Mido Halimi, who once went to high school in Texas and who made viral videos about his tent life before being killed in an Israeli airstrike. Jesus. I mean, when they said they did support October 7th. Oh, okay. I was like, we're going to have to ban you? I'm sorry. I've had people come into my chat say, like, wild now. And I'm like, okay. Like, I'm being critical of Israel, but that does not mean I fucking support October 7th, you guys. But sorry, I didn't mean to, Drift to 100, you guys, was not saying that October 7th was, base. So I did not mean to slander him that way. You're a good sport. Yeah, I understand. Thank you. Where are we at? Oh yeah, this depressing fucking TikTok child that was killed in an Israeli airstrike. Maybe they've seen video of a sobbing, starving child eating sand. Hirsch Ali blames social media for creating a cultural movement against Israel. The algorithm is the accelerant. Yeah, no shit, woman. Because people are seeing atrocities come out of Israel. Yeah, no shit. They have negative views of Israel now. Right? It's coming out of Gaza that are perpetrated by Israel is more accurate. She wrote, she's not entirely wrong, but she fails to consider Israel's role in creating the content feed. The algorithm. Okay, true. I've heard Israelis and their partisans mock pro-Palestinian activists as ignorant of the region's history and geography, but many of these activists have developed an intimate familiarity with the intolerable misery of life in Gaza right now, a level of human suffering that Israel's defenders too often wave away. And they know how regularly attempts to protest the suffering, or even merely describe it, are dismissed as an anti-Semitic incitement. Gee, I wonder why. Like, I wonder what, like, they're right to be worried about this. In a deeply disturbing article last week, the liberal Israeli newspaper Haaretz reported that the IDF soldiers have shot hungry Gazans as they rush towards aid distribution sites. I mean, even that's like what are we on? Is it this? Yeah, we read this on stream. So according to his soldier, like this article that they're referencing or whatever, said it's a killing field, one soldier said, where I was stationed. Between 1 and 5 people were killed every day. They're treated like a hostile force, no crowd control measures, no tear gas, just live fire with everything imaginable. Heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, mortars. Then once the center opens, the shooting stops and they know that they can approach. Our form of communication is gunfire. The soldier added, we open fire early in the morning if someone tries to get in line from a few hundred meters away. And sometimes we just charge at them from close range, but there's no danger to the forces. I'm not aware of a single instance of return fire. There's no enemy, no weapons. He also said the activity in his area of service is referred to as Operation Salted Fish, the name of the Israeli version of the children's game, Red Light, Green Light. Gaza doesn't interest anyone anymore, said a reservist who completed another round of duty in the northern strip this week. It's become a place with its own set of rules. The loss of human life means nothing. It's not even an unfortunate incident like they used to say. And then an officer literally said he doesn't know who's like giving the orders to any of this. Where does he say this? The officer pointed to another issue with the distribution centers or lack of consistency. Residents don't know when each center will open, which adds to the pressure on the sites and contributes to harm to civilians. I don't know who's making the decisions, but we give instructions to the population that either don't follow through with them or change them. So, yeah. Some soldiers... Oh, look. I should be giving her a chance, man. She get every single thing that I'm like, oh, let me give the context for it, she would go on to do. Some soldiers apparently call these shootings Operation Salted Fish after the Israeli version of the children's game Red Light, Green Light. Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel, and his limitless cynicism, accused Haaretz of propagating an anti-Semitic blood libel, which is true. And this is correct. Obviously, a blood libel refers to a true and correct criticism of the state of Israel. An Israeli state that behaves this way is going to be reviled for reasons that have nothing to do with anti-Semitism. Clumsy attempts by Israel and its allies to stamp out this revulsion by throwing around accusations of bigotry only lend it to the frisson of forbidden truth. That doesn't justify the provocations of Bob Dylan or Kneecap. Please, dude. She was like, this is so based until like this. Again, like, why? There's nothing that has been said here that is like beyond the pale, or a sentiment that is like new or doesn't is like uniquely terrifying to Israel or whatever. Like, this is so weird. They meant to offend, and they did. Sometimes, however, radicalization is born in the gap between what people feel and what they feel they can say. Again, they also leave out, this ends there. But if we're talking about, like, radicalization, dude, there are, like, let's look at a different Haaretz article. Where is it? Hold on. Talking about other byproducts of this quote-unquote war. If I put poll, where is it? Again, like on one side, you've got people speaking out against shit like Operation Salted Fish, where you're like joking about killing and maiming civilians who are starving in a fucking war zone, being genocided and trying to get food. And then on the other, you have musicians saying like, yeah, death to the group that is perpetrating that, and fuck that country and free Palestine. I want this in English, please. I know you can do it. Why does it not want to give me the option to like view it in English though? There. 82% of Jews in Israel favor deporting Gaza residents. Like the fact that there is like all of this, there was real estate devoted to saying this doesn't justify that radicalization, and like talking about like the radicalization on this side, but it's like, okay, but let's look at the radicalization of both sides. Like you presented Israeli opinion, but you didn't cite the things that they say, the acceptable speech that's normalized, and the way that they're allowed to speak about Palestinians. Like they're fucking subhuman, that has no social consequence. And the fact that they have like leaders saying, yeah, let's do another fucking Nakba. Let's like nuke Gaza. Where is it? To the question, do you support the claim that the IDF, when conquering an enemy city, should act in a manner similar to the way the Israelites acted when they conquered Jericho under the leadership of Joshua, that is, kill all of its inhabitants? 47% of all respondents responded in the affirmative. 65% of those surveyed responded that there is a contemporary incarnation of Amalek, and of these, 93% responded that the commandment to wipe out the memory of Amalek is also relevant to that modern day. Amalek. 82% of those surveyed expressed support for the forced expulsion of residents of the Gaza Strip. 56% supported the forced expulsion of Arab citizens of Israel. The 2003 survey, the positive answers to these questions were, quote-unquote, only 45% and 31%, respectively. You can right-click on the page to get the translate option. Is it true? Oh, I hadn't even seen that. I guess that's true. That's good to know for future reference. Thank you. And this also included secularists. 69% of secularists support the forcible expulsion of Gaza residents. 31% of them see the extermination of Jericho residents as a precedent that the IDF should adopt. The judiciary, which refused to openly declare the superiority of Jews in the land of Israel and their right to expel, exterminate, or serve their enemies, while playing a crucial role in maintaining the occupation, seemed to Ginsburg like a stumbling block that we must break with ridicule and contempt of the court. Oh yeah, that's the thing. This Ginsburg person is like a political like thought leader in Israel who like wanted to bring about these sorts of attitudes, and you have them. So in this op-ed or whatever, where they're talking about like the feelings of Israelis, and it's like she's summarizing for them how they feel, right? What does she say? Like, they think it's just motivated by anti-Semitism. But yeah, I understand why supporters of Israel are frightened and disgusted. Many see no reason other than anti-Semitism for the hostility. But it's like, okay, but they could only think that if they don't know about these sorts of attitudes that are normal in Israeli society. That's the only way that they could think that. Or Israelis themselves, again, have a hard time understanding this because they have horrible attitudes towards Palestinians, and part of that is driven by censorship. Another part of it's just driven straight up by dehumanization and racism, obviously. But let's watch this debate that I found going over this. I think that they're British. Furious clash breaks out over Bob Vylan Palestine chant at Glastonbury. You don't listen. So let's see how this young lass does.
Well, breaking news, the BBC has released this statement. Millions of people tuned in to enjoy Glastonbury this weekend across the BBC's output for one performance within our live streams included that was deeply offensive.
The BBC respects freedom of expression but stands firmly against incitement to violence. The anti-Semitic sentiments expressed by Bob Vylan were utterly unacceptable and have no place on our airwaves. We welcome Glastonbury's condemnation of the performance. You know what? About time. How is it taking them this long to come to this conclusion and pressure from organisations like GB News and exactly. You all at home? I know we've had a lot of comments today saying, and we were talking about this earlier, weren't we, Hannah? Saying
about bloody, I can't even do it. About bloody time, man. Yeah, that the BBC condemned the music performances that have controversial political statements on their airwaves.
Please stop showing this footage. Please stop talking about it. But if we don't talk about it, nothing changes. And this is why it's so important we have these discussions about things that we saw from Bob Vylan.
Is this right-wing British news? I have no idea. I don't even know how I found this. Just showed up in my recommended.
Absolutely.
No, I haven't pre-watched it, but it's not long.
They were vulgar. They never should have been broadcast under your taxpayer dime, effectively, on the BBC. That's what it is. You're basically paying for it under your TV licence. And quite frankly, I'm glad that they've at least come to the conclusion that they should have pulled it.
Well, pulled it and had some... What was their contingency for this? And the thing is, what you're seeing, and people are asking us...
Like, again, if you're going to charge these motherfuckers with a hate crime, actually commit to it. And why don't you go ahead and arrest every single person in this crowd who also chanted it with them? Be fucking consistent and see how well that bodes with the British public, right? Because it always looks good to be arresting people for speech and political dissent.
Not to play it, but you can see now, Sandra.
Of a different country, mind you, not even of their own country.
She said, please stop playing. That man inciting violence against...
TV News are very right-wing. Yes, they frequently have on Jacob Rees-Mogg and Nigel Farage on. Case closed, you guys. Yeah, I'd never heard of this outlet before.
The IDF, it really is too much now. As someone he has said, talk about it, but don't keep showing it. Well, look, again, Sandra, we are making sure that something happens about this nonsense because we are funding the BBC and they are the BBC for everyone in this country. That includes Israeli people and, of course, Jewish people and all of us who pay and watch or listen to it. So there is no... GB
News is about as right-wing as it gets here in the UK. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Justification for them to continue showing this footage. And it wasn't even just that. That is a snapshot of what it was. There were other things saying, you want your country back, then forget it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Forget you, but I'm being polite, using polite words. There were Free Palestine chants and From the River to the Sea, all of which we know are offensive to Jewish people, and in particular those who live in Israel and who are from Israel. It is
obviously we cannot allow the free expression of things like Free Palestine, like statements like Free Palestine, to persist if it offends people.
Totally unacceptable. And finally, it took them a long time, I think, it's finally they've said something.
The BBC have said it should have pulled the live stream of Bob Vylan's performance during Glastonbury, which contained utterly unacceptable and anti-Semitic sentiments. Let's remind ourselves of what was said.
This is like, I mean, I don't know about the British right. Okay, I'm American, but is like, do they also come off as like, do they try to do the American thing as well? The left can't handle facts. These libs are fucking triggered. All they care about is they want their feelings coddled. They want their goddamn safe spaces. Like, they'll say that in one breath and then turn around and be like, yeah, we need to praise the BBC and actually get mad at them for not going further and pulling a music performance because it featured artists that were making controversial political statements that offend us.
Free, 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 free. Alright, but have you heard this one though? Death, death to the IDF, death, death to the IDF, death, death to the IDF, death, death to the IDF.
So Ofcom are now looking into the incident, saying that the corporation clearly has questions to answer.
Let's get more with campaigns coordinator for the revolutionary communist, Fiona.
They've also been found to have breached UK Ofcom standards multiple times, 15 or so invested HCA cases too. What's an Ofcom standard thing? It's a little more sophisticated than what goes on in the US. Damn, why you have to put it like that? Typically grounded through class distinctions. Okay.
Lally. Fiona, thank you very much for joining us here on Britain's Newsroom. So Bob Vylan, obviously now being condemned by multiple members of Parliament, congressmen. There's, attempts in America to now have their visas revoked. They said there were anti-Semitic comments by and lots of anti-Semitism campaign groups. The irony of all of this is in 2020, Bob Vylan were supposedly giving racism the middle finger at concerts against racism. Do you think they are just purely shameless, looking to get 15 minutes of fame?
No, I think I'm really glad that this has happened because it's giving us an opportunity to expose the IDF and say, what is the IDF? The IDF is a monstrous imperialist army that has killed over 100,000 Palestinians on behalf of Israel, and it is committing barbaric acts every single day. And the way that
Damn, I mean, based on the standards that they just outlined, we should probably kick this check off the air, right? This blatant anti-Semitism cannot be allowed to be rebroadcast on this network unless they want to be understood and defined as an irrevocably anti-Semitic outlet.
Media has reported on this has been astounding, but it actually makes people feel sick because, yeah, there was horrific violence over the weekend, but it wasn't at Glastonbury. It was in Palestine. It was soldiers from the IDF consciously shooting Palestinians who are queuing up for aid. And they do that on purpose.
Okay, so
in fact, they are instructed to do that. They are instructed
Fiona,
to do that.
you are aware.
That's disgusting.
Okay, I know that you're disturbed by the fact that civilians are being maimed and killed for trying to get food when they're starving, but have I ever told you Hamas bad? What have I told you that Hamas bad? What have I told you that some Palestinians are sympathetic to Hamas? I don't know, man. Could blow your mind.
You are aware that Hamas have instructed the death of Palestinians who are assisting with the aid delivery. I mean, this is a fact. You are aware of that.
This is not a fact, and there's actually no evidence. Every single time they tried to corroborate this fucking claim, it cannot be corroborated that Hamas is like stealing the aid. That's why Palestinians are starving. Not that it's an intentional infliction of starvation upon this captive civilian population. So Ofcom is the Office of Communications, so the government regulatory body and control aspects of competition authority for broadcasting, the internet, telecoms in the UK. They have a statutory duty to represent promoting competition and protect the British public from harmful or offensive material. For example, they were a major factor in forcing Rupert Murdoch to sell Sky News because of monopoly and media capture. Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, it sounds like you guys enforce monopoly laws and like monopsony laws and like antitrust shit better than the United States. But there's no evidence for this claim. It's not Hamas that's doing this. Haaretz would love the liberal Haaretz even would just absolutely love to fucking print that actually this is not an indictment of Israeli society. You can just discharge it all to Hamas. It's Hamas's fault. It's not true. The other thing is that like they're now, what is it? ISIS gangs. It's not, they're like affiliated with ISIS. Netanyahu's arming equivalent of ISIS gangs in Gaza. Lieberman said Israeli forces under prime minister's orders are giving weapons to crime families in Palestinian enclaves. Israel's provided assault rifles and light weapons to crime families in Gaza on Netanyahu's orders. Lieberman, the head of the Israel Beit Tenu, I always get the name wrong, party, and a former finance minister and deputy prime minister, told Israeli public broadcaster Khan on Thursday, the weapons are being transferred to criminals and offenders and are being directed at Israel. In my opinion, did not pass cabinet approval. We're talking about the equivalent of ISIS in Gaza, he added, referring to the Islamic State group. In response, Netanyahu's office said Israel is working to defeat Hamas in various ways on the recommendation of all heads of the security establishment. So they ain't denying it.
Of Palestinians who are assisting with the aid delivery. I mean, this is a fact. You are aware of that. So that's no. I'm telling you a fact. Hamas are doing that, and they're killing their own people, and they're urging others to kill any Palestinians who are helping with the aid delivery.
No,
are you aware of that?
That's not true. And when the mainstream media and people like yourself say these things, everything you do acts as justification for the IDF and for Netanyahu.
No.
And so you're a bit like Keir Starmer, actually.
Can I take
Keir Starmer also does this.
I don't think the audience will agree with that. I mean, they know.
I thought you'd find that funny.
Can I just take a slightly nuanced?
I know that it's like, yeah, but like you even this far right crazy loon should be able to fucking acknowledge that like yeah, you are like Keir Starmer in this respect because he fucking agreed with everything you outlined earlier. He was praising the BBC. He was like, when they just saying they should fucking go harder, they should have pulled it off the airwaves. So yeah, there's consensus between the Labour Party and the right wing over this shit. And she's trying to pretend like that's ridiculous, but yeah, you agree with him on this.
What you do when you say these things is line up with the rest of Western imperialism, which is to say that Israel has the right to do what it is doing. Israel has the right to genocide the Palestinian people.
First of all, it's not been confirmed as a genocide. Even the International Court of Justice have not called it that. So you may see it that way. That is your choice.
I mean, they were found to like plausibly be committing genocide. And they're probably going to be gotten on at least incitement to genocide. It's just a matter of whether or not it becomes... They're formally charged with the genocide is going to depend on the results and adjudication of the Rohingya genocide of like... what is it? Can't think of the correct group of Muslims that it is. But that will probably set the legal precedent that would then enable the ICJ to call the Gaza genocide a genocide.
But secondly, I just noticed that you've not condemned.
And also, if the ICJ, I mean, like, let's be fucking real. The ICJ could have already said it's a fucking genocide, and she'd just shift the goalpost and say, oh, well, you can't trust the ICJ because they're obviously anti-Israel and anti-Semitic.
You may see it that way. That is your choice. But secondly, I just noticed that you've not condemned Hamas, and you keep.
Oh my God! 20 months later, and this bitch is talking about like, have you condemned Hamas, dude? After she talked about, we're talking about again, 20 months post October 7th. And she's talking about aid massacres of Palestinian civilians. And the only thing that this woman can do, she's already fucking breaking the glass in case of emergency. Accuse him of being a fucking Hamas supporter for bringing this shit up.
Are you saying that what happened on October the 7th was not acceptable?
When you do this,
no, I'm asking
another people in the media do this. Again, it is to justify. Nothing justifies genocide against the Palestinian people. I'm here to tell you exactly what I think.
Could you just answer
I'm not going to stand here and condemn Hamas. I'm not going to do that.
You're not going
I'm
to
going to stand here and condemn the IDF, the occupation, and the role of Western imperialism in that entire region.
Fiona, hang on 1 second. Just
I am
one
here
moment.
to condemn.
Fiona,
I mean, I really just thought she would like harp on the fact that like you're a fucking anti-Semite, but the fact that she's like grasping at straws so desperately, being like, notice that you haven't condemned Hamas in the 3 minutes that I've been talking to you. If you don't do that right away, I'm going to say that you're an anti-Semite, and I have to assume that you love terrorism.
Fiona, David Lammy and the British government and British imperialism's role in this occupation and in this genocide.
Fiona. You cannot sit there and seriously say you will not condemn Hamas, who have
I can
brought...
say whatever I like.
Well, you can, but I tell you what, the British public are watching you. The British public are watching you, and if you will not condemn terrorism...
I mean, fuck that. This way, why are you doing the virtue signal shit? They haven't given her anything. They won't... They're lying about the cause of civilian... Palestinians dying in Gaza right now. Why the fuck should she play on their terms?
People who have caused absolute chaos upon the Palestinian people, the ones that started this conflict. Can you see the disdain the British public, the people of Palestine, Jewish people will have for you?
I'm happy to condemn terrorists. Let's start with Keir.
Condemn Hamas.
Let's start with Keir Starmer. Let's start with David Lammy.
Let's start with the people that started this war.
And let's talk about the IDF. Let's talk about
Who
the IDF.
started the war on October the 7th?
I'll tell you, it began in 1948 with the forced expulsion
No, it did
of
not.
hundreds of thousands of Palestinians.
We can get into a historical discussion. It's not worthwhile.
You are so correct. In fact, the British were entirely involved in setting up the Zionist state. They were entirely involved in that. So British imperialism historically is responsible for those crimes, and today it is still responsible for those crimes. And what makes you so angry, actually, is the fact that more people...
I cannot believe they invited this woman on thinking that they were going to fucking embarrass her. She's absolutely fucking clearing that right now.
Those crimes. And what makes you so angry, actually, is the fact that more people support people like Bob Vylan. More people in Britain actually want to see an end to the occupation. They don't support Britain sending arms to Israel.
What people want, Fiona, is an end to war.
Enrages you.
And they don't support Bob Vylan spouting out vile anti-Semitism. I don't want you to sit here and call the British public racist and anti-Semitic, because they do not support Bob. You just said the vast majority of people support what Bob Vylan said. You just said that. And they don't. They do not overwhelmingly.
What is it? That's not what they ruled. One of the judges went on to explain that's not what it is. If it was something like Palestinians have a right to be protected against it or something vague. No, they did find that they're plausibly committing genocide, but the judge went on to clarify that they never said that the court never decided that like a genocide has occurred already, which is true, because by them ruling that there had been like incitement to genocide, the Palestinians and any ethnic group in the globally has the right to not be genocided, that it allowed the preliminary South Africa case that it is genocide to proceed and be fully examined or something like that. I think that's what she said. I need to pull up the quote or something like that. But it's true that it's not or whatever. But like this lady misrepresented it, because she said even they said they're not committing genocide, but that's not what it ruled. But there were other people that assumed that they were, by saying, oh, it's plausibly committing genocide, that means the genocide has occurred, but that's also not what's happening. It's still being adjudicated.
I think you're upset about
I'm upset that there's a man who's been...
It's not about playing on terms. It's about not giving them an easy dunk/soundbite. The optics, unfortunately, matter to the uninformed public. She let them get to her. You think she looks bad? This woman doesn't look bad. We're talking about... It's 20 months post-October 7th. You have Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International willing to call what's happening a genocide. It's thoroughly documented in their human rights reports. 100,000 Palestinians dead. And this woman, the only thing that she can say in response to this young woman bringing up the fact that there's a genocide going on right now, and she never said that she based it off of the ICJ ruling or anything like that. And talking about the massacre of Palestinian civilians at aid distribution centers, the only thing she can say is, I noticed you haven't condemned Hamas, while talking about Palestinian liberation, and what she's subtly doing is, or like not so subtly doing, I should say, is attempting to conflate talking about Palestinian human rights with a support for terrorism. like, yeah, fuck that. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. The idea that you're going to like give into that virtue signal or whatever with these people that don't give a shit about the truth or anything related to this.
Been given a platform to spout out.
But you're not upset about 100,000 Palestinians.
Who said that?
You're not
You're
upset
putting words
about the
into my
fact that
mouth.
the IDF killed
I don't want
children.
children to die.
Fiona.
Don't shout at me,
Fiona.
please. Yes.
Can you not condemn Hamas?
I've told you.
No, but I'm asking. It's a yes or no.
Okay.
So don't do.
I've actually already answered that question.
So is there a yes or no to that?
And the other reason why you guys act
isn't.
like this is because you want to intimidate people from speaking out about the Palestinian movement. You want to criminalize the entire Palestinian.
Like being asked that is the saying you will not condemn Hamas always makes you look bad to the general public. And in any case, why not? Who cares? She doesn't lose anything by saying Hamas bad or whatever. Because it's like, again, it's a total virtue signal, and it's the equivalent of like taking the question in good faith at this point, and especially when the context is her just talking about Palestinian rights. As when did you stop beating your wife? Like, would I personally do it? Yeah, obviously I'm gonna. I personally will play along and do the fucking virtue signal or whatever. But I'll never say that the people that aren't doing it by this point are looking bad. The woman asking her that is the one who looks fucking embarrassing to me. And I think even like whether or not normies feel that way over stuff like this, I don't know.
Don't.
In fact, today there are activists on trial. The Filton 18, they're on trial.
It was the woman that's been holding her ground. I don't know that if they said her name. Nana Aku clashes with campaign coordinator for the Revolutionary Communist Fiona. Is it Laffy or Lolly?
And today there are activists on trial. The Filton 18, they're on trial. And the state is using
Sure, but virtue signaling matters to the general public. If she says Hamas bad, they have nothing. Now they have something. I disagree.
Terrorism laws against them for the role that they have played to disrupt the Israeli
You're here on GB
war machine.
News giving your opinion out on the airwaves.
And you're telling us what we think.
Like Republicans absolutely dominate American media. And elections, obviously, and they're never forced to acknowledge or take responsibility for the looniest of the loons and the craziest of the crazies on their side or whatever. They just filibuster that shit and move on.
You don't know.
Tell us we're scared of you. Tell us you're scared. You know, this is the ridiculous thing, isn't it? Tell us we're scared. We having you on here to give your opinion to the British public. What I'm not going to sit here and do is agree with you just because you think I should.
No,
which is what all of you lot at Glastonbury think we should all sit there going, yes, I agree with your argument. I don't agree with your argument in the slightest.
We're definitely not going to agree. But what I'm pointing out is that I think the reason that you are so shocked by what I'm saying,
we're not
and a lot of the mainstream media over the weekend was so shocked that other people were chanting with Bob Vylan is because you are so out of touch with the real mood in society. And the real mood in society...
You can't give them an inch. They'll never give you one either. Yeah, that's the thing. Is that like, I mean, that woman's like just desperate to get anything. I feel like I'm trying to think of like what the inverse of this would like look like or something like that. I feel like this would be like optically, I wonder if it comes off like this. Like you have, let's say you have some MAGA Republican or something criticizing Andrew Cuomo for his handling of COVID, the nursing home deaths related to COVID, the subsequent cover-up, and the sexual harassment charges. And they levied the charge at the Democratic hosts. It's an indictment of your party, the fact that he was able to get as much support in the New York City Democratic primary race for mayor. It's a huge indictment, given everything. Given all of his past scandals and the fact that he's like hiding from the public and not campaigning, he's clearly just trying to go off of name recognition alone. That's really, really bad. And what is it? In response to that, instead of the Democratic hosts engaging with it, they say, well, like I noticed that you haven't said that January 6th was an insurrection. Just like completely out of nowhere. You're talking to somebody who again is like accusing a country of genocide. Obviously these people don't agree, but there's no such thing as a defense of genocide. She's going to find October 7th to be irrelevant in the conversation of about a genocide of a group of people.
Is on the side of the
problem we're having here.
And I just wonder if like that this exchange comes off that way to people. Like again, if there was some sort of like just desperate pivot to something else and something totally unrelated. This bad faith question.
And you've lost that whole debate. And I think that's
Fiona, the problem we're having here
again.
is you continuously tell us what we think, but you don't listen to what we're thinking. So if you would just listen a bit more.
So you think the genocide of the Palestinians
if you listen, let me finish. Sorry.
ICJ have not made a final determination yet. However, the ICJ ordered that the provisional steps should be taken. 14 of the judgments determined that allegations of genocide are plausible under the Genocide Convention. Israel must take steps to prevent genocide as a precaution whilst they complete their final judgment. Ironically, the one who dissented was Sibitin, who plagiarized over 30% of her judgment for PragerU and other right-wing sources. Oh, I remember that. I remember looking into this, yeah.
If you listen, let me finish. Sorry. If you listen to what people have to say, then perhaps instead of telling me what I think, you might listen to what I think. Okay. And that's, I think, this is a real problem with your argument. You don't listen. Okay. You don't listen to what people think. You have no idea.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fiona.
Fiona Lely, thank you very much.
Dude, 2v1. We just witnessed a fucking double homicide. Boomer ass argument. She cooked them alive. Meanwhile, Lucy Connolly is still in prison. Who's this? So tired of stupid people. Damn, this is a right-wing channel. This girl wouldn't last 2 seconds in Gaza with Hamas. This is the, brings up, I don't think we should be killing people that are starving, trying to get food. Why don't you go to Gaza if that's how you feel? The young are so easily brainwashed. Imperial Army? This girl is insane. Israel is literally tiny. 4 laughing emojis. Dude, this is amazing. What about the hostages? Why not mention them? Silly little girl. Palestine never existed as a country. Super cool. But anyway. Yeah, that was fun. If you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and follow me if you aren't already so you can catch every time I go live, or subscribe to me if you want to get access to a ad-free experience as well as lots of emotes. Or you could donate bits and you can also unlock special emotes that way. If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream if you haven't already, and subscribe to me so you can catch when I go live and view my previous VODs more easily than the ugly ass Twitch player. And if you want to donate, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or the donation links in my YouTube description box. And I'm at Strader _ everything. I will be right back. And then I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do next, but I'll be right back. back. How are we doing? How are we doing? Her take. You guys want me to go back to her take? Are you serious? Is there nothing else? Piers Morgan has a script flipped and asked if he condemns Rupert Murdoch. Okay, I'll take a look at this. What else was said? Bad faith question or not, it's kind of sus to most people, and me, TBH. When someone dodges condemning Hamas, it's easy and correct to do, so why not, LOL? Because it's not really about, when you're asked, when people are, like, not just people, but Palestinian advocates, people talking and drawing attention to Palestinian suffering, are demanded to condemn Hamas, it's not really about Hamas. You know, it's a rhetorical trap to derail the conversation. It's about disciplining speech related to Palestine for the most part. You know, it's a total distraction. Like, could you imagine a world where like Israeli civilians trying to mourn Israeli Israeli citizens that are mourning people lost on October 7th are asked to denounce Netanyahu before they talk about the hostages or suffering that occurred on October 7th. You know, it's a thing that is entirely and only ever expected for oppressed people and Palestinians in this particular instance. You know. Let's see, what's this? Why won't it let me click? Hold on.
What if you can create your...
This guy kind of looks like Black Anthony Fantano. Piers Morgan asks you, condemn Rupert Murdoch.
What does it have to do with me?
Not my tweets. I have a question for you. News Corps International had a charitable arm which funded the Jerusalem Foundation, which builds illegal settlements.
What's this got to do with me?
Illegal settlements in
What's it got
Jerusalem.
to do with me?
Do you condemn Rupert Murdoch?
What's it got to do with me?
Do you condemn Rupert Murdoch?
I'm not talking about Rupert Murdoch.
Do you condemn Rupert Murdoch?
I'm not talking about Rupert Murdoch.
This has never been shown on British media. This is a letter from Netanyahu's political office. And Bridget may well recognise the handwriting of Benjamin Netanyahu here. It is a list of individuals that Netanyahu considered to be funders of his political campaign. There is a name on this list. The name is Rupert Murdoch. Your employer.
You know what, Loki?
It seems he funded Benjamin Netanyahu. That's an issue.
You know what, Loki? It's not an issue for me.
It's an issue, and actually it's in the interest of objectivity
understand one thing.
that you state it.
Rupert Murdoch can speak for himself. If you've got a problem with him, take it up with him.
I do.
I can tell you categorically, he has never had a single conversation with me about anything I've put on Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Sam kindly resigned from the Times newspaper because of Murdoch's investments and bias
If
towards
you have a
Israel.
problem,
This
Loki,
document, this letter,
you're a rapper,
clearly
right?
shows Benjamin Netanyahu noting Rupert Murdoch, considering him to be a funder of his political campaign.
You're a rapper, yeah?
That's an issue.
You're a rapper.
You're a rapper. I never saw this. What's it got to do with me? What has Hamas got to do with Loki? I mean, that's the thing, right? This is the subtle implication when you're asking people unrelated that are not, spokespeople for Hamas, that are literally just talking about Palestinian suffering, to condemn Hamas or to condemn violence in the abstract or condemn this or that or whatever. What you're really asking people to do, or what you're really saying to that person, is if you want, in order for you to have the right to speak about a group of people suffering, you need to first disavow these people. You need to condemn this, and then I'll give you permission to do that. It's just respectability politics shit, It's not about ... So what? The question is asked because it's a meme that leftists refuse to answer it, but it's easy to answer in the negative, and they can't derail a combo with it. Well, it is easy. It's like simple to answer in the negative. It's why I think there's a better, like, rather than dodging it. Like, I wouldn't do it what she did. Not only because I don't, or what is it? Like, I don't disagree with it, like, sure, I'll condemn Hamas or whatever. But I guess to me, the better thing is, like, you do it and then you flip the script back on that person. And it's like, okay, do you condemn the IDF for the death of 100,000 Palestinians? No, then what are we talking about here? Because I do think that, like, optically, yeah, it's like not the strongest thing, or if you have to articulate why you're not going to engage in that sort of, you know, rhetorical trap, because I do think it can be lost on, you know, normie people, quote unquote, why you're refusing to do it. But I disagree that that one, it's like a leftist meme or whatever. That sort of the virtue signal and you need to condemn and do this or whatever has, like, surrounding this particular conversation has preceded Twitter. It's preceded leftist memes or whatever about, like, online LARPers and stuff like that. I promise you that kind of shit has been around for decades, and it's not because of like Twitter memes or anything like that. So number one on that. And they can't derail the convo with it. That's absolutely not true, because the whole move with that is the next thing that they've done is, like, once you've already gotten that person to just do the virtue signal, you have already derailed the conversation at that point. They were trying to get it off of what she was talking about, which is the massacre of these civilians, the suffering of these people, the lack of dignity denied to it. You're already, like, playing on their terms. But there are ways to, I guess, like, it's like, what is it? I guess to condemn it and then flip the script back on them is the equivalent of, like, you're in an arm wrestle and you kind of briefly let them think you're gonna lose, and then you kind of force them back down. But at this point, we're 20 months from October 7th. So much suffering, so much death of Palestinians that I no longer feel or suspect that people that are not playing the games of condemning Hamas by this point, closer to October 7th, I would understand people feeling more like, oh, do they have some sort of, like, hidden agenda? Are they some Hamas apologist or something like that? By this point, no, I don't think so. I genuinely assume that it's people tired of having to do virtue signals to be able to get permission to speak about Palestinian justice and suffering. Do you condemn the treatment of the Native Americans in the Trail of Tears? Do you condemn George Washington owning slaves? Do you condemn hummus? Do you condemn store-bought hummus? Her take. Back to the autism, you guys.
Is strongly about this. So this is historical.
Okay, this is historical. This is historical that we're going to finish this fucking episode. Israel-Iran ceasefire, Trump versus Thomas Massie, New York City mayoral election. This was Her Take Live, episode 9 with Dave Smith. And I covered part of this with Pisco yesterday. We were live for several hours and we still only were halfway through. But let's see how far I get now, because it's 4:31 here in Florida, and I do want to sleep at some point tonight.
This ignited in March of 2020 when Massie.
They can't really, if you answer in the negative, then there's no derailment. It only became, as it did, derailed because she refused. Miss Muffin, name one thing that woman was engaging with before she asked her to condemn Hamas. The only reason why that she asked her that question was because she couldn't contend with the fact that she said, this is a fact that Hamas is the one looting and stealing the aid. And she said, that's not true. Started talking about the circumstances that have brought about civilian casualties and Palestinians dying when trying to get food and aid. And then she pivoted to that. So she already wasn't engaging.
Forced.
I wouldn't say that the young woman that they brought on or whatever had derailed. I felt like that other woman is doing that because she can't she can't actually argue with her on the merits of and facts of the matter. So she has to bring it to something else, just to drag it back to October 7th, just to drag it back to suggesting that she's a secret Hamas supporter if she's talking about any of this shit.
A roll call vote on the $2.2 trillion CARES Act, the COVID-19 package, which prompted Trump to label him a third-rate grandstander, push for his ousting.
All right,
and their clash has...
We are not doing this at normal speed. We're doing this at 1.25.
Subsequently escalated now with his war powers, the Iran strikes notably, major spending bills, and Trump has continued to call him a loser, and he is now funding his primary challengers. So, Amy, can you give us the details on the latest with this one?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go into the history because it wasn't always just Trump hating on Massey. He actually did a pretty steep U-turn back in 2022. But to open this up, Nat, could we please pull up the post that Thomas Massey made where he is sharing Trump's, I believe it was a truth post, where he hashtags here sassy with Massey. He says, Donald Trump declared so much war on me today, it should require an act of Congress. And the reason why he said that was because of the war resolution that Massey was trying to push, which would actually mandate a vote by Congress in order for us to go into this war. So he's using that same verbiage here in this post when Trump absolutely slammed him for suggesting that this should be invoked. He says Congressman Thomas Massey of Kentucky is not MAGA, even though he likes to say he is. He essentially says that he votes no on every single thing. He calls him a Rand Paul Jr., although maybe Trump isn't really up to speed on all the great things that Rand has done kind of recently. It may be a little bit more of a compliment than what he realizes. Obviously, a lot of ad homs. He calls him a loser, things like this. But it really wasn't always this way. Much like Gillian mentioned, yeah, Trump took gripe with Massey back when he opposed the massive COVID stimulus package. And he didn't really just necessarily oppose it straight up, but like Gillian mentioned, all he wanted was actual debate about it. He wanted a floor vote, and he wanted people to go on the record to determine whether or not they had actually learned enough about what was in this bill and the ramifications that it would have to be able to make an informed decision. And he made many of them go on the record. Turns out none of them really knew, honestly. And that's the issue within Congress, is there are so many yes men. There's so many people who are voting based on dollars that are put in their pocket or trying to be a populist versus actually voting with their conscience. And in my opinion, Thomas Massey is one of the only men in Congress today who is still doing this. He is my favorite congressman by absolutely miles. So again, 2020, they had that falling out. In 2022, when Trump perceived that Massey fell in line with him, he actually did a complete 180. And with that, Nat, we can actually pull up the second asset, which is Trump's tweet in 2022, giving Massey his complete and full endorsement. In fact, he actually called him a conservative warrior, right? So I'm really not sure which one it is. Nat, if you can't pull it up, that's okay. I mean, we basically...
I cannot tell where Amy's coming at this. It's like, yeah, the fucking chip for brains president who is the mind of a fucking child. No shit. At one point, he liked Thomas Massey, and then they had some disagreement. Now, Thomas Massey is a rhino loser. Like, throw any stupid pejorative at him, right?
Basically just described it in a nutshell. There we go.
Like, it's so cute watching Amy be like, I don't know if she's genuinely thinking that she's going to catch, like, she's catching Donald Trump in some sort of, like, gotcha. It's like, yeah, no shit. He's the pettiest bitch alive, and he will turn on anybody who doesn't 100% show fealty to him. Nothing new.
We scroll down just a little bit here. We can read what Trump said. Congressman Thomas Massey is a conservative warrior for Kentucky's 4th District, an MIT graduate, first-rate defender of the Constitution. He fights to protect your liberties, especially with the First and Second Amendments. Now, we started to see their relationship strain again when Massey started to make some very reasonable objections to the big, beautiful bill. We all know there are great things inside of that bill. And a part of it is really Trump just fulfilling his mandate. He ran on certain principles. That's the reason why some people voted for him. And a lot of that had to do with the economy, with the jobs market. Renewing the 2017 tax cuts, no tax on tips, no tax on overtimes. But as we all know, with these omnibus bills,
there's no tax on overtime shit. It barely impacts anybody. The extent to which this is some like huge pro working class fucking policy that Trump is attempting to mobilize is so fucking stupid. It impacts like 2% of the American workforce, if that. It's like tiny.
Massive bills. There's always some nefarious things that are snuck in. And Thomas Massey,
and it's also to be the fucking a terrible substitute for increasing the minimum wage.
He was one of the...
It's like, no, I'm not going to actually pay you more, but the burden that's been shifted to the other consumers and patrons or whatever that give you tips that you live off of, yeah, I guess I won't. The government's not going to take their cut of that.
Really people
just
who had a backbone to actually speak up about it. We can go ahead and play this third video, please, Nat, which is him giving a very clear, direct message that honestly does not take an economist or a political expert to be able to understand.
Well, I'd love to stand here and tell the American people, we can cut your taxes and we can increase spending and everything's going to be just fine. But I can't do that because I'm here to deliver a dose of reality. This bill dramatically increases deficits in the near term, but promises our government will be fiscally responsible 5 years from now. Where have we heard that before? How do you bind a future Congress to these promises? This bill is a debt bomb ticking. Congress can do funny math, fantasy math, if it wants, but bond investors don't. And this week, they sent us a message. Moody's downgraded our credit rating, and the bond investors who buy our debt and finance our debt demanded higher interest rates on the 10-year note, the 20-year note, and the 30-year note. What does this mean? Very soon, the government will be paying $16,000 of interest alone per U.S. family. And what are we telling them? Instead of taking care of that problem, we're going to give you a $1,600 tax break. Under the taxing and spending levels in this bill, we're going to rack up, the authors say, $20 trillion of new debt over the next 10 years. I'm telling you, it's closer to 30.
You guys get the picture. So it's like Trump is coming after this guy now. He is trying to primary him. He's launching a MAGA PAC and backing his opponent. He has committed to $1 million in ad buys to try to get Massey out of office. And again, it's largely due to his objections to the big, beautiful bill, and then largely this war resolution that he's trying to push through. And I'll admit, the war resolution is an optics nightmare. I mean, the people that he's aligned with on the left, it doesn't necessarily look good for him.
I mean, you're talking about optics nightmare, like the way that she goes about like giving excuses to Republican politicians to not have to support it. It's like, it's not even about the merits of the resolution. It's just about the optics.
Like optics wise. So I get why that's like low hanging fruit for Trump to be able to attack. But this is a man of principle. And just making my final thoughts, one thing we all criticize, everyone on the right, was the woke left and their ability to be able to cancel people because they did not agree with what they're saying. After years of us giving them shit, sorry for swearing, for doing that, why are we turning around and doing the exact same thing to one of the only men in office who actually have principle, a backbone, and is not afraid of going against the populist opinion? And one thing you can't say about Thomas Massey is that he's inconsistent. He has been consistent his entire political career. He's always held these opinions. He's always held these values. So for me, I'm just, as much as I love Trump and I've stuck up for Trump in many circumstances, right? Even at personal cost, before it was popular to support him. This is one thing I can absolutely not back him on. I am a 100% Thomas Massey stan. So that's my opinion. Curious to know your guys' thoughts.
Damn, for once, Amy is not just towing the fucking Trump line. I'm impressed.
Amy, I love that. And before I get into it, I just want to say Thomas Massey has had.
Is she even American? She's here as like a resident, as like an American resident or something. She's trying to become a naturalized U.S. citizen.
One of the most serious glow-ups of any politician I've ever seen. The guy looks good these days. He's really coming into his own. It's right, Amy? Like, guys. Also, Amy, I am totally.
I was wondering. I was like looking at Dave Smith to see if he'd like roll his eyes during that stupid fucking comment.
Totally with you on this. I actually don't think supporting Massey is being anti-Trump. I think this is encouraging Trump to remain Trump and to adhere to his MAGA America First principles. We cannot afford to sustain more debt. We cannot be adding trillions of dollars to $33 trillion of debt. It's just completely unsustainable. And to pretend otherwise is just naivete. And I'm actually glad to see, although I have obviously issues with the Democratic side, I'm glad to see there has to be reforms to the big, beautiful bill because the Senate parliamentarian isn't going to let it move forward and isn't going to let it proceed to just a majority vote. It's going to have to reach a 60 vote threshold now. But right now, the bill is untenable as it stands because we have not made the cuts necessary. We have not fully implemented the cuts that Trump promised and got him elected to office. Right now, the situation is absolutely untenable. We need to implement. I know, Anna, you disagree with me on this, but I think we should implement more stringent work requirements to ensure the longevity of our social programs and to make sure that it truly goes to the most vulnerable rather than able-bodied men or women who can work and choose not to.
Okay, Dave, let me jump in real quick because I have to respond to that. Listen, when there's no debate about spending tens of billions of dollars on dropping bombs in the Middle East and no one's talking about how much that has contributed to our national debt, it makes me sick to hear anyone target the most vulnerable people living in poverty and like defame them as lazy bums who are just like living off government cheese because they don't want to work. But putting that aside, in regard to Massey working with Democrats, I think that's a good thing. I honestly, at this moment, Congress is so useless because of the partisan divides and the unwillingness to work together, even when the two parties or members of both parties find common ground on an issue. When it comes to the War Powers Act, I think that if there is common ground with some Democrats, I'm happy to see Massey.
How many of these weren't there Republicans that were willing to vote for this? Hold on. Marjorie Taylor Greene wasn't one of them. Which Republicans supported the War Powers Resolution Act? In 2025, that's what I mean.
Massey work with them willingly because that benefits the country. But in regard to Massey, look, I have a lot of disagreement with his perspectives on, our social safety net, for instance. However, one of the hardest things to find in Congress is a genuine, sincere, and principled politician that operates based on his values.
Okay, thanks, Anna. What is it? No, not this. I thought it was a link to the
as
bill,
opposed
to the House
to
bill.
what's
Hold on.
convenient for him at any given moment. That's why you see all this flip-flopping and backpedaling and all this nonsense in Congress. You see congressmen and women basically carry out the best interests of their donors as opposed to the best interests of their constituents. But that is not the case with Massey. I might have sincere disagreements with him on some policies, but at least I know that he's good faith, and I know that he's...
He's still a Republican, though. So let's see. So co-sponsors, you got AOC, Ro Khanna, Dem. A lot of Dems. Can I sort by party? By party. No, wait, maybe I have the wrong one because there would have been Republicans on this.
Not going to co-sign on policies that are going to cost more, damage the country, goad us into war.
His values are evil, but he sticks to them. I guess you have to hand it to him for that. But the thing is that just because he doesn't take AIPAC money doesn't mean he doesn't take other types of corporate lobbying money.
That we don't need to fight. And I really do respect the man because despite all the pressure that he's faced as a result of his disagreements with Donald Trump, he remains strong, steadfast, and he continues to be led by his values. That's something admirable. And I hope that he remains in office because we need people like that in Congress.
I actually absolutely agree. We need
Oh my God. Jillian about to wild out before she fucking does that. Let's see. Who is it? Why don't they name names? All I see is Massey, but it had to have been other people. Okay, let's see.
Steadfast, and he continues to be led by his values. That's something admirable, and I hope that he remains in office because we need people like that in Congress.
But he's still a Republican. We don't need Republicans in Congress.
absolutely agree. We need accountability.
Listen to me. I told all of you that we were going to Dave after the intro. Dave, what do you think?
Well, look, those were all good points being made. I'd say on some basic level, I think we all know. Look, obviously, Donald Trump wants to get this bill passed. That is the agenda of the president. You got a member of your own party who is voting no on that. So obviously, you understand where there's going to be some friction there. Donald Trump, the amount of venom that he's been spewing at Thomas Massey. I mean, it's like the guy was framed for treason by his own intelligence agencies, and I've never seen him spew this much venom for any individual there.
If it's for the wrong things, 95% of the time, no, we don't. That's the thing is that how much of a comfort is it that somebody genuinely holds MAGA beliefs for the love of the game and votes with Republicans 95% of the time? It's not really much of a comfort to me that, but he sincerely believes it. It's yeah, he sincerely believes stupid things. He sincerely believes in terrible government policy.
But he's doing it for Thomas Massey, who everybody knows, however you feel about it. So there'd be 2 points here. Number one, however you feel about it, everybody here knows, and everyone in the country knows, if a Democrat had proposed this spending bill, if any other Republican president had opposed the spending bill, and Thomas Massey's in the Congress, Thomas Massey's a no vote on that. This is what he believes in. And so you have one guy who is smearing another guy purely for political reasons, and then you have one guy who's standing up for principles. And so I think it's pretty easy to know whose side you should be on there. But then the other point there is that on the substance of the issue, Thomas Massey is just completely right. And I mean, it's insane that this is even a debate to be had. The U.S. federal government is the biggest organization in the history of the world, spending over $7 trillion a year. And this, it's funny because oftentimes there'll be kind of these debates where, say, someone like me and Anna might have a disagreement where, I believe in a laissez-faire free market, and she believes more in some redistributive policies that take from the wealthiest and give to the people who have the least. But objectively speaking, what our our federal government is a giant redistribution scheme that takes from the working and poor and middle class and gives to the super connected billionaire class. And it's like the most insane thing in the world. Nobody can defend it. And the way, and this is...
Nobody can defend it except the vast majority of Republicans and Donald Trump himself, who you voted for and said that he should be fucking impeached. Then you went back on that, on Tim Pool, and said, oh, I'd still vote for him over Kamala Harris. Nice try, dude.
How it works through this gigantic government spending and these monstrosities, 3,000 page bills that are not. Look, at the richest counties in the United States of America, it's something like either 9 or 10 out of the top 13 are the suburbs of Washington, D.C. And why is that? It's not because we have great big factories that are making things that people want to buy in Virginia. It's because these are the politically connected, and that's where the money goes. They suck $7 trillion a year out of the actual productive economy and hand it off to their buddies. And don't get me wrong, there are some crumbs that get left down to like a mom who needs hip surgery or something like that, but it is pennies compared to the trillions of dollars that get passed down. All the richest counties, they're right outside Washington, D.C. and right outside of New York City, which some people may think that the whole financial casino system is capitalism, but it's a big government scheme. It's a central bank that gives out money for free to their member banks, who then loan it at interest to the American people. And so I think what Thomas Massie and what a lot of Trump supporters who are sympathetic to him are saying is that it's like, look, you launched this whole Doge initiative. You made up a fake government department where you said we were going to be cutting trillions of dollars out of this insanely bloated budget. And then when it comes time for a spending bill, all of those cuts are gone, and it's just going to blow up the budget in the next few years. And Thomas Massie's absolutely right. It's all this tricky accounting. Yeah, in 5 years, that future Congress, they'll start showing fiscal restraint. There's no way to guarantee that or to bind them to that. And so I think the point was like, look, you've got this Doge initiative that was very popular with the American people. You've got this way...
Citation needed. Is that even fucking true? I never actually looked at what Doge polling was like for how popular was Doge with the American public. Like, and it's interesting to even talk about public opinion on this because it's so flagrant. Like, Doge is so flagrantly unconstitutional that and if you're defending it, you don't give a fuck about public opinion of it. Let's see. This is from NBC. They like the idea, but I guess not the execution. Poll. Voters like the idea of Doge, but Elon Musk and his early results raised red flags. A majority of voters say they have negative views of Musk, and many are critical of the government. It's almost 5 a.m., folks. Can you tell? The Doge's rapid work slashing the federal government. This was according to a national NBC poll. Asked whether creating Doge was a good idea or a bad idea, 46% say the idea was good. So it's not even like breaking a majority. 40% say it was bad. Another 13% do not have an opinion. Most voters have a strong opinion. 40% say Doge is strongly a good idea, while 37% say it's strongly a bad idea. However, when voters are asked more broadly to rate their feelings towards Doge, the findings flip. 41% say they hold positive views of the effort, and 47% hold negative views. Musk himself is unpopular, with 51% holding negative views of the tech mogul and 39% viewing him positively. So this came after he had already done the cutting and all of that. Tells us that a lot of people are willing to give Doge the benefit of the doubt, but for a majority of voters, either they want things to slow down and reevaluate, or they think that maybe things are going a little bit in the wrong direction. That skepticism or outright rejection of Doge's efforts also comes as 27% of respondents say they or someone they know has been negatively impacted by reductions or cuts to federal benefits programs or services as a result of changes enacted by Doge. That group is heavily concentrated among self-identified Democrats, but geographically it's relatively spread out across the country. Interesting.
Overbloated government. The Republicans now control the presidency, the House, the Senate, and the Supreme Court. I mean, if we can't get some government spending now, then just at least come out and admit it, Republicans, that none of you actually believe in small government. None of you actually believe in any of this fiscal restraint. And Donald Trump was uniquely in a position where he really could have gotten anything he wanted out of this spending bill. I mean, Donald Trump is so popular amongst Republicans that he can put such enormous pressure on the lawmakers to sign his bill. He could have presented a bill to Congress and insisted that all the Republicans vote on it and primaried the ones who didn't. But instead, he's primarying Thomas Massie for being the only honest one. So I think he's the best member of Congress and also just like an excellent human being. And I just think, honestly, I think Donald Trump has no principles when it comes to this sort of thing.
Dave, I agree with what you're saying, but I think we can get more specific on who's actually responsible. And it's a military-industrial complex, and it ties back to...
Oh, okay. Suddenly Lindy has it within her to muster up her criticism of the military-industrial complex. She's more willing to criticize the fucking military-industrial complex while she is a MAGA grifter before she will criticize Donald Trump making a stupid decision that she doesn't agree with.
We were talking about before, these neocons and these defense contractors are breathing down Trump's neck and everybody else in Washington begging, salivating at the prospect of another war. So it's the Lockheed Martins of the world.
I honestly thought she was going to say the Democrats. It is an improvement.
These are the people responsible. They have American blood on their fingers because they want to perpetuate forever wars and regime change wars. It's their bread and butter. It's how they pay for their yachts and mega mansions.
Well, then stop sounding so much like him on Iran.
No, I'm just saying that Iran is a nuclear threat. I can hold, they're not mutually exclusive thoughts here.
No, I guess they're not mutually exclusive, but it's just it's their made up propaganda, and then you're talking about how much blood they got on their hands. But yeah, well, look, I mean, that's a huge part of it, no question. I mean, we spend over $1 trillion a year if you count up like all the costs maintaining this empire, which we were never supposed to have, which the American people have never even gotten a vote on. They never once held a referendum saying, do you guys not want to be a republic anymore? Do you want to be an empire? Do you want to be responsible for whether the Donbass region is ruled by Kiev or Moscow or whatever, have 700 bases around the world or any of this stuff. And we've spent something like $8 trillion on these disastrous wars in the last 20 plus years. So that is a huge part of it. But all the entitlements are also going bankrupt. And there's a lot of other waste in government spending. It's not just the warfare state. And look, Anna pointed out Medicaid, which fair enough, that is an actual redistributive policy that helps poorer people. But Medicare and Social Security are both gigantic transfers of wealth from poorer groups to wealthier groups. And they just absolutely make no sense at all. The young people in America today are coming out of college with 6 figures in debt.
Okay, well, he'll acknowledge all of this, but this is going to be like the landmark piece of legislation that Donald Trump passes. And if you have these massive criticisms of it, plus the Iran strikes, why the fuck would you walk back the impeachment, the call for impeachment and your condemnation of him?
They're getting a job at DoorDash and living at their mom's until they're in their 30s. And they're responsible now with their DoorDash money to contribute to the senior citizens generation who have owned property and have participated in the greatest economic expansion in world history. They essentially become a millionaire because they bought a house in the 80s or something like that. I mean, it's just totally indefensible. And I think that's something that progressives got to wake up on. That like, what are we doing here? Okay, maybe this was your vision in the 30s or in the 60s, but this just makes absolutely no sense in the current context of America. These are giant redistributions toward wealthier groups from poorer groups. And I've heard a lot of political theorists talk about redistribution of wealth. I've never heard one justify that.
Well, okay. I mean, look, this could take up a lot of time. I know we don't have a lot of time. But
we have 10 minutes left with Dave. And when I'm going back and forth,
I'm going to have to drop it, but I'll just
go ahead.
I'll come on Young Turks and we can argue this all out.
Looking forward to that.
Okay, Anna, you get last thought on this one because we literally have 10 minutes with him, and I want to get to the New York mayoral race.
I mean, look, when you're talking about Medicaid and Social Security, you're talking about universal programs, right? Younger generations help fund these programs that elderly people and disabled people are able to use to their advantage, right? But elderly people paid into the system and helped the people who were older than them previously. I think the problem with Social Security specifically, though, is that you're right that there is an unfairness to the system, meaning that there is a cap on the amount of your income that gets taxed for Social Security. The vast majority of American workers never hit that cap. I believe it's at like around $170,000. After that amount of income, you're no longer.
Yeah, doesn't like the average person, like man in America makes like $39,000. Like that's the median income. I don't even think I need to look that up.
Tax for Social Security. And that is putting the Social Security program at jeopardy, which is why progressives argue you need to raise the cap. It's not fair that for the vast majority of workers, all of their income gets taxed for Social Security because they never hit that cap. But for the tremendously wealthy, I mean, not even tremendously wealthy, you're making $200,000. There's a certain portion of your income that doesn't get taxed for Social Security. I think we need to lift that cap. Social Security is an incredibly important universal program. It's considered the third rail in American politics because of how popular it is. And it literally keeps elderly people off our streets. So I disagree with you, Dave, on this issue, but we should have a lengthier debate about it at some point.
Okay, but if you're taking from a poor group to give into a richer group, you're keeping more people off the streets by taking from that poorer group. And look, whatever, we could debate this whole thing later, but I'm happy to talk about the New York City mayor race.
I mean, should I really be surprised that like a fucking dude who literally wears like Libertarian Institute sweatshirts or whatever is like, yeah, fuck them elderly people. we need to gut Medicare, like Social Security and shit.
I find that very interesting.
I know, because I realize that each one with this group, each one of these topics could have been a show unto itself, and that is something that we're gonna work out.
Median male income 48K. Oh, okay, it's a little bit higher than I thought. I thought it was still at 39.
Of going forward when we have incredible guests like Dave. But Lindy, just jump right into it because our time is limited. So break down for us what is happening, what is the latest with the mayoral race in New York City?
Okay, and because we're short on time, I probably should omit the clips. Okay, so basically, you guys have probably all have heard what has happened. Mamdani has won the New York City primary, which is now pitting him against Eric Adams, the current mayor, who's running as an independent because he didn't think that he could make it, rightly didn't think that he could make it through the Democratic primary. And we just heard a few hours ago that Andrew Cuomo has decided to remain in the race. There's been some talk that he would drop out of the race because they were afraid that they would divide up the opposition to Mamdani. But it sounds like it's going to be essentially a three-way in addition to the Republican candidates. But given the voter registration landslide advantage that Democrats have, it's highly unlikely that a Republican will win. I'm just going to get right into it. And I might say something that might offend some folks, but go ahead.
Do it, girl.
Okay, thank you for the nod.
Sink your teeth in.
I am absolutely stunned that the city that is famous for being terrorized by Islamic terrorists is on the cusp of electing Islamic extremists who was chanting globalized intifada as its mayor.
Globalized intifada. She said the thing. She said nationalized frittata.
That for me is just jaw-dropping. This is 24 years after 9/11. And it just completely blows my mind that this is happening. But putting that aside, I also want to address his Marxist agenda and all the things that he's laying out as he's posturing himself, portraying himself as a man of the working people. But my view is that it's basically a Trojan horse for government takeovers of many different programs. For example, he promises free buses, city-run grocery stores, a rent freeze, a 30 minimum wage. But who is paying for that? Because as we all know, there's no such thing as a free lunch in American society. Someone is paying for that. And it's working class families in New York City. And we've seen the same thing play out in cities.
I mean, she's not... Like, the idea, again, these fucking talking points of, like, did you know that when there are, like, social programs and shit that somebody has to pay for it? And it's like, yeah, people accept the logic of taxes, Lindy. Correct. They accept that when they get, like, a free lunch or whatever, it's like, yeah, it's subsidized by the government with their taxes. No shit. But, I mean, she's not wrong that she's like, middle-class families are going to pay for it. And it's like, true, but instead of arguing that you should abolish the program, you should be arguing that the wealthy should fucking pay for it. Duh.
It's like San Francisco, and it's been an absolute disaster there. And New York City is a home of Wall Street and real estate empires. His policies would devastate.
Like, this is making me think of this like Ben Shapiro clip where he was literally saying that, like talking about like poverty in America and like a child not having enough to eat because their parents don't make enough money, and he was saying that. He literally said they should be taken away from their parents instead of just arguing like, oh, they should get food. No, like, no, the state should take them out of that situation and retain custody of them instead of just giving the family food so they can keep their kid.
Economy there and drive a lot of big money out of the city, the same money that drives the economic engine of arguably the greatest city on earth. And I'm from Philadelphia, and I still concede that.
This is this is old.
If government can protect kids from the sick radical left, shouldn't they also protect kids from hunger? Wouldn't it make sense to strengthen food stamps and have school lunch be free, since some kids are in school lunch debt? Well, I mean, if you are a parent, school lunches are not going to solve the problem of child hunger at any serious level. If there is a problem of children actually starving, that is a child endangerment scenario to which CPS needs to be called. If you're talking about like actual child starvation, the truth is it does not take that much money to feed a child. I know I have 3 of them. You should be feeding your child before you feed yourself. It's that simple. There's a much deeper problem at work than school lunches if kids are legitimately starving.
And of course, he has to shift the conversation to legitimately starving and making some like straw man of it because he knows that starvation in America is practically fucking non-existent. It's like food insecurity and shit. But Jesus Christ, this fucking how much this is like the fucking Lucille Bluth of like how much could a banana cost meme or whatever. Like it doesn't take that much money to feed a child. It's like, yeah, no shit, I agree, man. So I should just be subsidized by the government for low-income families.
I believe that his Marxist playbook will crush the economic.
Who's gonna pay for CPS, Ben?
Engine. Beyond that, he continually uses inflammatory slogans.
Like he would literally rather have fund CPS or like have CPS interview, which is far more expensive in that situation than just give them food.
Globalized intifada.
That's fiscal responsibility there, folks.
Which I think raises huge red flags. He claims it's about Palestinian rights. But for what people,
Lindy is like reading off a fucking iPad. You gotta try harder than this, Lindy. You need come on, Lindy. You gotta fucking memorize this shit.
I hear is Jew-hating extremism. And given the heavy Jewish population in New York City, I think
she's like, what I hear is Jew-hating extremism.
Incendiary rhetoric. It undermines the fabric and the essence of the city, and is just a tremendous show of disrespect. Democrats, on the other hand, they praise his identity politics, they praise his diversity, but they conveniently...
She's like reading off a teleprompter. I cannot believe Pisco and I didn't push through for like just a little bit more. This would have been fucking amazing for him to see.
Ignore the words that he chooses to use, which I think is extremely loaded. And he also...
You can literally see her like scrolling up. She's not even trying to hide the fact that she's laughing at herself, knowing how stupid it fucking looks for her to have to be doing that.
As a struggling immigrant, but let's not fool around here. He is an Ivy League activist rather than a genuine activist on behalf of working class Americans. And Democrats prop him up as a champion of diversity, but a lot of Black and Latino leaders said, "Hey, we don't want this guy. He's going to take away our influence. He's going to undermine the working class." And that's why a lot of them went for Andrew Cuomo instead in the primary. And from my point of view, this isn't so much as an endorsement of
like, Lindy, this is your job. I think that her take and valuetainment, if you have any respect for the checks that they cut you, you can at least take the time to memorize it. Come on, Lindy.
Mamdani as a rejection of Cuomo, whom a lot of people see as corrupt and a vestige of a dying political dynasty. Lastly, one quick thing. I think this is another manifestation of the extreme leftward lurch of the Democratic Party. And one reason I was...
Dude, this is like fucking shameless. This went on for like several minutes of her doing, just reading off of a fucking iPad. Probably AI generated summaries.
I can't get on board with federal, state funding of gender affirming care. I can't get on board with the Marxist policies, the government run groceries. And just today, he came out with another proposal. He wants to tax whiter neighborhoods to pay for everybody else. Nat, do you have the article that I put in the production doc? The Newsweek article, can we show that?
Dude, she can't even keep like a straight face. She really does want to fucking laugh because she knows how stupid this looks.
That's it. This is did you find it? Oh, no, it's fine. But
yeah. Well, while we're looking for that, I was going to let Anna respond, if that's okay. But did you make that last point, Lindy? I was going to let Anna.
One quick thing. I'm just saying that his win in the Democratic Party gives fodder to Republicans who are rightfully saying that these socialist Marxist policies aren't going to work. And honestly, this is an electoral advantage for Republicans, I think, because a backlash against him will galvanize voters and encourage them to go to the polls, not just in New York, but across the country, because people don't want this. We rejected that in 2024.
Okay,
so I'm just curious, is there a day you wake up where you don't see terrorism everywhere? Because you literally just implied that this guy's a terrorist. And I found that bigoted, Islamophobic, and absolutely disgusting. If you don't like
Anna's so ashamed. I mean, she went on TYT and like trashed her. She was like, I have the displeasure of hosting a show with this stupid... Okay, well, she didn't say that. I was going to say... I don't want to put words in her mouth. She didn't say the stupid bitch. It's what I would have said. But she blasted her for making these comments on TYT.
Policies, I can understand that, and we can have a discussion about those policies. But it seems like you just have a problem with the fact that he's Muslim. You have a problem with the fact that he looks a little different from other previous leaders. Don't interrupt me. I'm still speaking. I didn't interrupt you. Listen, the problem with that mayoral race is that
she didn't interrupt her fucking PowerPoint presentation.
Democratic candidates who ran against him in the primary offered nothing. They offered nothing but the status quo. Andrew Cuomo was the former disgraced governor of that state who somehow thought that he had, I don't know, the entitlement to have his past erased and that people would totally accept him again. I'm really happy to find that the people of New York City rejected him because he's a complete and utter disaster. Now, as it pertains to Mamdani, we should actually talk about what he focused on as he was campaigning, because he actually did run a fantastic campaign. Even if you don't agree with his policies, he reached out to Trump voters in New York City and tried to figure out, hey, what is it that made you vote for Trump? What is it that's frustrating you about your current situation? He hyper-focused on economic frustration, much like Trump did, by the way, in 2016. That's what put Trump on the map. Mamdani did the same, although he had a little more substance to the exact policies that he wanted to implement. When it comes to government-run grocery stores, look, I agree. That seems a little weird. He was asked to elaborate on that a little more during a recent CNN interview, and he said that he wants to have one government-owned grocery store in each borough. So there would be a total of 5.
The idea is that each borough is going to get one of these grocery stores. Because it's publicly owned, they're going to be able to set the rates, and then they're trying to make the competitors like Publix, Whole Foods, etc., lower their prices in response to competing with the government. Like, it does operate at a loss, but the idea is that it's offset, and the savings are returned back to the consumer because like all of the other businesses and grocery stores in the area are going to be competing to undercut the public prices.
That would cost about $60 million. Obviously, that would be paid for through taxpayer money. I do not like, I want to be clear about this, and I think this is a huge flaw among the left, okay? When they target racial groups, when they say we want to tax white people, it turns people off, including me. Don't do race-based garbage like that, okay? But aside from that...
Okay, but he never said that. He like literally never said that.
Do you think that was a foible? I mean, let's talk about what else he focused on. I mean, he focused on so many different things. So he went to those halal street vendors.
I mean, like she can say like, oh, I don't take his word or I don't like his framing or whatever. I'm even sympathetic to that. Fine. But like, don't do Fox News's like dirty work for them of like, he wants to tax people because they're fucking white, man. It's like, dude, everybody's getting fucking taxed in this country for one. He was obviously being descriptive and saying that the neighborhoods that are given the most tax exemptions tend to be the wealthiest and the whitest neighborhoods, and that's a feature, not a bug.
And that was his first political ad where he asked them, you know, how is inflation impacting you and your prices, how much you're selling these, street food items for. And being able to actually connect with ordinary people is what put Mamdani on the map. OK, this nonsense about him being like a terrorist, I'm rejecting that.
First of all, I said he was a extremist, but never called him a terrorist. And
The other funny thing about him making the neighborhoods that are whiter or whatever don't get taxed or whatever, that's going to change under me. Like, that's literally what the platform reads. Is that no fuck
is strongly about this. So
oh my god, this is sorry. Is that the majority of people that carried him to victory? It was a lot of white people. So they know and they don't care that's the type of rhetoric that he uses.
City rejected him because he's a complete and utter disaster. Now, as it pertains to Mamdani, we should and he said that he wants to have, I want to be racial groups. Being able to actual vendors. And that was his first political ad where he asked them, you know, how is inflation impacting you and your prices, how much you're selling these, street food items for. And being able to actually connect with ordinary people is what put Mamdani on the map. OK, this nonsense about him being like a terrorist, I'm rejecting that.
First of all, I said he was a extremist, but never called him a terrorist. And
it was gross. It's gross.
How are you?
Hey, I didn't call him a terrorist. I called him a scary Muslim.
Condoning his usage of globalized intifada. Is that
I think it's stupid. He probably shouldn't say stupid stuff like that because it's going to be misinterpreted. I know what he meant by it. It doesn't matter though. People like you are going to be like shivering about it. So he shouldn't use words like that.
It was a horrible thing to say. He should not.
Okay, not like real.
Not have said it. It's absolutely unacceptable.
Okay, Dave, go. I could go. Your turn.
Well, I mean, I guess I could kind of.
She's like, yeah, you stupid bitch. The reason why it's a fucking landmine is because anytime a politician tries to have a nuanced conversation, it's impossible because of grifters like you. And Lindy just took that fucking. Because what's she gonna say? What's she really? I mean, like, she knows that Anna has her fucking clocked on that.
Split the difference a little bit between the two of you. Like, I don't think like city-owned grocery stores are just a weird idea, and I think his plan for freezing rent-stabilized apartments and increasing the number of rent-controlled apartments, I think these are all going to be disastrous policies if they're enacted. I don't like to see that stuff win. I just feel like there's a level of like delusion amongst the Democratic establishment who's so opposed to this guy, and it's almost like they don't see two very obvious things to me as an outsider who's not a Democrat, and not, I guess, anymore a New Yorker, although I was born and raised there. Okay, number one, the Democrats, the establishment of the Democratic Party, they're the...
Shut up, Dave. You're a libertarian idiot that thinks every road should be privatized. It's like, yeah, you're talking to somebody who doesn't even think that the government has like a an interest in you having like a license before you can drive, probably. So let that, like, keep that in mind when you hear about his criticisms of like social programs and policy proposals related to housing.
Castrated, discredited political group in the world. They literally they went all in for 8 years saying that Donald Trump was the greatest threat in the history of the world and that he was a Russian spy who led an insurrection and denied the results of an election, and democracy is over if this guy wins again. And then when the
Ooh, real cringe that we're mocking these characterizations that are 100% fucking true of Donald Trump and the MAGA movement.
Time came, the best they could field was a senile career politician who was an unimpressive dimwit before he lost his mind and was just like totally attached to every disastrous policy in the last 40 years.
This part of the criticism I do think lands better or whatever. It's like if you are saying that Trump is an existential threat and your answer to that existential threat is to run the geriatric candidate that had very, very low approval ratings, then how seriously do you really want to beat Donald Trump?
In America, the war on drugs, the war on terrorism, just everything. He was all over it. Then at the last minute, when they realized he was too senile to run, they subbed in like a cackling retard to try to be the one who stopped it. And they just got totally humiliated. The guy who they said was the greatest threat to humanity wins every swing state and the popular vote. And then they want to walk back. And then now when they're so scared of this guy, the best they could feel was Andrew Cuomo. It's like the guy who just destroyed the state. Did they not realize how much people have woken up to how insane COVID was and how wrong he was about everything? Oh, and by the way, add in, he murdered senior citizens. Like, murdered them. He forced these nursing homes who were begging and pleading. I mean, if you could think back to what it was in May of 2020 to send COVID positive patients into a nursing home, I'm sorry, that's premeditated murder. Like, you know for a fact people will die as a result of this. Then he covered it up. Then he lied to Congress about the cover up. I mean, the guy is like, the fact that they would even run him or that he's considering running as an independent now is wild. And look, the fact here is,
I mean, but he knows why they're running. It's like, he's like not hostile to if you're a fucking right-wing libertarian, you obviously are not hostile to business interests, capital interests, or concentrations of wealth. So why are you surprised that Andrew Cuomo is running? You have billionaires backing his run. That's the reason why he was in this race. It's the reason why he's being carried forward to the fucking general, even though voters rejected him in the Democratic primary. It's because there's capital interests that have a vested personal incentive to get him back in office, to have him do their bidding. He knows this. So if he wants to take it down to like, what on earth is Andrew Cuomo thinking? It's like, no, he's getting paid. He's getting cut checks to do this, dude. It's in his economic interest to do it. If you were him, you would also do it. That's the issue.
All this stuff about saying, oh, he hollered, globalized the intifada. Nobody cares about this except people on TV and like people in very specific advocacy groups or something like that. It's just not what actually matters to people. The fact of the matter is that,
I mean, at one point it did fucking matter to people. But Zohran is showing that I don't think that Zohran won because he's so pro-Palestine or anything like that. I think that what it proves is that it's no longer a deal breaker that you don't toe the line with respect to Israel. That you can still hold public office or potentially hold the mayoral office of New York City, even if you say these things and think these things.
Andrew Cuomo, because he's such a member of the establishment, brought in all of the baggage of the war, which really should be irrelevant to the New York City mayoral race. But he brought in all that baggage. The truth is that Democrats in New York City, including the Jewish ones, don't support what Israel's doing to Gaza. And for him to be asked in the debate about whether he would commit to visiting Israel or whether you believe in a two-state solution.
Okay, he's talking, but just watch Jillian's face during this.
Or a democratic one-state solution.
She's about to cook.
I mean, if they were smarter, they should have asked him about, like, you know, the concern that Jews in New York have about anti-Semitism or something like that. But the fact is that the Democratic establishment, as always, had to carry defending the wars, which is largely impossible. Whereas Mamdani ran a campaign very specifically targeting the unaffordability of New York City, which is the actual crisis, not who hollered intifada one time and what you mean by that. Okay. No one cares about this stuff. The fact is that
actually it's Lindy that wants to get it on this, and I guess she's going to be ad-libbing because I don't even see her reaching for her PowerPoint presentation script on her iPad.
Inflation over the last few years has just been killing regular people across this country, but nowhere nearly as terribly as New York City, maybe Los Angeles. knows. But that in New York City, to be a regular person, it's just like impossible to survive there now. And while I do think that a lot of his prescriptions to the problem will only make it worse and aren't good, like at least he was talking about it. Yeah, but at least he was talking about it. That's the whole game. Then you got to get in there and make the argument. Make the argument about how your policy will actually drive the price of chicken over rice down more than his will. Or look, he did a video on the chicken over rice thing, and he didn't even realize at the conclusion of his video, the whole problem was a crony government program. It had nothing to do with capitalism where you needed some government program. You needed to stop giving out the licenses to street vendors to these cronies. But regardless of that, at least he's talking about real issues that people actually care about. And that's why he won. He wasn't rejected by the people. He beat the former governor of the state who's born into political royalty as essentially a nobody. So he should, if people, whether you like him or hate him, you should look to this race. There's a lot to be learned there.
Dave, I think it's unfair to just poo-poo incendiary.
This is the... Someone said Lander's his biggest supporter, and it's reminding me of this tweet. Dude, Lander's so cute. This TikTok of him at at like a pride thing. Oh, wait, hold on. The goat. But this is one of those times where you look at Lander and genuinely can't see anything except Tim Robinson. As a big fan of both, I felt terribly guilty that this was the first thing that I thought of when he was detained. Oh my god. Ay.
Rhetoric like globalized intifada, because I know a lot of Jewish Americans who are offended by such language.
You're talking to one of them. I'm a Jewish New Yorker, and I promise you, it's fine.
Maybe it doesn't bother you, but I have Jewish friends who are bothered by that, especially given the escalating anti-Semitism around the country, not just in New York.
There's a real problem. There's a real problem with paranoia in the Jewish community. I'm well aware of it. I'm probably much better than you are. It's fine. Jews are doing fine. We're thriving. Don't worry.
Okay, well, I know some people feel differently, but I do want to say in terms
Oh god, that's so fucking satisfying to watch her just get totally shut down on this. Like, well, I have Jewish friends, and he's like, yeah, well, fuck you. I'm a fucking Jew, and I don't give a shit, dude. So you gonna tell me how to feel about it? Oh, well, I have friends that feel differently, and he's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about the opinions of your fucking friends either. And she's like, okay, well, agree to disagree.
terms of government-run stores. You know what happens when governments take over merchandise? Look what happened with alcohol. Government-run alcohol shops. The purpose, the end result was.
Lindy, just hear me out. Lindy, you are a communist compared to me. You have no idea. I believe I'm an anarcho-capitalist. I don't believe in any government whatsoever. So, like, but you don't need to convince me about how government messes up pricing mechanisms.
This isn't reply to you. I just wanted to add to the point that government-run anything is a recipe.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't even believe this. If somebody is, there's no way that Dave Smith has debated libertarianism for longer than if you let. The meme is that if you let a fucking right-wing libertarian talk long enough, they will about their policy ideas and their ideology, they will eventually describe a state
for disaster. And I can assure you that I'm not a communist by any stretch of the imagination. The communist regime in China murdered my great-grandfather. To say that I'm anything associated with them is actually quite.
No, just compare to me. No, compare to them.
All right,
compare to them, you're a free market libertarian. Yes, compare to the Chinese communist, you're a capitalist. But compare to me, you're all a bunch of commies.
All right, well, I can, maybe that's true. But I just want to say that all of his recipes, all his prescriptions for New York City, it's just horrendous. The most grating for me is his plan to tax whiter neighborhoods. It's extremely divisive, and he ran as a person of.
It's so weird watching like a real humans interact with Lindy Lee, because Anna, even though I disagree with her on her approach to things and her like a lot more opinions recently, then I realized, because I hadn't been watching any of the TYT content, and I was like, okay, I probably disagree with Anna on a lot of things, even domestically. But she's authentic. I do think that she's, for the most part, fairly genuine. Same with Dave Smith, even though I disagree with him on a lot. I don't get the sense that he's inauthentic, though. So watching them like try to have a real conversation with somebody who is just like a talking point machine is bizarre. It is just it's like, what is the point?
Person who would encourage unity. This is precisely that kind of thing.
Listen, again, I'm just making the point that, like, look, there's a certain point where you lose the moral.
Oh yeah, also on unrelated note, since I pulled up my likes, look at this. Just still cut his I called in the other night, and his, like, I don't know if it's somebody who does thumbnails or whatever, but they generated this, and it's me. Does it look like me? What do you guys think? I don't think he's not talking about, I don't even know why he used this picture though. But that is like my avatar if I ever go on a stream, so I thought it was cute.
High ground. You lose the right to even make that argument. And as one of the biggest funders of the Democratic Party, while they were in the lockdown regime, you just really don't get to tell anyone else about how they're going to ruin the city or how they're going to pit people against each other.
Because I wasn't one of the biggest funders during that time. I was in 2024. That's actually incorrect. I have to.
So, okay, so after they did that, you rewarded them with funds.
No, actually, 2024. I did nothing to perpetuate the COVID lockdowns. Actually, that was one of the catalysts that had me leaving the party.
Well, that's great. That's great. But
anyway, oh my God, in 2020, she was already the catalyst for Lindy Lee leaving the party. Over 4 years later, was actually the COVID lockdowns. Got it.
The Democratic establishment doesn't get to lecture people about pitting everyone against each other after the
I'm not part
pandemic
of the Democratic establishment.
Okay,
I actually expose them and their corruption.
Okay, fair enough.
And fucking bring up the she was literally fundraising for Kamala Harris after Biden dropped out, and then she was fundraising for Biden like less than a year ago. Come on.
There's the Democratic establishment has lost the right to look at the left and say, oh
yeah, but it needs glasses. Where are the glasses? It's because they generated it based off of like it was generated based off this selfie that's pinned on my Twitter, so I didn't have my glasses on.
No, that's going to cost too much money, or oh no, that's going to pit people against each other. And literally, and this is the fact now, the left wing of the Democratic Party is the only one who's got any enthusiasm or any shot to do anything. It's sorry, you're dealing with AOC and Bernie Sanders now because no one wants to hear from Chuck Schumer ever again. That's the reality.
Mashup of you and Zena. Yeah, I see that.
I want to argue with that actually.
Hold on, I want to throw this out, and then I want to go to Amy so she can comment. So the reason this matters to me, and I'm curious if this is one of the reasons it might matter to people who do not live in New York that are on this panel, is because it seems to be a fight for the soul of our cities, our big cities. And in my opinion, some of his positions, both economic and social, are radical and scary. So when I look at just his economic
radical and scary
policies, right? This is a guy that's never run a business, let alone a city that has $100 billion budget and a $2 trillion.
Okay, now she's reading a fucking AI summary that she just Googled to scare herself with and fearmonger about.
Dollar economy. And The Atlantic, which is very liberal, likened his campaign to magical realism, claiming it was exuberantly disconnected from actual government budgets and organizational charters.
Whoa, even the fucking neoliberal rag The Atlantic is calling Zohran a magical realist. No way.
And when you look into some of the policies he's talking about with regard to free public transit, the MTA is going bankrupt. It's a disaster. You have to fix that first. And what are you going to take away from to give to that? Like, what is going to suffer? Is it going to be sanitation in the city? Is it going to be emergency response? How are you going to fund this stuff? This guy needs billions of dollars, but he's chasing rich people out of the city, or those kinds of policies are, and we're seeing it in real time. So here's a number. New York lost over
Oh no, rich people leaving New York City. Come back. Don't leave.
$24 billion in taxable income in a recent year.
They really have nothing else against him. It is the same things. It's fucking, he said, globalize the frittata. He's also an anti-Semite. I swear to God, believe me. Or he wants to usher in Sharia law. Also, he wants to do communism. He wants to turn New York City into London because Muslim mayor. Or did you know that he's never held public? He's very young. Like it's just all of this land's like a fucking turd in the bowl, man. Like all of the things that they try to fearmonger about, it's like that's precisely why he got elected for a lot of people.
Out migration, and you know the top 1% are already paying 40% of the income taxes. Capital is mobile, so you guys are completely right. He is addressing very real problems. The questions we need to ask. Are his policies going to make them better or worse? When you look at public housing, it's already completely mismanaged. It's a mess. There are billions in backlog repairs. There's crippling inefficiency and corruption, and you could be adding more bureaucracy to it. So while this guy is saying all of these things that people want,
in reality, the only opinion that was honest was when she said he is scary. Everything else is like, okay, what do I have to say to justify why I feel scared by this this young Muslim man who calls himself a democratic socialist? And it can't just be that he calls himself a socialist, right? I probably should come up with some other reasons. And so she just spit all of that out because she asked ChatGPT, what are the scariest criticisms or the most biting criticisms of Zohran Mamdani that I could say to convince people not to get on board with his campaign? That's all it got. That's all they fucking had.
Lower rent, more affordable food, free transportation. The way he's proposing to go about it is seemingly catastrophic. And if I could clear up one other thing, I think we got to get away from democratic socialism, which I'm not for, but it's very different than authoritarian socialism where we reference Mao, and I want to throw that out there.
Okay. Jillian based? base Jillian moment. Actually not needing to straw man her enemy for once, and can be honest about, somewhat honest about representing their position. Okay, go off, Queen.
And then have Amy jump in here and give your thoughts, and specifically if you have anything to address about my concerns, both with regard to his economic policy. Lindy brought up some of his social positions. I am absolutely against taxpayers funding gender-affirming care for children or adults, particularly egregious when it comes to kids. And now I'm passing. Go ahead, Kate.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult because it's like, what is the lesser of two evils, right? And I agree with a lot of Anna and Dave's points. I mean, for me, I think sometimes it's better the devil you know than the devil that you don't. I'm extremely terrified of seeing New York turn into the UK. The grooming gang scandal is not something that we had the opportunity to talk about today, but it would have honestly bled perfectly into this story. You see what it's like when there is a Islamic monopoly in government, in all of these institutions. And
oh my God.
Insane. The way
an Islamic monopoly. We're talking about a single Muslim candidate that won a Democratic primary, not even a general. He's not going to be the fucking mayor yet. And we're talking about, you see what happens when there's an Islamic takeover of all institutions in the United States. Like, Jesus Christ, lady, chill.
Certain things have been covered up in those instances. The cultural difference between, Islam and between the American people is like, it's just untenable. The two cannot coincide.
Those are not mutually exclusive, dumb fuck. Did you know that there are lots of Americans that adhere to Islamist ideology, as you say, or as, just Muslims? Another way to go about it. I thought she was going to say like Christianity or something like that. Like the majority of Americans favor like Christians or whatever. All she said was like cultural differences between Islam and American, the two genders.
And between the American people is like, it's just untenable. The two cannot coincide together. And yes, maybe some of his policies have not been outright Islamic, but do you think he would phrase them in such a way to be able to bring people in? No, of course, he's going to operate under the guise of socialist policies, hoping that...
So this pesky, deceptive Muslim who wants to secretly usher in Sharia law fronts his Islamic agenda by using left-wing populist rhetoric to get people on board with his campaign. And then once he's in office, that's when the real Islamic revolution in New York City begins, right, Amy? Yes.
That nobody has done their due diligence, hoping that nobody has seen the way that these socialist policies play out all over the world. I come from a country that has a mixed economy with a lot of socialist policies, and we have seen the way it has absolutely ravaged and wrecked Australia. Okay, so I'm terrified of seeing New York become the next Melbourne, Australia.
I mean, anytime they talk about being scared or terrified, that's like the only honest thing that they will say in that rant. I'm scared. I'm terrified. I'm scared of the scary Muslim brown man.
Becoming the next UK. But I do believe, to something Lindy said, this could be a cautionary tale. Maybe this is a lesson that America needs to go through to see what these policies look like in practice. I
know that Jillian thinks of like the terrible policies that have been implemented in LA, and a lot of your your complaints I agree with, but what I'm really happy to...
Yes, thank God for bringing up the terrible policies in LA. Jillian was getting worried that she wasn't going to be able to find common ground with you, Anna Kasparian.
To see with Mamdani is it appears that he has learned lessons from these mistakes that have been made in big cities like Los Angeles. So for instance, Jillian, you mentioned the tax base or a portion of the wealthy tax base leaving New York City. Well, we know why they left New York City, and it was because of quality of life concerns, the same quality of life concerns you and I complain about here in LA, which is why Mamdani is not in favor of defunding the police, for instance, right? Like he understands the importance of public safety, ensuring that there's order, that people are following laws. That is important. And to me, that kind of separates him from honestly the Democrats who pretend like they care about economic issues, but in reality, they just go deep into like identity stuff and whatever theater they engage in just to appear like they care about the people.
Was that a real? I saw he had some tweet. Was this? Am I getting got by like a screenshot or something? But someone sent me the tweet where he said something like queer liberation is defunding the police or something like that.
That was real.
I haven't seen that.
I did see that, and I think you probably, like Anna, have more insight into this than I do because I'm more of an outsider to this world. But there is something to me where I go like, over the last 15 years, there was this period of like woke insanity and the left just losing its freaking mind. And maybe he's crawled out of that. But when I do see a post like that, you're like, queer liberation is defunding is this Mad Libs of woke nonsense? Like, what does this even mean?
In fact, every time I see him speak publicly, he's very articulate. He thinks things through. Look, there are some policies that I don't think are going to work out so well. So I'll give you a specific example so you guys know that I'm an honest actor here. I'm not just supporting him to support him. Look, I think that the best thing you can do to lower housing costs is to build more housing. Cost controls have actually had a lot of negative effects.
I mean, I don't think the rent freeze is the only thing that he's proposing, though. I think it's also in tandem with like building housing, but I could be wrong. Let's see. Zohran Mamdani. Policies. Build affordable housing. We need a lot more affordable housing, but for decades, New York City has relied almost entirely on changing the zoning code to entice private development, which with results that can fall short of the big promises. And the housing that does get built is often out of reach for the working class who need it the most. As mayor, Zohran will put our public dollars to work and triple the city's production of permanently affordable, union-built, rent-stabilized homes, constructing 200,000 new units over the next 10 years. Any 100% affordable development gets fast-tracked, no more pointless delays, and Zohran will fully staff our city's housing agencies so we can actually get the work done. For the additional housing we need, Zohran will initiate a comprehensive plan for New York City to create a holistic vision for affordability, equity, and growth. This planning will allow NYC to address the legacy of racially discriminatory zoning, increase density near transit hubs, and the requirement to build parking lots and proactively chart our future. What's the issue here?
I've seen it happen in LA, for instance, where people are basically stuck in their rent-controlled apartments and they're unwilling to move because the second they do, they know that they're going to be in an unaffordable situation. To lower housing costs, you have to provide more supply. And so there have been rent freezes in New York City specifically before. Bill de Blasio had decided to freeze rents 3 separate times during his time as a New York City mayor. So it's not going to be the end of the world. But I also don't see that as the ultimate solution to a housing shortage that we really, really need to focus on. We need to build more housing. So that's an example of me disagreeing with him on one policy.
Sure.
There are other areas of disagreement, but
Well,
I think
I
overall,
appreciate that.
Yeah, overall, his focus on the economic concerns of people living in New York City, that is what made him a popular
100%.
candidate. Yeah,
I 100% agree with that.
Can I bring up 2 points just to respond to something that Amy said? I didn't have a chance to. Amy, I want to applaud you for your bravery because you got the courage to say something that's actually really hard to say. Because every time someone has the guts to criticize,
Lindy would know a thing or two about words that are hard to say. In frittata.
Islamic extremism, they are smeared as an Islamophobe when that's not true. We have
Why do you think he's an extremist?
I'm sorry?
Are you just assuming he's
anyone who can't globalize intifada is an
Islamophobic?
extremist? This
Okay.
is absolutely inappropriate to say, and you even conceded that.
But what
I also want to bring up another point that hasn't been made at all.
Saying that his wife is extremely liberal and totally contradicts a lot of Islamic ideologies. And I've also seen people say, rightly so, that some of the policies that he is pushing are very, very extreme and in some ways in alignment with those things. So, I mean,
I don't know. I'm not even disagreeing. I'm not even disagreeing with what Amy said necessarily. And I don't think, like, I grew up in New York City. I've known lots of Muslims in my life who were cool, and there was no problem with them being there. And I've met lots of great Muslim people. There's no question that the mass wave of Muslim immigration into Europe, which immediately followed the U.S. destabilizing the entire region, that worked out to be a disaster. I'll grant that. I just totally reject this idea that it is a brave statement to be like, oh, the problem is radical Islamic Muslims or something like that. That's literally everything I've heard from right-wing talk radio for 25 years. It's what almost every presidential administration of my life has been talking about all the time. This is some wild outside the box opinion. I don't know why you think that's brave, but when people are calling out the Israelis, that's like
Israel, honestly. It's also another point that hasn't been mentioned. I just want to say that this guy,
for calling out the Muslims.
Mamdani just became a citizen in 2018. He's a new American citizen, and now he wants to run the biggest city in America.
Okay, but he's been here since he was 7 years old. He's not like, he's not like fucking fresh off the boat or whatever she's trying to imply.
I'd be fine with a restriction on that. I'd be fine with a restriction on that. I'd be fine with a rule that you have to be born in the country to be mayor of New York City. That's not really the point. I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's such a brave thing to call out the Muslims.
It is on this particular show. It is, because I've been shot down before. I'm just saying that under these circumstances. So, Amy, I do want to give you credit for that. But
who the fuck called you an Islamophobe at any point on this show? Certainly not like that. Like Anna just said, you're a racist. She didn't even say you're an Islamophobe.
If you want to lead the biggest city in New York, you need like a 10-year residence or something, just like in the Constitution. Like he basically just arrived, and now he has, it seems really like he seems like a, what's the word for it? Carpetbagger?
Well, here's the one thing that I want to throw out. You don't need to be an extremist. You don't need to be an extremist when your views contradict what the main views that we hold dear here in the West. I mean, you bring up the point that he is well-spoken, that he is articulate. I mean, that he's nice. The mayor of New York City was extremely nice, correct? And he, not New York City, sorry, of UK. and look at everything that's happening there. So I think this argument about he's nice, he's well-spoken, he's buttoned up, like that is not necessarily indicative of anything. Nor
no, what matters is the policy, right? Like what matters is the policy, and
It's
and I
also the
would say
culture. It's
that
also
I
the
would
culture,
say
though, Dave.
sure, that's a fair point. I would say that I think one of the things that's frustrating about kind of like the democratic socialist arguments that I've just heard from years and years now, from Bernie Sanders obviously being the most notable American, is that they speak almost in this way, and this is what Mamdani is very guilty of, if you ask me, is that you speak in this way as if it's almost like it's a certainty that more welfare is better or higher taxes are better, and you'd have to be some type of bad person or something like that if you didn't just want to like, it's almost like, hey, why wouldn't we do that? It's as if the choice is, should we make everybody millionaires or no? I vote we do. I bet you're against it but you might as well. I mean, you can kind of just reducto absurdum a lot of this away, where you're like, when he says, oh, we're gonna rent stabilize, have X amount of houses, like why not X plus 1,000? I mean, why the minimum wage at $25? Why not $55?
Carpetbagger is a phrase that was coined by the ex-Confederates and KKKW. Is carpetbagger like a racially charged term? I knew it was a pejorative. Derogatory. A political candidate who seeks election in an area where they have no local connections. Carpetbagger is largely a historical pejorative used by Southerners to describe allegedly opportunistic or disruptive Northerners who came to the Southern states after the American Civil War, but I knew that. Da-da-da-da. Prominent examples. You had like somebody in Mississippi tried to unsuccessfully ensure equal rights for Black Mississippians. Political battles with Southerners and African Americans ripped apart his party. I don't know, maybe.
Why not $55,000? And as soon as you start to do that,
Arab plus carpet equals likely racist. I hadn't thought about it that way, but it's true.
You realize, oh yes, there is.
Lindy thinks that that Zohran Mamdani is like Aladdin.
There is a problem with just creating all of these socialist-like programs, and that I have never seen any democratic socialist actually come out and grapple with and go, yes, look, obviously there would be a point where this would be incredibly destructive to the economy. They just always act as if more of it is better, and you'd have to be a bad person to be against it. But again, I mean, I do think so, because I'm splitting the difference here. I do think a lot of the policies he's running on are bad. But the idea that you're just going to, like, through government fiat, say that you're going to have more rent control or rent stabilization. This is just price fixing. It's the same logic as anything else. It's the same logic as me saying that the price of wheat can't go past a certain level or the price of eggs can't go past a certain level. And everywhere this experiment has been run, it always ends in shortages. Yep. It always ends in more poverty, because prices are not just something arbitrary. Prices are information that's delivered through the market that takes into account almost an unlimited amount of different signals. And if you're just guessing, imagine just one central authority trying to decide what should the ratio of the price of a banana versus cell phone be. It's not that easy to just pick it and not get it wrong. And when you get it wrong, you send all types of the wrong signals. It affects production and it results in more poverty. And so I don't think any of the policies are good ideas.
Dave, I couldn't agree more. And also, you haven't mentioned the $30 minimum wage that he's proposing. Who's going to pay for that? Studies have shown that at such a high point, businesses.
Well, the capitalists, Lindy.
They're not going to hire. They're going to lay people off, or they're going to have shorter fewer hours.
Well, you don't even.
She's thinking, like, what about the poor businesses, the poor capitalists? And it's like, meanwhile, dude, people in New York City cannot have their basic needs met because they can't afford to live there, and they're getting fucking priced out. Something has to be done about the minimum wage. It cannot stay stagnant forever.
Need studies to show it. You can figure it out with basic logic. Look, businesses are not engaged in charity. And so if you bring in, let's say, $28 worth of value per hour, and your boss pays you 20, they might do that. And they get the $8 and you get the 20. Once you bring the minimum wage up to 30, they're not going to hire someone who brings in $28 worth of value because they're costing the company. And we've seen this all around the city. There's freaking kiosks everywhere since the last minimum wage increase in New York City. So yeah, again, I think all these policies are going to be destructive. That being said, this is the dynamic now. The liberals have to contend with the leftists because the neoliberals have ruined everything, including their own credibility.
Absolutely. Okay, final thoughts. Anna, you get final thoughts. Amy, you get final thoughts. And then we got
my final thoughts are going to bring up a bunch of other things. So But the final thing I'll say
Isn't it always sad when the episode of her take comes to an end, you guys?
look, I think that it's all about, look, I agree with you with the rent control stuff, right? It's going to suppress the construction of new housing. That has been the case in every other major city that's implemented, rent control rather than focusing on what the local government can do to stimulate more construction of housing. We'll wait and see how it plays out in New York City. Again, I think it's going to suppress the construction of new housing, which they desperately need. Aside from that, though, I think it's all about the execution. Obviously, the money that he needs in order to implement some of these policies would come from increasing taxes on the wealthiest people in the city. That's what his plan is. But it's not just about raising revenue through taxes. It's about how you use that revenue to execute your policies. So, for instance, in Los Angeles and the state of California, our homelessness issue isn't because of the fact that the state has been unwilling to spend money on it. It's that the money was used improperly. It was funneled to nonprofits and NGOs that didn't do what they were supposed to do with that money, and there was no accountability for it. I'm really hoping that Mamdani is learning from those lessons and that he doesn't implement similar policies to what we have seen in LA because they have not worked. I think his policies could work. It just depends on what he does with that revenue, how he implements it, how he executes it. And I'm hoping for the best because I want the people of New York City to thrive. And they've chosen someone who's different from the status quo, different from the neoliberals. And neoliberalism, sorry, hasn't really worked out so well for us.
Ames?
Yeah, I mean, maybe 5 grocery stores now. Maybe that's what he said to get in. I think if those types of policies continue to perpetuate, this is something that's going to end in bread lines. I think that this could be an extremely cautionary tale for trying to implement these extreme policies in the West. It has never worked in anywhere else. And you guys may say, well, they're not so extreme now. Already the things that he was touting just to get the court of public opinion on his side. Obviously,
You cannot build new houses in New York. It's an island that is peppered with skyscrapers. I mean, I don't know, like how much that is something I hadn't even factored in, like the geographic constraints of New York City, which, might be monumental to overcome. That's true.
Obviously, he will not want to come across as too extreme. Where it could go is what scares me. But I think it will serve as an extremely cautionary tale for the West if it does play out in the worst case.
Because Kasparian is so dishonest, it's because it went to NGOs/nonprofits and they failed. How about no, if it went to the LAPD and it went to the LAPD and NYPD. Yeah, that's that talking point or whatever. She picked it up on one of these episodes where I think related to like the LA protests over the ICE raids in the community. I don't this is not some like widespread, that's not the reason why California is the way that it is. Like overemphasis on this like very, very niche example of potentially corruption or whatever, like the idea that like NGOs were able to get some state funds that they may have appropriated towards things other than exactly what people would assume that their NGO was set up to do. This seems very, very low as far as like why California doesn't function better.
Scenario. And just to kind of sum up, I think that one thing that could really solve a lot of these things is, like many of you have pointed out, having some type of citizen requirements, or even the fact that you just need to be a citizen of this country. Yeah, that's my final.
Right. Oh, great show, team. Dave, no, you're done. You got to be done, homie. We got to wrap. Dave, where can we get more from you?
Wow.
Oh, my podcast is called Part of the Problem. You can get that wherever you find podcasts, and Comic Dave Smith on Twitter.
Thank you so much. Anna?
You can follow me on The Young Turks, youtube.com/The Young Turks, and also on Substack. That's Kasparian.substack.com.
Amy?
You guys can message me or FaceTime me on Minect, and you can also watch my show, Dangerous Conversations. It's actually premiering right after this, if you guys want to tune in.
Lindy, go.
Premiering. Ooh, maybe we got to do Dangerous Conversations. Hold on. We're not doing that tonight, but maybe tomorrow. A whole show just of Amy Dangerfield? Oh my lord. Okay. I think I might have found tomorrow's content, you guys.
On X, and you can also find me on Minect. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching.
I really need more Lindy Lee, but unfortunately, we might have to settle for Amy Dangerfield.
Comment, share, subscribe. Dave, you are a mensch. Thank you. And we'll see you guys next week.
A mensch. That was her take, you guys. And my take is that you should be subscribed to me on Twitch so you can get access to an ad-free experience and also cute emotes, or gift a sub so other people can have the same experience as you. Because usually the people that gift already have subs themselves. If you're watching on YouTube, you can go ahead and like the stream. It really helps push it out to other people, and subscribe to me if you aren't already so you can know when I go live, which will probably be Hopefully I'm not going to be nocturnal much longer, but we will see you guys. If you want to donate and support the stream, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. And I'm at straightrader_, on everything. She meant to say Ubermensch. Yeah, she just said you're a mensch. Oh, man. I will be back tomorrow. No idea what. Are you ending already? I've been like 5 hours and it's 6 in the morning and I would like to spend 1 hour asleep while the sun is still down. But yeah, I am gonna send you guys off to somebody. But thank you for spending your night with me. Let's see, where the hell are we going? Who's awake? Let's send y'all to Gus. Tell him I say hi. Thanks for spending the night with me, you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Have fun. Bye.